All right. Hello, high income copywriters. If you can hear me, please type a yes in the Discord chat. Yes, yes. Okay, great. Now, a quick reminder, if you don't have the link to today's class or there were some issues, make sure you send an email in to support@danlog.com and they can help you out with that. So for future classes, you get the email and you get the link to class. All right. And if you're in Discord, you don't have the link, I have put the link in the chat. It's in the pinned message and you can always message a moderator and they can help you out with that as well. Okay. Good. Now make sure, of course, that you tag your brothers and sisters in the chat. Message them on Facebook if you see that they are not here. Give them a quick reminder that class is about to start. Because to unlock that class 8, that bonus class, we need to get 80% or above in attendance. And I don't know about you, but I would love to get that bonus class. Yes. So let's tag your brothers and sisters in the chat. Let's get them in here so we can unlock that bonus class. All right. Now, if you are ready to start off today's class, then let's put ready in the chat. Yes. All right. Well, without further ado, let me bring on Sergeant Desmond Soon.
High income copywriters, how would you like to learn how to write sexy, easier, and make a lot more money, all while spending a lot less time and enjoying the things that you love to do? Say yes in the chat.
Yes.
Now, do I have your permission to reveal one of the biggest secrets that has never been revealed before in any of the high income copywriter classes? Say yes. Do you feel you deserve? Have you worked hard? Have you worked smart? Have you done your assignments? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Well, pay attention because this evening is going to blow your mind. We haven't even gotten started yet, and yet we already have. Some of you may have already been applying your copywriting skills. Some of you have been copiously writing till your hands have tendinitis and they actually hurt in a good way. Some of you have been eating more food and losing some weight. This evening, it's all about making money. You can take the skill and you can feel good for yourself. You can take this skill, you can do good in the world. But let's face it, I'm sure many of you would like to take this skill and earn a really nice high income and then treat your family, treat yourselves, do all the things you've ever wanted to do. But you can't do that if you get banned, if the agencies or the clients you work for have their copy disapproved. So that in a nutshell, allow me to bring on a co-instructor that will be coming on, but we'll bring Sifu on first. This gentleman I met several years ago and he blew me away completely. The way he caught my attention, the way he caught Sifu's attention, and I know he will catch your attention. So turn off all distractions. This is a class you definitely do not want to miss. You want to engage, you want to ask questions, get your questions answered because there will be a secret guest coming on and you want to pay attention to what he has to say. But before that, in high income copywriter style, get on your feet, do it safely, wake up the babies, wake up the dogs, make the dogs bark, make the neighbors bang the walls, get on your feet, raise your voices and help me bring to the stage your mentor, our mentor, Sifu Dan Locke.
All right, high income copywriter, this is a very, very special class. I am bringing on a special co-instructor with me to teach you on how to write Facebook ads. Now, out of all the classes, all the modules that we have, this will be the most overwhelming one, okay? put in a chat and say, I embrace overwhelm. This will be the one that you will probably have the most challenges with, because what we're going to talk about is how to drive cold traffic using copy. It is not a simple subject. In fact, it is quite complicated. We're going to simplify it for you, but knowing that this will be, out of all the classes that we've done, this will be the most overwhelming. You will get a lot of questions, and a lot of questions. What we've created are tools to help you solve, kind of give you a checklist to actually answer some of these questions, and to, when you write copy, you see that you can go through this checklist. So knowing that by the end of this, your head would be spinning, you will not be able to sleep. So that's a warning here. So who's ready? And don't feel that you have to get everything we are talking about tonight. It took Sifu months to get this stuff, months. So don't feel like you got to get, like, you feel like you have to understand everything, digest everything. You have to have all the answers, or the perfectionist, to every single question when writing Facebook ad. You will not be able to understand them all. Not the first go, not the even second go, not the third go. It's going to take some time, but it's extremely valuable as a copywriter when you know how to write Facebook ads, because that means you know how to write cold traffic. This is the piece that I believe very few copywriters understand, even very good copywriters, because this is a new piece that, because of Facebook, because of compliance, and we're going to talk a lot about compliance. And so let me tell you a little bit of background how I met this particular gentleman. Okay, now a few years ago, almost 2 years ago, I got a video, basically a very creative cold pitch email with a video, and that caught my attention. And I was first very skeptical, and afterwards I said, okay, well, what have I got to lose, right? So I got on the phone with him, and still skeptical, but he was sharing with me how he's worked with different influencers. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. But I was like, okay, so, because what could you bring to the table that's different from everybody else? And he started really demonstrating, adding value to what we do. And eventually, basically, I have him run all our Facebook ads, and trust him with a budget to run. And we're talking about millions of dollars. Okay. And now fast forward 2 years, he is still on our team, very valuable team member. And when it comes to social media, he's someone that even my copywriting team would go to seek advice from, right? After I get to know him, and we've developed a very interesting, not just him as being a social media genius, but more so that we have developed a very close relationship. He sees me as a mentor, but at the same time, I see him as an advisor to what we do. So we have a very good relationship. And I seriously, I think, I suspect that he actually might be a robot. When you hear him talk, you know what I'm talking about. I suspect that he is artificial intelligence, because you will see he is sharp, super smart. And I don't meet a lot of people like that in business. So please welcome Jeremy Hanks. Jeremy, all right? I think you need to unmute. There we go.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, nice. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I hope I'm not robotic in my tonality. It was a great intro. Thank you very much. All right, cool. Well, yeah, it's very exciting to be able to present to you guys tonight. I have so much fun stuff that we're going to cover. All of it's revenue driven as well. I'm very in the game of making sure that You have actions and strategies that are going to be able to produce results for your own businesses. You apply this to for clients that you're going to get. What we're about to talk about tonight will be a very timeless set of skills and a very timeless set of information that we're going to cover that, you know, you'll be able to carry through for decades. And it'll be applicable to both Facebook advertising, but you'll also notice there's a lot of great principles in here that you'll be able to carry over into other areas of your copywriting. So the title of this tonight is the perfect Facebook advertising formula. So the intention of this, you're going to walk away with knowing exactly what to do, exactly how to do it. You're going to have multiple strategies that you're going to be able to deploy. You're going to walk away feeling very confident and very certain from all this. So I'm very excited for this opportunity to present to you guys. So a little bit of background on who I am from my own perspective. I've owned a digital marketing agency for the last 5 years ongoing now. My agency specializes in working with the largest personality brands that we can help make 7 figures a month too. We do that consistently. We've done it 7 different times over the last 5 years, taking 42 people to 6 figures a month. Before I even had my marketing agency, I worked with Mr. Grant Cardone. He's a kind of real estate guy nowadays more than anything else. I was his first digital marketer ever at the age of 20. I got recruited by him. I have 3,000 plus students of my own that I teach digital marketing to and how to start and scale a marketing agency. I've also taught in 3 Tai Lopez programs and a Mentor Box program, even though I'm not an author. And I love helping people make money. It just gives you more options in life. It makes life more fun. And more importantly, you just get to become who you really are. You know, there's a good quote from, just as Dan mentioned, I look at him as a mentor. I have a bunch of Dan Lok quotes in my head. One of my favorites from him is, once you get money out of the way, you can really live life. So I love helping that exact game. My agency spends anywhere from about $800,000 to $1.2 million a month in ads. And that's only between 8 to 10 clients. And yes, for all the skeptical people, we do make profitable returns for all our clients. Most average a 4-to-1 return, which means we put $1 in, we get $4 back. Most are also substantially higher than that, just depending on the price point of their offer, product, or service. So
now, just to give you a little bit of context, that almost $1 million, 1.2 million a month. So Jeremy's clients, they are trusting him, including myself, with a budget. I mean, most people don't make $1 million a year. We're talking about spending $1 million a month, right, on how he wants to deploy that marketing capital to get leads. So that's a whole lot of trust. So as a copywriter, understand when you're writing copy, that's one thing. But what we're going to talk about today is a kind of like a second piece. How many of you want to kind of get an idea of maybe an additional skill, like a digital marketing skill, funnel building skill, how you can add that to your tool belt, right? So that's what we're talking about. Because we're talking about really Jeremy understands copy, but also understands what I call the media buying side. Meaning, how do you deploy that copy, that piece of copy, that ad in front of the right people, right? And think about, for a client, a business owner, an entrepreneur to trust someone who is an expert with that kind of money. It's not easy, right? It's not easy, right? And Jeremy and I, we joke about it because sometimes he would be doing something. I remember last year was a time he would scale an ad when it would hit my credit card. I was like, what the hell is this, right? Suddenly in one day, I'm getting like hit 40, 50K in a single day. I'm like, what is going on here, right? That's a lot of trust, right? So there was some funny time, but you keep going.
Yeah, no, that really does put it in perspective. You know, just doing it for as long as I have, it it really just doesn't come off to myself as much as it truly is. But he's got a great point. You know, 8 to 10 different clients trust us with, 7 figures a month, and just spending money to make that money back. Just recently I've had a realization that when you're in the game of driving revenue for businesses, you're like the modern day wealth manager. People, when they have a lot of money, they put it into something that can make more money. And ads, just I'm saying here, can produce a literal 400% return in a month that you get cash on hand. Whereas, most investment vehicles, they'll produce a couple percent in a year people are happy with. If they get 20%, they're just over the top. But when you can make somebody at a minimum of 4-to-1, meaning once again 400% on their money in a month, you got a good set of skills. So that's a lot of what I want to pass down to you. And just be clear, like I've learned what to do and what not to do from scaled experience. Okay, a lot of people you can learn from out there. They're just going to talk to you from things they've read in books, things they've heard from other people, things that they've learned from spending like 10 grand in a month. I just want to be clear once again. We have such a scaled perspective of what to do and what not to do for you tonight. You're just going to get a ton of value from this. And in addition to that, I don't just pull all of these insights, from my own wisdom. To be clear, like I constantly reflect on the data and I try to figure things out, but I also fly out to Facebook's headquarters out there in Menlo Park, Silicon Valley, at least twice a year to meet with our high-level connections. There's 3 levels of reps. There's your marketing reps, which have 90 to 120 clients, and they rotate every quarter. There's industry ad experts, which are assigned to 10 different businesses who spend a ton of money, which are very hard to come by. We have one of those. And then there's global partners, which are for the Coca-Colas, Pepsis, American Express, etc.
Let's deep dive into this a little bit. So what Jeremy's talking about now, you don't know this. This is kind of inside information. Who wants some inside information? Put in the chat. How the inner working of Facebook, okay? So you think all Facebook accounts are created equal? No. There are actually 3 different levels of accounts. It's not advertised to public, right? There are 3 different levels of accounts. So walk us through, what does that mean?
Yeah, so regular marketing reps, I mean, if you just have a Facebook ad account, you'll have a regular marketing rep reach out to you. These people are contractors. They could be anywhere in the world. Facebook has headquarters in almost all major cities now. And they're just regular people. They don't even necessarily work for Facebook. They're just contracted by Facebook to have, just basic advertisers have a point of access to Facebook. They don't know much. They'll talk to you like once a month. They'll give you the most beginner advice possible. It's almost laughable. I mean, even if you spend just a couple $100 a month, you'll probably know more than most of these marketing reps. And I'm not saying that in an exaggerated way at all. That's truly how it is when you just get those regular marketing reps. Then once you spend, and to be clear, the qualifications on this, you have to spend more than $1 million for 6 months in a row. So you have to spend a total of $6 million just to qualify for this. And in addition to the $6 million in 6 months, you have to use the most frequent rolled out features that Facebook just announces. If you go into the ads manager, you'll just see like little new things that come in and out. If you use those and you're in the top 10% of people who adapt those new features, those 2 things, 6 months of 6 million and using new features as they come out qualifies you for the industry ad expert. Does not mean you'll get one. And they're industry specific. So as an example, people in e-commerce, they'll have an e-commerce industry ad expert. Us, most for what we do with personal branding and in the information product space, we have what's called professional services. That's our industry in Facebook's eyes. But there's one of these for every single industry. Travel hospitality has one, and they only work with 10 to 12 people. They allow you to come out and see them at any headquarters. Facebook flies these people to wherever you are, so you can meet them in any city. We just prefer to go to the main headquarters because we have a chance of seeing Zuckerberg. But anyway, long story short.
Now, Jeremy, it depends on the different levels. Basically, we're saying that the more money you spend, the more concierge service that you get. In terms of account, when we spend more money, what is the unfair advantage that we get compared to like someone who's like a small advertisers?
Yeah, good question. I mean, we get new features sometimes literally years ahead of time of other people. Sometimes it's several months of an advantage of getting a specific new feature that nobody else has access to. You get put in every beta program that they have that you prefer to opt into. So you're also made aware of all the things that the general public advertisers are not. You truly become a top 1% account in the eyes of Facebook. They give you additional support. There's VIP chats that I can talk with in real time to get support on issues. Basic advertisers do not have access to that functionality. In addition to that, we get invited to Facebook's yearly event, their F8 Developers Conference. So we have the ability to see what Facebook's also announcing to the public at the event itself ahead of time. We get access to exclusive events with other high-level advertisers, high-level reps inside of Facebook. And the best part, we get to go there and they cater to us with presentations where they say, here are the most revenue-driven things that you could do that we can give you access to and that we can help you with. Huge advantage in compared to just the basic advertiser who doesn't have access to these kind of features.
So it is. So can you see why I want to invite Jeremy to be here? Because first of all, with what we've spent, we've gained some valuable knowledge just from our accounts and playing at a different level, right? And you'll see why Facebook is such a powerful platform when it comes to driving revenue. Because we are, as a copywriter, we're not in the writing business. What kind of business are we in? We're in the revenue generating business, right? So if knowing that is the intention, that's why we write. Okay, so understand it is an unfair advantage, and you see, I think by the end of tonight's training, that just this class alone, I think, as if you use what we teach you, that is worth more than the investment of the entire HIC program, right? So Jeremy,
Totally.
please carry on.
Totally agree. Yeah, so let's keep it rolling, guys. So in this class, I'm going to teach you how to write copy for Facebook and Instagram that's compliant, will convert traffic into leads and sales for your clients. And of course, all this is applicable to any businesses you have or that you're going to open in the future. This will be a true set of lifelong skills that you'll carry with you. Now, before we jump into the actual copywriting training itself, just allow me to first explain why Facebook advertising is so powerful so you guys really get the perspective. So never before in history has there been a platform that has gathered as much data as Facebook has on users. There's actually some data here, and this was back in 2012. I want to make sure to highlight that for you. They have over 2.5 billion pieces of content, 500 plus terabytes of data each day. It's pulling 2.7 billion like actions and 300 million photos per day, roughly 105 terabytes of data each half hour. Now, do you think today in 2020 that number has grown? I remember when I walked into Facebook, they had this giant sign in a few different places throughout their headquarters. And what it says is the total quantity of active users on the platform. They have 2.3 billion people. 2.3 billion people that are on Facebook and Instagram that log in at least once a month. That is huge. And never before, once again, has there been a company that has truly just gathered as much data on users. There's 52,000 data points for an average user on the platform that become targetable for us as advertisers.
So in case you're wondering, that's one thing I think when Jeremy shared this with me, and I knew it, but he kind of confirmed my suspicion. Okay, here's the deal: privacy is fucking dead.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, you have no idea. Facebook knows you more than you know yourself. It is the stuff that they know. Put it this way, Jeremy, remember when you shared with me, this is like mind-blowing and maybe a little bit dark. How does Facebook create their interface, their features when they do testing? How do they get people addicted to the platform?
Yeah, this is actually pretty sweet. So if you picture like a very, very like sci-fi movie, where you're probably on a spaceship or something, and there's like a headquarter room where there's a bunch of screens and dials and knobs and, just tons of people. Imagine like the NASA setup for when we go to space, for how it looks during a rocket launch, right? You just got all these people with little computers, all spaced out. These people, they're psychology majors, computer science majors, people who study neuroscience for a living, and they've been hired by Facebook running tests. And remember, they have 2.3 billion users on the platform. They can run a test to 1 million people at one time to see if just a slight modification or a color difference or a notification size or color or a different hue of red will attract more people and keep them on the platform longer. They'll test in groups positive content versus negative content, just trying to appeal to any bias they can inside of your behavior that's going to keep you on that platform longer. And they do that all day, every day. So imagine a room full of hundreds of people with multiple of these rooms existing inside of their headquarters, inside of all their locations across the US, just dedicated to keeping people on the platform longer. So we as advertisers can serve more ads to them, which is how Facebook makes their money.
Yes. So privacy is dead. Now, put in the chat, you don't know that now, do you? That's not it. Can we throw in one more thing, Jeremy? Can we share one more thing?
Yeah, good.
This really scared the hell out of you. Talk to us about the face recognition.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. So if you ever go into the settings on Facebook, you can actually see this under the privacy tab. There's an option that asks if you're okay with facial recognition. And a lot of people think that, that means when there's a photo taken of you, that it's going to be able to recognize you so you can get tagged. And that's definitely something that it does. But here's the crazy part. Okay. So I keep a webcam cover on my iPhone. Okay. Meaning that front camera that looks at you all day, I keep a webcam cover on that, because when I found this out, it just felt intrusive. But every single post that comes across your news feed on both Facebook and Instagram, and this goes for most social media apps as well, every single post that goes across that feed, it tracks your facial expression to tell how that specific piece of content impacted you. So it can dictate whether to show you more of that or less of that.
There's no privacy. You don't think Facebook knows what the fuck you're browsing? They fucking know. They are reading your facial expression. So you could see, oh, I like this post, or you're smiling or you're frowning. They show you less of those things. So then they could have advertisers running ads. How many of you ever had this experience? You were going somewhere, or you're thinking something, or you're talking to a friend about, let's say you want to move to a new place. Okay. Suddenly you are seeing real estate ads. You didn't search for it. You were just talking to friends about it. And if you think, wow, Jeremy, is it true? Are they listening to our conversations? Am I being paranoid?
You can try yourself. I usually, when I tell people these things, their immediate reaction is skepticism, and they're like, oh no, and maybe nowadays that reaction's different, but I'll tell you what, this one's one of my favorites to tell people, and this has been confirmed, and you can confirm it yourself. It's just one of those simple do-it-yourself at home tests. Just say keywords around your phone. Doesn't even have to be close to your mouth. Just say things that you think could be advertised to you, like talk about buying a home, like Dan was just talking about. Mm-hmm. Talk about water coolers.
And then suddenly you see an ad like, oh, how come? That's interesting coincidence.
You never search it. You never type
search it. It just happens, right?
Yeah, that's one of my favorites for sure. And then this is even more down the skepticism path, but you guys can look up. It's Facebook has a headquarters within it called F8, and that's how they label their buildings. They put an F and then the number of the building. If you actually go to any Facebook headquarters, they will actually not confirm the existence of building F8. But there's plenty of videos on YouTube you can look up of literally Facebook videos.
It's like Area 51. It's like
Area
51 for aliens.
Yeah. So this is the craziest stuff, but you don't even have to say things out loud sometimes. They know you so well with their predictive analysis that they can actually present you ads that they just consider you're going to be interested in next without you even having to say a thing. And most of that is done and developed within their F8 building. There's tons of great YouTube videos if you ever want to check that out, from presentations that they themselves hold internally that have been leaked on tons of cool technology.
I can sense you're shocked. Now, one thing you can say, oh my goodness, shit, oh crazy, they're spying on us, all of that. I'm telling you, it's too late.
That's the consumer reaction.
Yeah, okay? That's a consumer. As a copywriter, how could you use this?
Yeah, there you go.
Right? How could you use this knowledge? How could you use this to grow a business? How could you use this to craft copy, put in front of the right people? Right? You can deny it. You can say, I don't like it. Doesn't matter. 2.somewhat billion people are using it. That's why I don't like when people say, oh, I'm not on Facebook. I don't like Facebook. Then you don't like money. You must tell you, I don't say I don't like money. Right? It's like, I don't want customers. I don't like Facebook either. But I cannot ignore the fact, the power of it as I go more into it. I'm like, well, you can't. It's like, yeah, I don't like it, but do you like oxygen? Right? It's like, you got to have it. You got to learn how to utilize it. So use it with good intention, right? To promote ethical products and services. That's why what I'm sharing with you, it's what we're talking about HIC. Because this is some pretty powerful stuff we're talking about. This is pretty powerful some information you won't get anywhere, right? This is the edge that we have, right? So, Jeremy?
Yeah, you do not want to take the consumer reaction to this kind of stuff. You know, you've probably seen articles talking about privacy concerns. Let's just be honest, guys. It's a multi-hundred-billion-dollar company. It's going to be hard for anybody to take down or to talk bad about. It's already in motion at a very scaled level.
And frankly, it's not just because they have the money. Because a lot of companies have money, but guess the data they have on people.
Yeah,
that's like, you know, different people try to take them down. You think Facebook doesn't have data on whoever that person is, right? That's what it is. A politician trying to take down Facebook. Well, let's see what you've been browsing on Facebook. Let's see, right?
Yeah, it's true. They got a lot of power in the data.
That's the data, right? That's the data's the new gold.
So, long story short, guys, it's safe to say they have a ton of data on users and that they know them well. And then, the cool part about that, like we've been talking about here, is they make it available to us as advertisers on the platform. So this is an extremely powerful tool in terms of the data accessible to us. They transparently make it available to us, all for us to help get measurable results. So one thing I love about the platform, you can definitely have tracking problems, but nonetheless, if you get accuracy in what you're doing in terms of quantity of leads, quantity of revenue you're able to produce, quantity of sales, that's where you get to charge more for whatever it is that you're doing, because you're actually able to point a finger at something and say, hey, this action came from what we did. It produced X, Y, Z. You get to take responsibility for that. So one of the cool things about the platform is you get an opportunity to have measurable results, and they make all these tracking tools available to you. They have a lot of education around it as well. And the cool part for me, whenever I launch ads, I've actually seen ads start producing sales in as little as a few hours. So in terms of ad channels and platforms, I want you to understand that's unheard of. Okay. If you're a big brand, you throw money at TV, you throw money at any ad channel, YouTube, Google AdWords for pay-per-click, display targeting. You go on LinkedIn, Pinterest, Snapchat, TikTok, any traditional, you're just showing ads on blogs and things like that. There has just never been an ad channel ever that enables you to put an ad up and get results literally in as little as a few hours. That is one huge advantage that I find in this tool. We can launch ads in a day, get results for clients that same day. And truly, once again, I just really want to reiterate this. that is unheard of. Okay, so this, once again, extremely powerful opportunity. And in terms of cost, it is super cheap. So the results businesses get on Facebook are truly rarely matched by competitors on different ad channels, different places that businesses could put money. There's just a rare opportunity for something to outweigh Facebook. So you'll find a lot of businesses, they'll generate a majority of their customers from Facebook ads, from leveraging Instagram ads. They'll flat out, just some businesses are literally just built on Facebook ads. Dan's one of the wise people that diversifies all the different places that he puts money in terms of marketing. But nonetheless, even he can attest, Facebook's a monster in terms of generating customers for businesses. So on top of that, they've gone really out of their way from feedback directly from advertisers, big and small, to make sure that it's easy to use, it's easy to understand, and that anybody has the opportunity to just go in there and almost intuitively know what they're doing. As long as you're not afraid, just go in and kind of look around and explore the ads manager and the platform, you'll just see how simple it is. It's not overwhelming like a lot of these other complex ad channels out there. And on top of that, you heard me talk about the advantages that we get as extremely heavy spenders, but they do make support options out there for big spenders and small spenders. So there's nonetheless, there's people you can talk to out there about how to become, better at all of this. And on top of that, you got big spenders like myself who just come in and we give insights on what we've learned, which I also find is a huge advantage given the quantity of advertisers that they have. So now that you got a good background on Facebook, just understand how powerful it is, how it works. I want to dive in to how you can craft Facebook ads that sell with this perfect Facebook ad formula. If you guys are ready to dive in the Discord chat, let me know you're ready. All right, cool. Let's do it. All right, so first thing, we're going to understand the format of the ads. So one thing I like to do is present you guys with visuals so you can clearly understand. I'm sure most of you have seen Facebook ads. I'm sure most of you have seen Instagram ads. This is the most common format. This format is for both their desktop and their mobile news feeds. So you'll hear me say things like body copy. Okay, you'll hear me say things like headlines. You'll hear me talk about things like news feed descriptions. You know, and you'll hear me talk about call to action buttons. So this is a simple label. The text at the top there below the FreshBooks logo, where it says FreshBooks makes online accounting easy, that's called body copy. So a majority of the copy you can write, you can have short form copy like this, you can have long form copy, we'll dive into all that, but just understand the layout itself. When you hear me in that vocabulary term, body copy, that's what I'm talking about up there. When you hear me talk about headlines, that's what's below the image. So every Facebook ad has an image or a video or a set of images and a set of videos, depending on which format you choose. This is just a single image ad. It's got a simple headline, online accounting software for non-accountants. Great headline. But nonetheless, below the headline in that smaller text there, it says FreshBook is built for small business owners to get organized and get paid faster. That's called a newsfeed description. As you can see, it's very short, gets cut off at the end. And then to the right of that, we have our call to action button. In this case, it says sign up. There's nothing we could do to custom type a call to action button. There's a set of different call to action buttons that we can select between as advertisers. Same thing. We'll talk about that here in a bit. For now, I just want you to understand the formatting of the Facebook ad itself so you can understand what I'm talking about when I use these different vocab terms. Body copy, headlines, and descriptions are going to be the main things we're going to dive into. And on a side note, here in front of us is an Instagram ad. There's different formats. Keep in mind, with 2.3 billion active daily users, Facebook does multiple you can name every letter in the alphabet for the amount of tests they have. You've heard of A/B tests. They're running A through Z tests. You know, they'll pick 100,000 users to try to see if a button is better in the right side, like you see here, or whether it's better as a bar across the bottom, which a lot of people are seeing as tests right now. But nonetheless, Instagram ads, their format's a little different. They don't have clickable links in the body copy. There's no headlines. It's literally just body copy and the call to action button. So when we talk about Instagram ads, when we consider the formatting, we have to remember that Instagram is just body copy. There's no clickable links in the body copy. They don't have headlines or descriptions. With Facebook ads, you got to remember they have the body copy, they have headline, and they have that description right below the headline that we saw. And the cool part about Facebook ads is that the link you add is clickable inside of the body copy itself. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. But for now, really simple to just start off. I want you to understand the basic formatting. And of course, if you guys have any questions, drop them in the Discord channel real quick before we roll into the next section here. And Dan, if you have access to the questions that come in, you want to read them off, that'd be cool.
Yep. I see it. So questions put in the chat and see if we'll make a note. Probably more questions as we go on and share a little bit more. Yeah.
All right, cool. Good. That's when you know you got a good lesson. No questions. All right, cool. Well, in that case, let's roll into the next section then. So headlines. Now, you've probably heard a lot, either through books, through what Seafood Dan's talked about here with you so far in your previous classes. Headlines are important. The cool part about Facebook, they grab the attention. They're the biggest part of the ad besides the image or the video that you use. And nowadays, you can actually have 5 headlines that you can test at once paired with one image or one video. So this is an example from one of my clients, a guy named Brandon Carter. He's King Keto on Instagram. He's an influencer. And these are just 5 different headlines that I used for his program where he's teaching people how to become a personal trainer online. So for these headlines, how to become an online personal trainer, how to get more clients and still have time freedom. Trainers are furious they didn't know about this. How to train people stuck at home. It's a good contextual one for the pandemic. And people need your help to stay in shape. I show you this. We'll dive into these and, we'll dive in how to develop a headline. But for now, I just want you to understand when you're working with headlines on Facebook, you want to remember that each specific set of body copy you create can be paired with 5 different headlines.
Okay, guys, see some questions here.
I'm sorry.
Can you select what headlines to use, or are they randomly selected?
Good question. So there's actually a toggle right above this little headline section, and it asks you, do you want to allow Facebook to pair what headline they think is likely to convert that individual the ad is being shown to? And I like to have that toggle turned on. So I trust Facebook's underlying artificial intelligence that optimizes everything. And I believe in that 52,000 data points that it has, that it's going to know better than I do which specific out of my 5 headlines to put in front of that person.
Robert is also asking, will Facebook automatically start choosing the one that's converting the best? Oh, more than that.
Absolutely. Right? In most instances, it's going to test up to a certain point in conversions. Usually it's at least 50 conversions in a week before it starts to bias towards one over the 5 that you have in this example. But it will test between all of them equally to start until it gets enough data for it to be confident that one is trumping the others. But yes,
so as a copywriter, let me expand on this just a little bit. So headline is the most critical thing, because as people are scrolling, this is not like direct mail days where you get an envelope and the headlines kind of think about the envelope back in the days in direct mail. People don't go on Facebook, and this is not Amazon. People go to Amazon looking to buy some stuff. People go on Facebook to check out what's going on with their friends and see, just what's happening, right? They're scrolling through the feed. So when they see an ad, when the ad is being shown in front of them, that is an interruption. They're not looking for that. You're interrupting them from whatever they're doing right there, right? So then your headline has to be so enticing and compelling and irresistible that it's like it stops the check, say, hey, stop, take a look at this, right? And they're still not in that buying mode. They're not looking to buy. They're not thinking about buying. So the headline, when we're creating, let's say a client hires you to write a number of Facebook ads. So one of the value add, write this down, the value add you could give them is, hey, I'm going to give you 5 Facebook ads, but on top of the 5 Facebook ads, I could also give you 5 headlines that you could test. Now, a headline, if you're using instant scripts, doesn't take you long to write now, does it? You give them 5 headlines, 5 ads, so they feel like, oh, I'm getting 5 ads, but really, I get 5 headlines, so 5 times 5, I get 25 ads, quote unquote, to test, right? Something that takes you very little time. Yes, 5 headlines for each ad, right? But then to them, it feels like, oh, I'm getting like multiply my value. Does that make sense? So understand that that's a big part of it, right? It's a little thing that you can do, but to the client, it's very high perceived value, okay?
Yeah, very true. It's one of the coolest features is that ability to dynamically serve what a tool with 52,000 data points on the user you're targeting is going to think, hey, that makes sense for me, and I'm going to convert on that. So let's dive into how to actually develop a headline, okay? So questions to ask when you're in the phase of developing a headline, okay? For starters, what is the mass desire that creates this market? You're going to hear me talk about that a few times. I'll give you an example and a few different headlines. But mass desire is, let's say I'm targeting, just in this previous example here, I'm targeting personal trainers. Think about their situation right now, okay? They're stuck. Gyms are closed. Like I live down here in Miami Beach. They just opened up gyms for about 2 weeks, and then they shut them down again because our cases are spiking like crazy down here. But imagine you're a personal trainer. You're reliant to go to a gym to get clients that you can train. Okay, most people don't have at-home gyms, and you might not want to travel around as a personal trainer. So your entire world just got flipped upside down. What are you going to do? First headline, how to become an online personal trainer. That might appeal to you. So the desire of the market, okay? There's individual desires that a small percentage might hold. When you're sitting there and you're considering, what can I type that is a few short words that's going to capture the largest desire out of the people I'm targeting? That's what mass desire is. Meaning if there's a few individual ones that like 5% of trainers might think, or 10% might think, that's not the mass desire. Okay, the mass desire is more than half would agree that it's a good time to learn how to train people stuck at home. You see? So the mass desire is an important first step. This goes for any industry. There's always a mass desire. there's always something that people want that you're attempting to target. That's the very first thing we got to get clear on. Because if we don't know what people want, how are we going to know what to type? We're not. Second thing, okay, how much do these people know about the way your product satisfies this desire? And that's called their state of awareness. Okay, so this second point, let's use the example that you're selling cars. Okay, well, how much do people already know about the way that a car satisfies the ability to, drive to and from work, or drive to and from restaurants, or to be able to pick up their kids from school? People are already aware that cars exist, what they do, what some of the upsides and downsides of having a car is. You could say that the state of awareness is pretty high if you're selling cars. Okay, but let's say, you're dealing with an industry, like as an example, down here, I see a lot of exotic cars. There's the Lamborghinis, the Bentleys, the Ferraris, a bunch of exotic stuff. And there's people who will come to you to wash your car. And there's different types of ways that people wash cars. Most people would think in terms of water and soap and, using a hose or like a high pressure washer, or some people think of hand washing cars, like gently tossing water and soap onto the vehicle and literally rinsing it and washing it with the hand. Some people think car washes are going into a gas station that just has one of those automated machines that dogs and kids love, Other people might not have heard of this kind. It's called steam car washing, which is a new kind of car wash. It's a little better on the long-term, health of your paint on the vehicle. And, overall it looks better. There's less dry marks, where if you wipe water and you don't get it all off, kind of leaves a little mark on the car, kind of like raindrops do. Well, steam washing doesn't do any of that. It does a really good job at getting everything off super clean and spotless after it's done. How many people know about steam car washes who own vehicles? Probably not a lot. Sure, there's probably a few people, but there's the state of awareness of people who own cars that are looking for a car wash. Long story short, they might not have a lot of awareness about steam car washes. So therefore, if that's the case, I might have to do a better job as a copywriter taking an education angle in my copy. So I can educate my buyer to awareness on how my product satisfies their desire for a clean car. Whereas other times, I might just have a standard run-of-the-mill car wash. Nothing special. Just come and get your car wash. We'll throw water and soap on it. We'll wash it off with our hands. There's already people that know, once again, about that basic kind of car wash. You're not going to have to do as much education. You can write shorter form copy and people will know what you're talking about. Okay, third thing. So how many other products have been presented to them before yours? So this is the state of sophistication, which is a very important bullet point to understand here, and I'll elaborate on this. So if you're in a hyper-competitive market, like let's say, I think that what's currently going on with the college education is a great example. I just saw an article earlier today that said Harvard was going to charge $50,000 a semester for Zoom classes. So you no longer get the benefit of being able to go like to Harvard's campus, which is a big benefit of paying $50,000 a semester. You can meet some serious people at Harvard. That's where Mark Zuckerberg started off as an example. And he met the Winklevoss brothers, who now own Coinbase. All three of these people I just mentioned are billionaires. They all met at Harvard. They collaborated on projects together. There's definitely a lot of benefit you could say comes from being on the campus of Harvard, but they're still going to charge full tuition for Zoom classes. So if you're in the market for a college education, which I wouldn't encourage, you now have a lot of options because they're all going to be doing Zoom classes. So how many colleges are going to be marketing Zoom classes for, let's say, at least the fall 2020 semester and the spring 2021 semester? A full year of just Zoom classes. There's going to be a lot of people that are marketing that opportunity. So you now get to look in the market and say, okay, well, if hundreds of colleges are going to be marketing that at one time, that's a pretty competitive state where a lot of different people are going to be marketing at once. You got to have a higher level of sophistication than other advertisers. As a copywriter, you got to be able to present your process to outcompete other people simply making claims. Hey, we'll give you a college education. That's not going to cut it in a hyper-competitive market. You've got to describe your process to make yourself appeal to the market that you are attempting to convert customers from. So when you enter markets that don't have a lot of sophistication, let me give you an example from one of our clients. I help a guy who his target audience is businessmen struggling with alcohol. Okay. And he used to be problematic with that. He drank all the time. He had made $1 million a month with one of his previous businesses, and he drove it straight into the ground from having a drinking problem. He was really a mess, and he bounced back from it. And, you know, he looked at all the solutions he attempted to use along the way. He went to rehab, you know, he went to Alcoholics Anonymous, AA, and he struggled to recover. You know, he found that there was actually a really low recovery rate through those channels. You know, like AA had like 12% of a success rate. You know, rehab centers had a really low success rate in the teens as well. So he went out of his way and he created an entire program. He calls it I Am a Comeback. And it targets businessmen struggling with alcohol who don't want to go to AA and only have a 12% chance of recovering, who don't want to go to rehab. You know, it's too public and it takes them away from their business. They want a way without going to rehab at a high rate of success to be able to solve this problem. There are not a lot of companies or solutions that are targeting businessmen struggling with alcohol with the type of multi-week recovery program that my client has. So there's a very low level of sophistication, meaning people just haven't heard that claim before. When that's all sophistication means. Have they heard the claim a lot, or have they not heard a claim like that at all? And when they haven't heard the claim at all, you get a real strong benefit as the copywriter. You can write shorter, more direct copy, just making the claim. Literally just saying, if you're a businessman struggling with alcohol and you don't want to go to rehab, we have a solution for you. Click here. That's the kind of copy that works extremely well for that specific client I just described. If I'm in a market where there's a hyper-competitive industry, think of automobiles, you know, think of cars, think of motorcycles. They all got to outdo one another because regular people have heard dozens and dozens and dozens of pitches in a month for different cars they can buy, you know? So long story short, these 3 questions are fundamental to ask yourself to just get yourself thinking in the right direction once again. What is the mass desire that this market has? Not one of the little individual desires, that's the minority. What is the majority? What's the mass desire? What do all these people really want?
So I see, good. So I see a couple of questions here. So first of all, there are 2 types of demands, right? There's what I call existing demand. That means that people already know that they want this. Just like, let's say you're selling coffee. Coffee drinkers, you only need to convince them why they want coffee because they drink coffee. Then you have what I call created demand, means that people are not thinking about that. You need to actually create the desire that they want to buy this, okay? So 2 different things. So we're talking about demand, we're talking about awareness and the level of sophistication in the marketplace. The question you have is, well, Sifu, how do I know which one, what's the marketplace? What's the state of awareness? That's what we talked about last time. That has to do with your research. If you've done your research, if you would know, right? If you understand the marketplace, that's copywriter. That's what we need to figure out. Can you see also why it has the words, the words are secondary. What you say, because if you say this is compelling, this is the headline, but you're talking to them like in the wrong time, wrong kind of timing or awareness, you're not going to sell anything.
True.
And this is like I know it's already, how many of you are already overwhelmed? You don't quite get this yet, right? Like this, it's basic fundamental principle in HIC. Knowing the marketplace, understanding the sophistication, understanding what they're going through, understanding their awareness, right? Do I need to educate them why they need it? Or they already know that they need it? I just need to educate them why we are different. Or they're already buying it, but they are just choosing who they should buy from. Or is it the market is so saturated, there's so much noise, I need a unique mechanism to break through that noise. That this is completely different. That's what I call creating a category. I won't go into all that, but just knowing that this is different things. This is why I said being a copywriter teaches you how to think. How many of you think like other business owners understand what we're talking about, the concept we're talking about? They just, oh, I've got this widget. I've got this thing I want to sell. They don't know nothing about the marketplace. They don't know nothing about their customers. They don't know nothing about their awareness. They don't know about the right message, the right copy. And definitely they don't know how Facebook fucking works. They're saying, I don't like Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, you know. That's what the fuck, right? It is. Keep
That's
going,
very
please.
true. Well, I hope that look, I understand that to start it off with this might seem like a lot, but you gotta boil it down to these 3 questions. Okay. This is just fundamental, simple ways to get yourself thinking. And this helps as an example when you're on a client call and you're getting prepared to write copy. You need to ask these questions. You need to speak with your client because they've been running these businesses. You got to ask them things like, hey, what are people most interested in solving in this market? Like what do people really care about? Why do people buy your stuff? Have you ever done a customer survey campaign? Just ask them why they bought. But you've also got to do a good job at some market research here to be able to dive in and just try to find conversations people are having around different products, especially for products that are already more known. And then your copy will change with the second bullet point. It's very relative to understand, how educated are these people? As I used in the steam car wash example, if I just said, hey, get a steam car wash, most people would have no idea what I'm talking about. So if I just said that and I try to be short and direct, it just wouldn't work. So when you ask how educated these people are, that's how you look at the second question. Once again, a state of awareness equals how educated are they? That dictates what kind of copy you're going to write. Third thing, once again, how many different people have already pitched these people you're pitching? That's also going to dictate how you write your copy here. Are there any questions on that one before I move on?
Let's see. I saw one question above. Let me just go back a little bit. Let me just go back. It was early on about the variation of the ads, right? How would that affect the cost of the click-through rate?
Yeah, good question. So, when you're targeting markets that, as an example, with the alcohol solution that I mentioned, there's a low sophistication in the market, just meaning there's just not a lot of other companies that are targeting that kind of demographic. For this type of problem we have, businessmen get targeted all the time. Businesswomen get targeted all the time. That's definitely a lucrative demographic to tap because people are getting B2B contracts from those people. They're selling softwares to them, consulting deals. So although nobody else is pitching what we're pitching, there's still people targeting that audience. So audiences that are more valuable will usually cost a little more to target is a simple way to kind of think with that. Audiences that are bigger, like that have multiple millions of people that you're targeting at once, you're going to always pay less to target a broader audience. When you're targeting a couple 100,000 people, you're going to spend a little more money on that, especially if that couple 100,000, as I'm describing now, are business people, who a lot of other people can make a lot of money from.
Yeah.
So it's just important to consider the audience size and then the actual value of the audience you're targeting. All right, cool. Let's roll into the next lesson. So
one question, someone asked if we have to have a separate account for advertising or if we can use our own personal account.
Yeah, you can. So what account you log into Facebook with, that's the best account to get access to clients' advertising accounts. So there's a very simple, if you just go on Google and you type in how to add someone to a Facebook ad account, there's a very simple step-by-step instruction from Facebook on how to do that. And you'll want them to invite you with the email that you log into Facebook with. That way you can log into your account. Facebook will trust you more as an advertiser since you've been on the platform for a while. If anything ever happens to that account, you of course can just always create a new account and just have people send access to the new one you've created. So it's really up to you. But I think it's best from a trust perspective to use your existing account for sure.
Good. No question.
Right, cool. All right. So there's 3 main steps in developing a headline. And, we just talked about these here, but I want to go over in a little detailed way how you can, kind of turn these into the headline itself. So you want to name the desire and or its solution in the headline. And we're going to look at examples of these. Okay. But just to start, we're going to name the desire. So as an example, with the personal trainer one, I said how to become an online personal trainer. That's as a perfect example of literally naming the desire and the solution in one headline. How to train people stuck at home. It's exactly what a personal trainer is thinking right now in their head. It names the desire and the solution. in the headline, or just one or the other. And then another good option here is to prove that the solution can be accomplished in the headline. And there's some good examples we're going to dive into on that. But you could say something like, learn how 3,722 personal trainers took their business online. That'd be a good example of the solution already working. If I was using the Steam car wash as an example, learn why supercar owners trust the Steam car wash more. So like you want to prove, you can use different versions of social proof and credibility and authority. Learn why Apple trusts these consultants with marketing advice, you know? Simple ways to prove this solution can be accomplished. Okay. And like I just mentioned, we're going to look at some examples of these three principles that we went over, the fundamentals in a headline. So let's get started with example 1. So I was telling you guys about the alcohol client who targets businessmen who don't want to go to rehab, who want to stop struggling with alcohol. So those three things, okay, for starters, here's the headline: how businessmen can stop struggling with alcohol without going to rehab. I have the mass desire, which is they want to stop struggling with alcohol. Simple mass desire, definitely more than 50% of that demographic who is struggling with alcohol wants to stop. Businessmen have only seen rehab centers in AA. So I went into that a little bit, but that's the market sophistication. Meaning, you know, Alcoholics Anonymous, they're not running ads. There's a few rehab centers who might run ads, but you want to consider how many other people are targeting the same demographic with your pitch, with your hook you're using. And then the last part here, it satisfies the desire. If you had a problem with alcohol, which most of you don't, I'm sure, but nonetheless, imagine, would you want to go to rehab and just stop your entire life for, you know, a few weeks and just go through therapy and, you know, meeting with other people struggling with the problem? Your friends or family will probably have to take you there. Probably not. You're probably going to want to deal with this in a discreet way, especially if you're a reputable businessman or a businesswoman. In this case, just targeting businessmen, of course, for this specific client. But nonetheless, they don't want to go to rehab. Not because they don't want to deal with the problem, but because it takes a different level of identifying with the problem to just give up your life to go to a rehab center. So a lot of these guys, they want to deal with it, but they don't want to go somewhere to deal with it. They want to deal with it in a discreet way. Such a simple headline: how businessmen can stop struggling with alcohol without going to rehab. Satisfies the mass desire, the sophistication, and the awareness.
Yeah, the best headline is usually the simplest. Now, how could you write a headline like this if you don't understand your marketplace? If you don't understand what they're going through, you don't understand what pains that they have. If you don't do your research, you haven't done your homework, could you communicate? Could you articulate? Right? So that's why the research is a big part of it. So I'm always shocked when copywriters, just jump into writing. Writing about what? Do you know the marketplace? Right? Do you know what they're going through? Can you, in a few words, right? Because we don't have a lot of space, in a few words, captivate the attention of your potential prospect or your potential client, and just grab the attention and say, hey, we need to describe the problems better than they could describe them. And it's in this case, it's a little unusual way that, I never thought about that. Yeah, I've got this pain. I don't want to suffer from this anymore, right? And then now they want to learn a little bit more. You stop them, and then from there, you introduce them to the next thing, which is the next, have them read the first sentence of your ad, right?
It's true. So with this in mind, as an example here, we're going to assign you some assignments here at the very end, but I want you to remember this, okay? If you can, take a screenshot of this. Write this down. Once again, these three things are fundamentals. Fundamentals mean they're the underlying thing that's going to keep coming up again and again and again and again. They're very important to understand. mass desire, sophistication, and awareness. Okay. Now let's move on. So there's 5 rules for writing great headlines that I follow. First and foremost, you want to try to get self-interest into every headline that you write. Self-interest, one of the biggest motivating drivers of human behavior. Even for people who are empathetical, the pearls, as Dan calls them, still, everybody has self-interest at the end of the day. It's how you survive. We'll look at some examples of that. You want to make your headline suggest to the readers that there is something that they want. What you have, or the company that you're representing, what they have is what the person that you're targeting wants. Remember, with 52,000 data points, it's hard to say as an excuse that what they want isn't targetable. So you can directly interject that into a headline. You're going to get best results that way.
Jimmy, can you share some examples of when we talk about different data points? What are some of the things that today, if someone was to go on Facebook, they want to advertise in front of to a certain audience, what are some of the things that we could target, just to give my students an idea?
Yeah, there's so many. So, out of 52,000 different data points, it's broke down into 3 main categories. And of course, you always have geographic locations. Like, you can narrow things down to a specific zip code, a specific certain mile radius, age, gender are the basics. You have demographic traits. So, what industries people work in, relationship statuses, life events that are coming up, just things that are fundamental, once again, to what you'd find on like census data or what you'd find on like a driver's license. More things that people can't change about themselves: height, shoe sizes. Once again, like attributes known as demographics. You have interest traits, and this is where a majority of the targeting comes in. Mm-hmm. Interests. I mean, you could literally name anything from magazines to topics.
Walk them through, giving them a concrete example. If I want to target a certain audience, how specific I could get?
Yeah, so let me give you a good story. So in 2017, I had a guy who he was working with Gary Vaynerchuk. He was paying Gary V $25,000 a month, and Gary was just creating content for him. His name was Eric. He runs a franchise, and every franchise that he sells is $1.2 million in worth to him. And I reached out to him and I asked him, I was like, hey, Eric, are you getting franchise deals online, or like you just, networking with these people? And he said he's never gotten a franchise deal online before. So I pitched him on a pretty ludicrous idea that he didn't believe in, but he allowed me to test. I told him, I said, Eric, I'm confident that I can target people who are actively interested in franchises, who would financially qualify, and then I can get them interested to come to your discovery day, which is where he had a twice a year event at Disney, where he rented there's like a business conference center inside of Disney theme parks that you can rent out. And he'd have all these people interested in getting franchises from him come to this. And, he'd present, this guy's worth a couple $100 million. So long story short, when he gets people in a room, he's a great salesperson, and he'll sell them on the franchise. But he thankfully, he was open for the opportunity. He fired Gary Vaynerchuk, and he replaced that revenue, gave it to us, and he let me do my thing. So some targeting options I used to get people who are interested in franchises. I started with demographic traits. There's financial information that banks pass over to Facebook in real time. So I targeted people who had actively $500,000 or more in cash flow coming to them in a year, who had a net worth of more than $3 million, who also had liquid assets, which means cash, of more than $1 million. And with those 3 different financial targeting options, I did what's called a narrow audience tool, which means they also have to meet this. I targeted people who are actively interested in franchises or being franchise owners, which were also 2 different interest traits that were available for me to target. So the first set of characteristics, the financial data, those were demographic traits. The second set of data, those were interest traits that I said, okay, they have to meet both of these. And then I tried a few other options just as like A/B tests. Like, in addition to those 2 things, I would target existing small business owners or people also interested in like real estate investing or investments or, different forms of wealth management. So I knew that they'd want to turn money into more money. And those targeting options enabled me to get him 9 leads, 2 of which closed on a $1.2 million franchise. that was paid out to him. So he made he made $2.4 million, and he spent 25 grand on us, and he spent about 12 grand in ads to be able to do that. But it's just one example of the many that.
Well, it's not that great of a return. You get by with that. It's not that good.
No, but it's a good example of like how specific you can get. So
I think I would rather just put the money in the bank. I think 2% a year is better. I don't know about this. But seriously, can you see that the power of targeting the interest? Also, maybe quickly talk about, it's kind of a little bit sidetracked, but I think it's a pretty important thing for my student to know. Talk about lookalike audience.
Yeah, so lookalike audiences are pretty sweet. So Facebook has a feature where you can upload, let's say you work with a client, and let's say that client has 500 customers that have bought from them in the past. People that you could ask that business owner, say, hey, do you want to find more people like this? And if they say yes, all you need is an Excel list, just a simple sheet in Excel that you turn into a good old CSV file, and you upload it to Facebook. So you take those 500 customers they have, you give it to Facebook, and you select a country. So let's use the US as an example. There's about just shy of 330 million people in the US. And Facebook will find 1% of the population of the country you selected that are the most similar to the list that you uploaded. So if I upload 500 customers and I tell Facebook, find me 1% of the United States population that is most similar to these 500 people. Keep in mind, Facebook has 52,000 data points. So what they do is they take that data that you uploaded, they find those users, they analyze the 52,000 data points, and they find 1% of the country's population that you've selected that has the most similar data points to that original audience you've uploaded. Some of the most powerful results that you're going to generate from cold audiences will come from lookalike audience targeting. Really
put in
cool
the chat, is this powerful to know? The capability. Now imagine, as a copywriter, that's why I believe there are, I believe there are 4, write this down. How many? 4 core high income skills. There are 4. There's copywriting, there's closing, there's public speaking, and there's marketing. Those my core 4, right? On top of that, think about a circle, kind of like 4 in the middle. Digital marketing is a branch, is a subcategory of that. When you combine copywriting with marketing, with digital knowledge, what you're learning tonight, now you have adding on that skill. Can you see, this is why Sifu talks about stacking on your skill, right? If I want to combine public speaking and closing, boom, what do I have? I have platform closing skill. This is what I'm talking about. So when people are learning all kinds of shit and there's no clear purpose, they have shiny object syndrome. When you learn with intent, write this down. Learn with intent, that you are intentionally stacking on your skills. So you're not learning how to mow the lawn and then you learn how to do plumbing. Like that, what? It doesn't know. All these skills you could stack on and create different combination of them. Example, if I have marketing knowledge, right? Combine that with closing knowledge, boom, guess what do I have? Now I have consulting skill. Right? You see how that works? Right? So you're combining them. Now you have, let's say 1 + 1, now you have a third one that you can offer to the marketplace. So don't think so linear of, I learned this, I need to focus. Yes, you need to learn this. Of course, you need to focus. But your goal should to have strengthen, develop core skills, right? And then you can kind of play with them and combine. It's not so linear. It's not always linear. You could go different directions. So if you think about, if you want to add on where you're learning copyright, think of just when you're, let's say someone hires you to run Facebook ads. You can't because you don't know. You could write copy for them, but how much more money you could charge if you could also run Facebook ads for them?
A lot more.
Just think about it. If you can write ads and you can actually run the traffic. Why agency? Why pay Jeremy big bucks? Why spend so much money? It's because from copy to revenue, there's still a gap, because that message needs to be put in front of the right thing. It needs to be put in front of the right thing, right? And it is, let me tell you this, it is a complicated subject. This is not easy. This is sophistication. This is marketing. This is media buy. This is, you understand offer. You understand, you have a very deep understanding of a lot of little things, right? So copy is the foundation, but adding this, that combining, it's like two power combined together. You got like a superpower. And this is ultra high income skill, right? Ultra high income skill. So if that makes sense, put in the chat. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, and I mean, look, guys, I believe you're smart, and you know, I know I'm going high level here on a lot of this stuff for you, but I believe it'll land with you well. I believe in you guys to be able to retain this information and be able to apply it into what you do. So, you know, excuse me for getting advanced with you guys here, but to reiterate this point for this specific slide that we got in front of us here, self-interest into every headline you write. You'd be surprised of how well this specific fundamental works. You know, it almost just seems obvious. But this rule's violated all the time. I see headlines. I love ads. You know, I actually have a little Chrome extension that allows me to flick a toggle and go into Facebook and only see ads. That's how much I like ads. And I see this rule violated all the time. So let's look at some examples of what self-interest looks like in headlines. We'll look at a simple one. So one of my clients, a guy named Garrett J. White, and he also he targets an affluent man with a family who's also a business person. He's recently opened it up to women as well, but this is an example for one of the male targeted ads. So look at the headline here, okay? Once again, we're targeting married businessmen with kids who want to improve not just one area, but all areas of their life. You know, they want to improve their family. They want to improve their finances. They want to improve the quality of their business, the quality of the relationships they have with their children. You know, they want to leave a legacy. They want literally just a well-rounded 360, everything is awesome. Okay. So what a simple headline to write. Revolutionize your business, marriage, and family. Easily, in a few words, articulates the 360 perspective, and it appeals directly to what I'm trying to teach you here, which is self-interest. Okay. This is targeted towards self. Okay. This headline does not talk about the wife's perspective, the kid's perspective, the employee's perspective. Talks about the perspective of self. That's how you know you're doing self-interest in your headline properly, is if you read it and it appeals to the individual for their individual motives. Okay. So to continue with the 5 rules of great headlines, if you have news such as a new product, a new feature, you know, a new use for an old product, you know, you want to be sure to get that news into your headline. This is actually a really good principle, and one of my most commonly used ones. Let's use real estate and vacuums as an example here. So and I want to make this super simple for you so you have the ability to really take this away. So there are 3 different examples here of headlines, okay? So keep in mind, we're looking for news. So real estate agents are redefining how they show homes. Okay, there's nothing there like, hey, look at this brand new software that just came out. You know, you could pair this. Like I've seen some cool things that real estate agents are using now, where they create these cool like 3D rendered models of the homes or of the apartments or penthouses that they're showing people, and it allows you to do like a 360 tour and see everything from like a bird's eye view. I don't need to talk about the software. People have no idea what I'm talking about if I talk about what the name of that is. But I need to appeal to real estate agents, so I say real estate agents are redefining how they show homes. It appeals to the idea that there's something new that just came out, or that there's a new way to do something. The second one here, real estate agents are using MLS in a newly discovered way to get more deals. Now, for everybody who's not a real estate agent, the MLS system is something that real estate agents use in order to access all the active properties that are available for rent or purchase. It gives real estate agents a specific access, like a password and a username to this database that only agents have access to who are licensed, to be able to see all the different details and contact information of homeowners, sellers, agents representing sellers, things like this. So real estate agents are using MLS in a newly discovered way to get more deals. Now, same thing. This could be to sell software. This could be to sell just a process or a course even. Is a great example, once again, of targeting something specific that real estate agents would understand, and they'd look at it like, okay, this is news. This is a new product or a new way to use something I'm already aware of. And then the third thing here, vacuum cleaners. I love this one. The vacuum cleaner redefined. This new feature is a game changer. I love that. So, Dyson did a really good job. The company Dyson, they have, some Apple designers that came over and decided to design vacuums with them. And, they really did redefine how vacuums look and, in some cases how they work. Nonetheless, what a perfect headline for a company like Dyson, or just any company that has, a slightly modified vacuum cleaner. It announces it as news. So once again, to the user who's reading this, they say to themselves, like what could have been improved about vacuums? It says it's a game changer. I wonder what it is. Provokes curiosity while announcing it as a new feature, something that's newsworthy.
Yes, and sometimes, so amateur copywriters, they would always make promises of, we are better. We are better. Better quality, better service, we are better. Well, better is not a very powerful concept. The reason better is not a very powerful concept because, first of all, people don't believe it. And you can't define it. What do you mean you're better? How? In what way? So from the prospect's perspective, it's, I don't know, new, okay. In what way? That's good. See, now we've captivated their attention. In what way? And here's the key, because you may be thinking, well, but Sifu, what if this is not new? Sometimes it doesn't have to be new. Write this down. It could be a new feature, not the product is new, a new feature of the product. It could be a new positioning for the product. Means the product has not changed. It's just a different way of positioning the product. It could be a new payment plan for the product, right? Sometimes it could be an upgrade for the product, right? Sometimes a new feat, like new little things. Sometimes Disney does a beautiful job, right? Disney has a vault, right? Which they would take it from the, let's say, certain cartoon animation, right? They would take it and then say, hey, here's a limited time. We're making available. It's not new. This is from so many years ago, right? But it's only they combine new with what? Scarcity. Limited time, then it goes back to the vault, right? Buy this right now, right? Remaster. That's right. Not new. Remaster. What does remaster mean? It means it's the same shit, just more clear. That's what it means, right? When it's a game, remaster, it means it's the same shit, but hopefully the higher resolution, right?
That's true.
So understand that people are like, oh, that's new. That's a different thing. How many of you ever done this? You buy something again, right? Because it's remaster, it's whatever edition, you buy it just again. Maybe it could be a book, right? I remember back then the DVD, right? You buy the same, it's a limited different cover, different box, right? Yeah, it's the same stuff. So people like to know, it's new. I'll buy. I don't even know how many different versions of, like, say, Think and Grow Rich I have. Probably 10. Right? Like
Such a good example.
It's like isn't it the same shit? Like, here's a different cover, hardcover, soft cover, whatever edition, whatever. And I got like 10 of these. It's the same thing, right? But people like that. The Art of War I have, again, is like a gazillion version of this, right? It's the same thing. Like, how many different books could you have? So new is a very powerful thing because new hooks the mind of, oh, there's something. Why do people watch news? There's not a lot of useful, worthy information on the news, but people want to, oh, I don't want to miss something. I want to know what is going on in the world. Right? I want to like what if my friend asked me about, do you know about this and this? I don't know. I didn't watch the news. Right? What's new? People want to know. Right? So we defining, revolutionize. Right? Oh, okay. Well, that sounds big. Right? So not everything has to be like an iPhone introduction from Steve Jobs saying that revolutionary. That is truly revolutionary. Okay. If I'm selling wine, right? You can say new. It could be just you change the bottle, right? Hey, or soda. You just now offer a mini version, smaller, new. Same shit. New, right? Bigger, smaller, different terms, right? Different color. So you got to think about it. Does that make sense?
Nice.
Good.
Yeah, and the reason I like this vacuum cleaner redefined, this new feature is a game changer. I mean, watch how easy it is to use this specific headline as a swipe file. Okay, so just swap out the word vacuum cleaner for anything. The iPhone redefined. This new feature is a game changer. The keyboard redefined. This new feature is a game changer. Like literally just any product.
I love the Dyson example because I have two Dysons here, right? This is a good example. Okay, so Dyson, of course, brilliant. Like the way they do the marketing, like selling overpriced vacuum cleaner. I love it. It's beautiful, right? They have a vacuum cleaner which has like a ball. Have you seen that, Jeremy? Like the ball, right? Like it's like a little soccer ball that you can roll around, right? So here's what's very interesting. Jenny and I, we saw the ad, right, on TV about this ball, like how roll around and you can go to places that a typical vacuum cleaner can vacuum, right? That's the hook, and it's like got this slick design because every other vacuum cleaner has just the wheels, right? You go linear back and forth. It's not very, very good, right? You got this, look at how sleek, how smooth it's like rolling and, curve, and it's so good, right? Okay, so anyway, we got hooked. We got this damn fucking vacuum cleaner. Here's the thing. The fucking thing is heavy as fuck. Okay, it's way heavier than a typical thing. So you get tired, right? Second thing is, it doesn't go under the bed. Because the ball, you can't go under the damn fucking thing. It's less convenient. It's heavier, it's less convenient. Now, does it have more suction?
Game changer.
Yeah, perhaps, but for sure, the damn ball looks good though, right? So then guess what? We got that little ball thing. We put it away. We got another freaking Dyson thing that doesn't have the ball that could actually go underneath the bed. That has a bunch of gadgets that you can, vacuum out of things, right? But the ball thing looks cool. It makes sense. But then what I realized is actually most vacuum cleaners, you can go curve. You can make turns. It's not linear. This is not the old days, right? So it's like, then our cleaner actually doesn't use Dyson. He uses other thing that can go around and all of that stuff. So I bought Dyson fucking twice. Actually, no, twice for the big thing. And then we got two mini thing. It's long one, the mini one. Anyway, Dyson made a lot of fucking money from me, right? But it's cool. It's like, look at this thing. Look at the suction. Oh, one more thing. Talking about the suction thing, it doesn't use bags and shit, right? Most vacuum cleaners, you got to use a bag and then you got to throw it away, right? But Dyson doesn't do that. But what they don't fucking tell you is every single time you try to empty that fucking thing, the dust goes everywhere. You try to empty that thing, dust goes everywhere, right? You got allergy and stuff, you're dead. It's easy to go into the trash. Yeah, right? But what if you got hair, you got different kind of stuff on it, you open it up, it's everywhere. It's not that good, right? Well, but the company's worth, I think it's $1 billion in revenue, some crazy numbers. Because it looks different and new from everything else, right? And he's got a phenomenal story, right? Engineer, like all of that, the whole thing, it's great marketing. Is it a better vacuum cleaner? Personally, I really don't think so, right? And I've got Dyson hair dryer. I've got Dyson. You see, I don't know why I keep buying this shit.
Fans.
It's because it's new. I got the fan. Oh, don't even get me started on the fan. Fucking, it's not even cool. But it looks cool, but it's not cool. Right? You know what I mean? This is not cool. And it's way more expensive than everything else. It's way more expensive than everything else, right? So understand, it's marketing is fun. Marketing is very, very fun.
Yeah, it's true. All right, so looking at this third headline, one thing I want to point out that kind of carries into this third rule of writing great headlines is it doesn't just talk about like a new feature, it provokes curiosity as well. So with headlines, you'll notice a lot of the examples that I'm going to give you, they appeal to multiple rules out of these 5 at one time in combination. Okay, so for you to understand this, this is the perfect rule once again. You want to avoid headlines that merely provoke just curiosity. Okay, so curiosity is a very powerful bias that you can use, just as we saw in the example of what Jan just talked about with buying 2 different Dyson vacuum cleaners, a bunch of different Dyson products. They do a great job with their marketing. So when you look at companies that only try to leverage curiosity, those ones usually die pretty quick. They're like little firecrackers. The ones that tie curiosity together with news or self-interest or some of these other rules that we're going to talk about, those are the powerful headlines. Those are the powerful ads that carry for a long time and avoid ad fatigue. So let's look at a few specific examples of being able to leverage.
Jeremy, can you also quickly, what does ad fatigue mean?
Good question.
Yes.
So when you have an ad that you launch, it can fatigue, meaning that it can get like plateaued in terms of results that it's able to generate for you, and it actually starts to decline in terms of results that it's bringing into the business. And that's where you have, as an example, if you're spending a lot of money, like let's take a client that spends just a low amount, like $1,000 a week. They'll have ads that might fatigue every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks we might have certain ads that just kind of plateau and then start to slowly die. Other clients that we have that spend a ton of money, like let's say they spend $50,000 in a week or $500,000 in a week. Those kind of clients, we have to produce ads sometimes even multiple times a day or every other day or every 3 days. So the more that you spend, the faster your ads can fatigue for the ones that become losers and just kind of plateau and start to decline. You can have winners that carry through for months. Sometimes ads just carry through for a long time, but a majority of your creatives, I'd confidently say more than 80% of your creatives are going to plateau and then die. So it's up to you to be able to match that frequency of when you need to get new creatives in and tested so you avoid ads fatiguing. Yeah,
So
very good to know.
A quick quiz here. If your client spending money on Facebook ads and they're getting the ad fatigue, is that good for you or is it bad for you as a copywriter? Why is it good for you? Tell me. Put in the comment. Why is it good for you? That's right. More gigs, more money. They're gonna hire you more. In fact, you can probably could you pre-sell them knowing that they're gonna run different ads? Right.
That's very important expectation to set with your clients. Okay. This isn't some made up shit just to enable you to sell more. This is truth. Okay. Ads fatigue. So you need to set that expectation with your client and let them know, hey, we're not going to do a one and done set of copy for you. Ask them how much you're intending on spending in that month or in that week, and break down for them how frequently you're going to need to write creatives to be able to match that pace so they avoid ads fatiguing.
Question, is it because a Facebook algorithm or is it because the quality of the copy that creates that ad fatigue?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, it's more about, remember, Facebook's always going to try to go after the people who are most probable to convert. So if we're putting ads in front of people and let's say we're targeting 1 million people just to keep it simple, and it thinks that 10,000 people are likely to convert. Well, once it's shown that set of ads that you're putting in front of them to that 10,000 people out of the million that are likely to convert a few times, and it still hasn't gotten enough results for it to want to continue using those ads, it's going to indicate to you that it's time to swap them out by plateauing the results and then getting less and less results for more cost per result that you get. So when you look at the data, that's how Facebook communicates with us. If we have an ad running and we just see it start to get limited reach or higher cost per result or less results or all of that in combination, that's how we can tell that an ad has fatigue and it's time to swap it out. Usually just happens from limited data or just from the ad being shown to your target audience too many times.
Okay, so a few more questions. Good question, by the way. What is the average lifespan of an ad?
Depends on the target audience size. So if you're only targeting, let's use a good example of like you're targeting chiropractors. You know, there's only a couple 100,000, like 2 to 300,000 around the world that you could target. So if you limit yourself to just the U.S. or just the Canadian market, you know, you might only have like 80,000 or 120,000 people you could target. So if you show an ad to that limited audience, which I know might sound big, but it's actually really small in terms of Facebook targeting. 100,000, 200,000 people is really small. So you might get to show an ad to that audience, 4 times in a week, and then your ads would have fatigued after a week because that audience might not have converted at as rapid of a rate if you would have had better performing ads in front of them, as an example. So Facebook, once again, they indicate to you through the data, hey, this just isn't landing well with the people you're targeting. Time to swap it out. You might be targeting 1 million people, and you might have an ad that lasts for months because your client's only spending $100 a day. So they have millions of people they could target. They're spending such a small amount, $100 a day. There's just a long time that it's going to take to reach millions of people multiple times on that limited of a budget. So like you might have an ad that literally lasts for months and doesn't fatigue. So it's a pretty contextual
think about
question.
how big the reach is and how fast you're reaching them, right? Robert is asking, is it a good idea to recycle them every so often? Can we
That's
recycle
a really good
the
question.
ads?
Yeah. So that's actually a really good question. I am a firm believer in repeating successful actions. So as an example, if you have some winners that have been outperformed and you just kind of do a monthly audit on what all the best ads were that might now be turned off, I think it's a really good idea to just consolidate all those ads into a new campaign and relaunch them again to see how they perform. Especially if you're going to test new audiences, you can always look back at best performing ads in the past, and all that data is available there for you, and then you can redeploy it. That's for sure a great idea.
Here's a good question. It's a basic question, but still a good question. Does Facebook tell you when your ad needs to be swapped out? In other words, can we log into Facebook and see the data?
Yeah, so in the Facebook Ads Manager, they make all that data available to you, but just to be clear on your expectations here, there is no notification that says, hey, it's time to rotate these ads. They've fatigued. You have to be able to look at the data.
Yes, and interpret what that means.
Exactly, because Facebook doesn't have that. They don't have a notification for you that just says, hey, time to swap this out. It doesn't mean they won't in the future, but long story short, as I described, it's pretty simple to look at in the data, just with volume of results, cost of result, and the overall reach.
And you need to know. So now we're talking about, it's really data analysis, where,
absolutely.
And you're looking at what's the story of this. And it doesn't mean, by the way, oh, here's an ad that's losing money, let's cut it. That's a very, very wrong way of looking at this, because there are ad campaigns, perhaps, that a business owner, they would run, and they know they're going to lose money because it's a low ticket item. Example, it is a loss leader. A loss leader meaning they know they are losing money for every sale that they make, but it brings in a lot of customers, and the lifetime value of those customers is worth a lot. So it's not so black and white. You with me? It is not so black and white. And sometimes you want to spend $1 and get $2 back and $3 back, and that's nice, right? So now when you combine that with, that's why I always say, marketing, it's really applied psychology plus math. Write this down. Marketing is
so
applied psychology plus math. If you only know the psychology part, you don't know the math part, you will never be very, very good, because you are guessing. It's now you're like an artist. My gut instinct tells me, no. You don't want to be gut instinct. You want to be data driven. You want to make data driven decision. Doesn't matter what you like. I think it's a good ad. I spent 3 hours on it. No one gives a shit. Right? No one cares.
Just
Facebook saying your ad sucks because no one clicks on it, right? But on the other hand, he's I think I kind of put together half-ass 10-minute. Well, it's converting like crazy. That's okay, right? So that's why I see for so many times. Don't argue with the marketplace. You always lose.
It's a good quote.
Don't argue with the marketplace. The marketplace will always kick your ass. That's why I said don't get egotistical. A lot of copywriters, I've been writing copy for 10 years and I know my market. You don't know shit, right? Because think about, Jeremy, how many ads you run that
That's
you
so
think
true.
this is going to be a home run, man. I know this thing. So on average, percentage wise, what percentage you're right, what percentage you're wrong? Guessing, just like gut instinct. I think this ad would perform well.
Yeah, it happens all the time. There's actually a really good book called Thinking in Bets. I just approach ads like it's a 50-50.
Yes.
I have 50% upside of if it works, that's great. And if it doesn't, I got to be prepared for the downside of immediately writing new copy and redeploying it.
That's it. So like it's like basically we never know.
Yeah.
we have a kind of a good idea. Like, oh, I think this would work until we put it out there in the marketplace, put it in front of the right people. That doesn't mean anything. Jeremy, also want to share with my HIC student, because there's one interesting thing. There was a statistic you showed me a number of months ago. You were talking about there was at one point when you were like really we running my ads, right? That you talked about the content that, what was it, some percentage about in that category, everybody sees the Danlock brand. Like what some crazy, what was that again?
That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that
So
was pretty crazy.
when you were at peak levels of spend, there was a total. So this is up against every single possible company that's targeting for what Dan targets people for. He had 33% of literally tens of millions of people in an entire like 3-month span. He owned 33% of all of the traffic. So if somebody logged on Facebook, it means that they would see Dan 33% of the time out of all the possible content that could be shown to the person. So imagine 33% of your entire news feed is just Dan Lok. That was the case for literally tens of millions of people.
Yeah, it's insane. That was when you showed me the statistics, and you were laughing, and I was like, "What?" I was just WTF for me. Like, it's holy shit, right?
Yeah,
it was crazy. It was crazy. I think that was also the time where I, from a kind of personal experience perspective, that's when I found out. Example, where before I would go out, before the whole COVID-19, of course, it's, I might get recognized once, twice if I go out. That's when the peak, then you recognize 8, 9, 10 times when I go out, right?
Yeah, you would go walk in a city and you would
get bombarded. Remember, when we walked in city, like airport, you name it, waiting for a Uber, like it's crazy. That's when
Austin, Texas, and we walked like 3 blocks from a hotel to a restaurant. And you got pulled like 3 times.
Yeah. So it was like that, and that's very, very powerful. That's very powerful. Hey, Jerry, we've never done this before. Remember, you share with me, if let's say there's an event, right? Let's say there's an event I want to growth hack, right? And there's an event I know let's say a digital marketing event. If we want to, isn't there a way that I could actually target that area? People attending the events and say, walk us through that a little bit, because that's pretty.
It's called geofencing. So I'll give you a good example. A couple months ago, there was a Tony Robbins event down here in Miami, and he had American Airlines Arena, which is in downtown. Huge arena where the Miami Heat play, and people, big stars come in and they do their like tours there for concerts and comedy stuff and things like that. And Tony Robbins had it, and he sold out about half the arena. And, I knew there'd be tens of thousands of people in attendance there. So what I did, and this is actually something I did for most of my clients, is I targeted this arena specifically. It's called geofencing. So I made a little map in my geo-targeting area that I just essentially wanted to target this arena, where I knew, there'd be a ton of people who spent thousands of dollars to come to this Tony Robbins event, and that there'd be a very good audience there of people that would likely buy other products that I wanted to target them with. So there's tons of these examples where, you can cherry pick a specific event or, something happening where there's just a large group of people in person. And that enables you as a copywriter to have a lot of context, because you can actually say in your copy, like, what's happening that is happening. And you can link that to all these other things that we've been talking about relative to your headlines and your body copy. And, as an example, imagine you're at the Tony Robbins event and a headline comes across your news feed. People who love Tony Robbins are loving this guy's info. you know, or loving this guy's new book.
Mhm.
There's a lot of context that you get to leverage when you have those opportunities to get in front of large crowds, once again, that are meeting at events or concerts or, you know, anything you can imagine, even down to specific businesses, you know, like let's say you're working with a restaurant, and you're writing copy for them, and the restaurant owner tells you, you know, there's about 7 other restaurants in the city that people love. And if I could get their customers to my restaurant,
Mhm.
man, I know that those people would spend a lot of money, and those are the right kind of people. Well, you can actually target people while they're at those other restaurants with ads for the restaurant that you'd rather have them come to, with just pictures of food, you know, as an example. So there's a lot of different ways you could use geofencing, but
Yes.
yeah,
No,
definitely.
don't get too excited, because there's so much. There is so much. What we want to do is to give you a kind of an overview of some of the possibility. I mean, we can drill down. We can spend 7 weeks just on targeting, right? All the features. If I was to walk through, I would walk through just on targeting on Facebook, all the features, all of those. We can do 7 weeks on that, right? So like there's a lot. And we're not even talking about Instagram, Google. We're not talking about any of those things. YouTube, just Facebook alone. Just paid alone, not even organic. How organic like, you know, works with pay. Like we're not going into that. Okay. So for now, focus on the copywriting aspect, how this applies to you for like when you're a copywriter, right? So keep going, please.
Absolutely. Yeah. So let's take a look at some examples of leveraging news announcements plus self-interest. So we're not just left with, you know, merely provoking curiosity within our headlines. So in this example, I have a news announcement paired with curiosity. Okay. So I'll read the headline to you here. Moms are loving this newly released car seat for safety and features. Whew. So the curiosity here, what is something that's newly released about a car seat? You know, like what the heck are they talking about? The safety and features. Well, you know, yeah, I want to keep my kids safe, but like what's been newly released that makes them even safer? You know, what kind of features are they talking about? And then the news announcement part is that there's a newly released car seat. You see, simple. So this combination, moms are loving this newly released car seat for safety and features, is the perfect example of adding curiosity mixed in with one of these other rules of writing great headlines that we've learned so far. Remember, as just a golden rule, when you combine multiple of these great headline rules, you craft incredible headlines. Okay. Next rule. So you want to avoid, when possible, headlines that paint the gloomy or negative side of the picture. You know, you want to take the cheerful and the positive angle, which, you know, to be frank, you can test both of these. I bias towards the positive and cheerful side simply because Facebook did a huge study with a couple million users. You know, this is an example of one of those things that we get as an advantage of just spending a ton of money. We get access to all their tests. So it showed they had a news feed in front of a few million people that was just highly negative for 30 days. And they showed a news feed that was highly positive towards users for 30 days. And it showed the engagement levels between the differences, you know, how many times that these people would interact with ads and just the regular content that's getting posted in their news feed, what kind of comments they would say. And these millions of people that got shown, in a way, all negative content, you know, all angry and, you know, once again, negatively charged emotional content for a full 30-day window. You know, they got more political. They were just attacking everybody else's beliefs in comments. You know, there's more angry faces in the reaction emoji. There was also less overall usage on the negative angry side. On the positive angle, I mean, these people, they added more friends than the other group. They messaged people more frequently and had more intimate relationships with different users on the platform is what they found. You know, they were more probable to use the like or the love emoji or the new little care emoji that they just came out with for one of the reactions. And their comments that they'd leave on posts were just overall more positive and less argumentative. So when you're using your ads, well, you've got to understand what I just said is that Facebook likes people to stay on the platform. Okay. They like people to be there longer. Okay. And with that test of a few million people getting positive versus negative, they found that they like things positive. Okay. So this is a pro tip in your headline, to be clear. If you take the cheerful and positive angle, you're going to have a higher probability to get more reach and a better reaction to your ad that you put in front of them, because that's what Facebook is going to algorithmically bias towards. Okay.
Now say that one more time. This is powerful. Say that one more time.
Okay. So long story short, okay, after Facebook ran this big test, once again, millions of people getting negative content exclusively for 30 days versus, once again, the test of the positive content. After they do these tests, they make algorithmic decisions about these things. So that's the intention why they run these tests. And then when you as the advertiser, you get access to these tests, you get insight into what the algorithms prefer you to do. So in this specific test, and we've tested this again and again, and it works very well. Facebook's programmers, their engineers and developers, they programmed into the algorithm to lean and bias towards cheerful and positive content, and that includes ads. So if you as the copywriter choose to take the cheerful and positive angle, you have a higher probability of getting shown to more people you're targeting. You get less cost, and overall, you're playing into the experience that Facebook wants you to play into. So they then bias towards you getting more results than other advertisers who would potentially be taking the negative or gloomy angle in comparison. There's a huge advantage if you understand this.
It means higher click-through rate, lower ad costs, because simply Facebook wants people to kind of be happy and positive, and so they come back to the platform again and again.
Exactly.
Right? So knowing how the Facebook algorithm works, right? That's super machine.
Yeah, it's very important to understand, because then that, you pass on those positive results to your client. They get more likelihood of getting less cost per result, more results in terms of volume, and overall it's going to make more money for the client, which is going to make you more money at the end of the day, because that's how you're judged.
Can you see how like in the last just little bit we've given you, like Jeremy has given you like a lot of little distinctions, but very profound distinctions. Market sophistication, right? How the marketplace works, right? How Facebook works, the targeting that you can do. I told you, it's overwhelming. How many of you like? How many of you are mind blown? Put mind blown in the chat. Let's see. Mind blown. I see emoji. Mind blown. Mind blown. Yes. Please keep going.
All right, great. Yeah, so this, like I said, guys, this is some real pro shit you guys are learning. So yeah, let's look at some examples of that, okay? So what are some examples of positive headlines? One client we're working with right now, they're helping consultants become course creators, and this is a really interesting hook you can use. So an example of a negative, gloomy side of the headline is to say something like, consulting sucks. Learn to build a course so you can scale. Doesn't sound good to a consultant, They don't want to think that what they do sucks. Nobody would. And then they're not going to be very enthused to learn how to build a course so they can scale, because they just got told that their profession sucks. A great example would be how to scale your consulting business without investing more time on client work. That's an example of some of those previous rules that we just went over. It appeals to self-interest. There's curiosity there for what specific method would be used to be able to scale without investing more time on client work, because that's all a consultant knows.
Mm-hmm.
Is going from client to client, charging for hours, and they don't know how to scale without just hiring other consultants. So what's that way to do that?
I like this also. I like this headline, Jeremy, because this also speaks to the new consultant who doesn't have clients yet. The reason is, it's like there's a potential they could just skip the learning curve and not be tied down to the one-on-one immediately. They could scale. So the people who are already doing consulting for some time, the ones who are thinking of getting into it, oh, this is like a shortcut. Can you see how that's a shortcut? Oh, I can skip that. I don't want to make that mistake. And boom. So it feels like it speaks to one, but actually speaks to both market. So I like this headline. Great.
Nice. Yeah, and that rolls real smooth into our next rule here out of our 5 rules for writing great headlines, which is to try to suggest in your headline that there's a quick and easy way for the readers to get something that they want. So this is a different level of appealing to self-interest. It appeals to efficiency and effectiveness, which most humans desire, especially when they're hyper aware of it. And if we look at some examples of what quick and easy headlines, could look like, it's quite simple. A good template you can add to your swipe file here is this first one. Here's a quick way to solve a problem. As an example for Dan, it'd be a hyper specific niche headline, but here's a quick way to vacuum under the bed.
Yeah.
Here's a quick way to clean your house. Here's a quick way to learn faster. Here's a quick way to read faster. You could plug anything into the solve a problem category and sell essentially anything through this kind of headline template.
Mm-hmm. Which is
second one here,
which is also in Instant Scripts. It's the same type of headline.
Yeah.
You just fill in the blank.
It's in my Instant Scripts category in my headline.
That's right. Oh, by the way, in Instant Scripts, there's a Jeremy Haynes category. You don't know that now, do you? We create a category just for Jeremy.
Yeah, I added a bunch of goodies like this for you guys.
You
So
go
check out
under
the second one.
go under personality. There's a lot of Jeremy's templates. It's there.
Nice. Thank you for that, by the way.
Yeah.
So second one here, girls, ... Want quick curls?
Boom. So direct. I love it. No, I don't want quick curls. No, I don't want that at all.
One
Lisa
thing
said,
that,
sold.
my girlfriend has really long hair. Okay. She's a model, and one of her traits is she's has very long, beautiful hair.
Yeah.
And it's funny, she dreads when she has to go and brush her hair. I mean, it takes an hour sometimes just to brush really long hair, especially when it's thick.
Now, what's weird is how come the man said they're sold too? Even the man is sold.
And so you can understand like how to use these quick and easy. I mean, imagine once again for girls with long hair, like girls want to brush your hair faster, like boom, instantaneously for a problem like that. The quick and easy headline sounds great, especially for people that are spending large amounts of time doing something that they have to routinely do. My girlfriend has to comb her hair all the time. It's just something that's routinely happens a few times in a week. So imagine once again, if there was a product of some kind that comes in and helps solve that specific issue. The quick and easy hook is a very powerful hook. Once again, when you try to think in terms of, is my market experiencing something that they do repetitively for a long duration of time? And all people want to do it faster. That's why this is an incredible rule out of our 5.
Now, and this is a way, because I saw the question, if it is a negative message, right? It's a negative pain. How do you write copy headline that hooks people in, that tap into the pain without sounding negative? Well, that's how you do it. You're not saying that, are you suffering from blank, right? Are you struggling with this? You are positioning the solution. There's a imply solution of the problem, right? You see that?
So let's say someone's struggling with a heart problem. Okay.
Yep.
Maybe they have routine heart palpitations, or maybe they just had, an older crowd had a stent added in their heart, or they had some kind of procedure, or there's just a lot of people out there who just, they don't understand their heartbeat, and they have like a random strong pump, and they're like, oh man, am I going to die? Is my heart healthy or not? Imagine a headline like this, okay, without having to sound negative and drill into potential, medical claims and things like that. I could just have a headline like this: want a healthier heart? Boom. There's no downside about that. There's no drilling into the specific medical cause.
Yeah.
It's all upside, but I'm technically talking about something that, it's definitely, I imagine, interpreted as a downside of having an unhealthy heart.
Yeah.
I don't have to drill into all that
Yeah,
pain.
are you suffering from heart disease? Do you think you're gonna
die every few minutes?
Yeah, like what the fuck, right? You think you're gonna die in your sleep?
You don't gotta say that kind of stuff.
No. Want a healthy heart? Yes. Right. So that's what we're talking about. It's called finesse.
Yes, it's very
called
true.
Finesse.
And then this last one here is just another one of those template examples from you guys. Admit it. You really want X faster, and X can help. So whatever X is for the first X there, that would be whatever it is that, once again, the market desires. That'd be the place where you'd plug your mass desire. The second X would be whatever the product or service is that you're selling. So admit it. You really want X faster, and X can help. The first X, once again, mass desire. The second X is your product or service. Cool. So without further ado,
In fact, why don't we're almost 2 hours in. Why don't we take
we
a quick break? By the way, put in the chat if you're overwhelmed. Who's getting tremendous value? Put in the chat. Say tremendous value. Overwhelmed, tremendous value. You know what's really amazing? We are like maybe 25% into what we're going to teach you tonight. We're just scratching the first surface. We're just getting started. We haven't even started yet.
That's actually really true.
Yeah, we are like 25% in. I told you, right? It's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be crazy, right? It's 2 hours gone by just like this. So quickly, let's do a 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute break. Stretch, grab a drink, and we will be right back.
See you guys in 5 minutes.
All right. Well, make sure, of course, as always, that you grab something to drink, grab something to eat. If you're hungry, make sure you stretch your legs real quick, get some energy in your body, and let us know in the chat, what have you learned so far? What has been your biggest takeaway?
All right, Dana. Yeah, I can actually see so much. My notes are spilling over. I've got so many things. And of course, don't forget to write down that Jeremy's got this crazy mad genius laugh as well as he goes through things. Positive headlines. Okay, Facebook privacy invasion is off the charts. How many of you probably are now thinking very carefully about maybe getting some sort of cybersecurity camera blocks, or even checking about how to block your microphones, turning off your Siri and other things like that? Okay, not only Curiosity headlines, tape, 5 rules of writing headlines. Yes. So Nori, write out what are the 5 rules of writing headlines. Good, good. Okay. News. Adam, what about news? Positive headlines works better than negative on Facebook. Is that why there's so many people? Send me a friend request. Marketing equals applied psychology plus data-driven decisions. Yes. Okay. Okay. Who knows what Jeremy talked about when it came to mass desire? I'm just going to go back a bit and then we'll come back to the front. Appeal to their self-interest. Who can write an example? Golden headline rule, news plus curiosity plus self-interest. Okay. So Abdul Malik, let's see if we can write that. Let's see if you guys can put some stuff into practice. Let's not talk about it. Let's do it. Ooh, now the chat's gone quiet for a second. Retirees discover a new way to retire. Well done, Garrett. Get self-interest. Make sure headlines suggest to the readers. Okay, so Lisa types self-interest news, curiosity plus news, cheerful, quick, and easy. Yes. Example, okay. How does newly released tool help even the best copywriter excel? Not bad, Henry. Not bad. Adam, fun way to double your income remastered. The fun and easy way to double your income remastered. The new fun and easy way to double your income remastered. Revolutionary way to get fit faster and make more money. Eat all you like. Revolutionary way to get fit faster and make more money. Want to use words to make money. Okay, so we can see some of you are starting to put into practice. Reinvent your skills to earn the life you want. Here's a quick way to solve child boredom at home. Quick and easy way to solve your child's boredom at home. Your children's boredom at home. How to market Facebook. Oh, it's moving too fast. How to market Facebook to work for you. Remastered edition. No chemical, no costly cosmetic surgery or magic potion, just gift from nature to you. Ooh. Dana, help me read some of these. These are going fast. And then later we'll see if Jeremy is catching up on some of these. Jeremy will probably be laughing in the background. He's like, yo, so check this out, Desmond, yo. And he's got to laugh with it. Can you see how Jeremy is the mad genius? He's the mad scientist. Okay, discover the instant redefined underbed vacuum cleaner. No more back pains, right? No more bending over.
These examples are great, guys. Good work.
Jeremy, you see anything that you really liked? Anything that's popping?
I'm a fan of the underbed vacuum cleaner.
Now, how many of you can see why I said Jeremy is possibly an AI? Do you understand now why Siva says that? I'm telling you, right? And when we had dinner and when we kind of spend some time together, we would he would share concepts. It just feels like he's a machine because he's always very, very articulate, but also he's very precise. I think that's one of the things I like about him. He's very, very precise. That everything he says, there's a lot of facts, right? There's a lot of facts. This, what about this? He loves to talk about percentage. He loves to talk about possibility, probability.
It's one of my buzzwords.
Yeah, and then one of his favorite, long story short. He would talk about a lot of things. Long story short, right? But it's actually a really long story. Long story short is this. So that's his like.
And then he'll weave in a book. See, he'll always
yes. Oh, and then he'll talk about this book and that book. He loves to read. He loves to read. So it's awesome. It's awesome. So I'm happy that I'm bringing him in the class and just have him share his perspective, because as a copywriter, remember what Sifu said, you cannot be the best at everything. There's no way, right? So I bring on different instructors to bring you the insight that there are things that Jeremy would teach it way better than I could teach you. How many of you, by the way, appreciate this different perspective, right? To bringing you the best, right? Learning from everybody. Right. There are certain things that I'm good at. There are many things Sifu is not good at. Right. I think I'm very good on concept, strategy. Right. Teaching you the fundamentals, the core fundamentals. Right. But there are a lot of those development. There are copywriters who write phenomenal emails. There are copywriters who write phenomenal video sales letter. Right. So it's great. Like I'm enjoying this. Right. Who's ready? Who is ready? We have a lot to cover.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, let's go.
All right, cool. Let's roll, guys. So let's cover some ways to make writing great headlines very easy. So I know what we just talked about might have been overwhelming for some of you guys. Like I said, I believe you're smart. I believe you're going to be able to take that, especially if you're taking notes. It increases your retention, makes it so you don't have to watch this 3-4 times in a row. Take notes, document all this stuff. Now it's time to kind of create some simple ways for you guys to be able to apply all that. And this is just headlines, to be clear, that we're talking about. So easy way number one, you guys, I'm sure have heard it from Dan, using software tools like Instant Scripts. There's another simple one just for headlines called Headline or Funnel Scripts. I'm a huge fan and I bias towards Instant Scripts. It's the newest, most well-built, constantly updated. All the other ones, they don't update it. So,
Jeremy, wait till you see the new version of it. wait till you see the new version of it, man. It'll blow you away. I'm excited.
I mean, once again, to be quite direct, like I believe in Dan as a mentor, but as a software owner as well, like I just, once again, these other companies that offer these like copywriting tools, they just don't do a good job at actually keeping them updated. They don't like source from the community. No. Like as an example, when Dan asked me, he's like, "Hey, you have anything you want to contribute to this Instant Scripts community?" I was like, "Dude, I have so much I can contribute. I have so many swipe files and things I can hand over. None of these other tools have done that." And they just, I don't even know who the copywriters are that come up with their like templates that you can just kind of plug things into. Mm-hmm. But Instant Scripts by far, once again, I know it's not biased because like
who wants a little advanced sneak peek some of the things that we're adding in the next 30 days ish. Okay, Jeremy, you love this. Okay, there are a few things. I'll tell you two of the things that we're adding. Okay,
please.
Before anybody else, one, we're adding in a real-time editor, so that you can do edits right within the script. Instead of copy and paste, you can underline, you can bold, you can do all of that right within the script. That's number one. Second thing we are adding real-time. You can save your work. So let's say you're working on an email. You save that, and then you go to the next file, you go to the next file. You can be working 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 projects. You don't need to copy and paste into another Google Doc and Google Drive, all that within the script itself, right? And then there's one more thing that is huge, is the tool, instead of scrolling, it would be right built in the editor. So let's say you're writing a headline on how to, you can see the suggestion on all the how to headline possible as you're writing. So you don't need to even look back and forth. It's fucking amazing. Really, it is. Right?
Yeah, and those are the kind of things you're just literally not going to see in any of these other things. Like
you just,
so
that's version 2. We're still playing on version 3. Like this is just the next sprint to the next 4 weeks, right, that we're talking about. Anyways, not about instant scripts, just let you know, my student, what's coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, so that's huge for me because, I mean, like I said, guys, I'm a user of it too. And that's the exact kind of thing I want to see from the owner of these kind of things, is that they actually give a shit about us as the copywriters to update it, give us the most frequent and best used things, and just exactly what you just described, software features to make it all better too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you for that, Dan. Appreciate your ethics and your integrity on that. Yeah, so that's easy way number 1. Okay, simple tools. And so you understand the concept of this stuff for those who aren't familiar. It gives you, it's like a giant swipe file. It makes it easy too. It asks you questions that you answer with either keywords. You know, it helps you break down a lot of these concepts. So it's kind of like, I like to consider it like training wheels for like something like funnel scripts is more like training wheels. Okay. Instant scripts, like I still use that today as a well-established fluent copywriter. Okay. So like I find benefit in that. So some of these, once again, they're great like crutches for when you're first getting started. So you don't have to like have all this built into your head, but eventually, you know, the better you get, all that kind of stuff, those formulas, you know, the mental models for some of these rules we're talking about, you'll just be able to flow through it really easy, come up with headlines on the fly, like some of you were on that break. But these kind of things help a lot. So easy way number 2, let's roll into that. And it plays into what we just talked about. You need to have a swipe file of great headlines to recreate from. And once again, I'm specifying on headlines right now, but it is a best practice to also just have a good swipe file built out, a body copy that you like or landing pages that you like. Having a swipe file is an incredible asset. So a visual of mine. So you have, and these, this is just 30 of them. This is what I could squeeze into the screenshot and still making it legible. There's about 90 of these that, you know, as I just see headlines in news articles, or, you know, as I see headlines in ads, I know some of you probably think I'm exaggerating when I say that, but I have an actual, it's a Google Chrome extension where I can just flick a toggle and I can go into the Facebook news feed and see only ads. So I look at hundreds of ads in a day sometimes, and I just pull the best headlines and I put them into a document. And the reason I do this, like some of them as an example, the one that says girls want quick curls, number 15, like I'm not going to copy and paste that to the T, but what it does for me, it allows me to see a good headline that helps me think faster so I can write copy quicker, right? Like a lot of you guys, when you're coming up with your example headlines that you used on break, you're pulling from some of the things that we just talked about, which helps you put data in your head that you can then leverage to get into flow faster, to be able to pull more copy out of you quicker. That's also to a higher caliber, rather than just relying on memory to remember. In this case, you know, there's 30 of them. Imagine trying to remember each one of these word for word, okay, all 30 of them. And then when you go to sit down and write copy, you're like, all right, which one of my 30 do I want to use that are in my head right now? It's like, that's just not very efficient, okay? Even for the people that have great memories. A lot of us, once again, like swipe files are my external memory for all the different headlines that I like that I want to be able to recreate from.
Hey, Jeremy, what's the Google Chrome extension that you were talking about that shows only nothing but ads?
So if you go to the Google Chrome extension store and you type in, I think it's let me actually show you real quick. It's called like Turbo Ad Finder. It's just a little toggle right here. Okay. Turbo. This is what it is. It's called Turbo Ad Finder, and then it's literally just a toggle here. So if I go to the Facebook news feed, I can just flick that toggle, and it takes all the content, all the group content out, and it literally just shows ads. And I need to update it here.
Yes.
And then it just reloads and it wipes everything out.
So think about it. Copywriters, we want to use Turbo Ad Finders, Broke people use ad blocker. I don't want to see no ads, right? I don't want to see any ads. No, we say show me only ads. Just like Seafood back then, when I was reading magazine, I read the ad. I don't read the article. I read the ad. Right?
Yeah,
That's
one
the
of the
difference.
greatest things you could do. And you know, this might sound weird to some of you guys, but if you know, it's not to me. I have profiles set up of like different ages and different genders as well. So like I'll have a 30-year-old woman, you know, I'll have a 60-year-old woman, I'll have a 50-year-old man, a 70-year-old man, that I have accounts that I can log into that I'll also use Turbo Ad Finder with. So literally I can log in with a different set of demographic traits. And I can get targeted by completely different creatives. So I can actually see in real time. I mean, in a day, once again, if you just use the Turbo Ad Finder and in addition to that, you have other profiles you can access of different demographic traits, you're going to see a whole different world of targeting. You're going to get so much data that you can rapidly shuffle between and say, you know, just be picky and put it into your swipe file. Really, really good task to do for yourself. And then, of course, I make this specific document for you guys available, so you guys all have access to this. It's one of those documents that I sent over to you, Dan, to give out to everybody.
Who wants that? We've got so many gifts. I'm telling you, this is Christmas. This is copywriting, right? Christmas. We've got so many gifts for you tonight. So many gifts. That's one of them.
Yeah, I encourage you, take that downloadable PDF document and just copy and paste it into a Google Doc and start your own swipe file. You know, I make it super easy for myself just to give you the tactics behind how you create it. This screenshot right here is literally just a Google Doc. You know, I titled it and then I just created a number list. And anytime I ever see a good headline, I can just go into my phone, just open up the Google Docs app, or if I'm on my desktop here using the Turbo Ad Finder, I can just obviously have the Google Doc tab open. And I just add it in, you know, I just add it in one by one as I find them. So it's just kind of like an ever evolving list. Like I said, Google Doc would probably be the best thing. So you could like use it, you know, with the internet access list rather than just having it in like a PDF or like a static file, you know. I think it's better for it to be dynamic that you can add stuff in. So anyway, cool. So let's roll into easy way number 3. So search competitors in the Facebook ad library to see what they are using.
I love this one. I love this.
This is like a missile defense system, okay, for how powerful this specific easy way number 3 is. The level, nobody knows about this for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, Facebook doesn't advertise it. Is very little, you know, communicated between business owners. But you can literally go into it's just go to Google and type in Facebook ad library. You'll find it. It's the first link that'll show up.
So exactly what does it do?
So I can search Dan Lok and I can see every ad that Dan Lok is running. Okay, I can search any business, any competitor, anybody that exists on Facebook that's running ads. I can just go search them here by their page name, and I can see every single active advertisement that they're running.
Mm-hmm.
So what can you do with that kind of information? For starters, you get access to all your competitors' headlines. So when you're crafting your own copy, you can outperform them. You also get to see one of the coolest things about the Facebook ad library is it shows the date. So it'll actually tell you if an ad has been running, as an example, for 2 years, which you gotta imagine is a good ad to recreate from.
Just like back then, a magazine ad, you see a magazine ad, because magazine ad is very expensive. If you see full page ad keeps running again and again for many, many months, what does that tell you?
Profitable business, good successful actions to recreate from.
So same thing with Facebook. If there's an ad that's been running for like a year or two, do you think that maybe that ad works?
Even several months. I mean, you know, remember, ads can fatigue after a week or two. So if something's running consistently, you got a good chance of that ad being something that's converting. Now, it doesn't show you the conversion data, so it won't tell you like who they're targeting, or you know, won't tell you anything like that, or give you financial info in regards to how much you're spending on it. Mm-hmm. Who cares? They show you exactly what the ad is, the headline, the body copy, where the link goes to. You as a copywriter get to look at all of that, and this is an incredible, easy way, once again, to get access to insights that can help you when you're writing your own copy, knowing what you need to outperform, being able to see exactly what's working and what you can recreate from and build on top of. What a competitive advantage to know this. And like I described, this is not bullshit. There are very few people that you'll be able to speak to that know what this is. It is an uncommon knowledge right now. And like I said, I don't want to make up reasons why or guess. You just won't hear a lot of people talk about this. So serious competitive advantage. especially if you're researching clients. Imagine being able to go in here and looking up a potential client you want to work with. They might not even be running ads. You know, what an advantage to know that when you're reaching out with your pitch. Or maybe they are running ads, and you can propose different forms of copy that you can write. Imagine when you reach out to somebody, just typing up 5 headlines while you're reaching out, saying, hey, I saw you running ads. Here's 5 headlines you might be able to use that could help. You know, what an advantage to be able to see what they're already doing.
What if you actually do a screenshot, screen capture, make a video looking at the ad, and then give them the swipe when you're using the perfect co-video pitch?
Hell yeah.
You don't know what you don't know. Like there's so much. There's so much out there.
Yeah,
but there's no client out there. I don't know. No one is running ads. You know, I don't think anybody's hiring copywriters. Yep. No one is hiring.
Yes. You know, I know this is a little contextual just because we have the class right now, but I have a copywriter actually just hired in because of how much copy we write as a marketing agency. It is one of the most in-demand skills that you can also charge the most for. No doubt at all. I have to pay that guy more than almost all my other staff just to be able to get him on board.
Chris is like, copywriter, what is that? That's awesome. Yes, keep going, please.
All right. So once again, those are 3 easy ways, just kind of get in the flow. Remember, Instant Scripts, no doubt, it's the best one out of those 3 tools I mentioned, but getting in a tool like that's definitely a really smart play. We got the Facebook ad library, and then we have our swipe file. So all 3 of these things are just easy things that you need to document down just to make your life as a copywriter a lot easier and more efficient and effective. So rolling into our next lesson here on headlines, just a golden rule. Simplify your headline. Okay. I want you to imagine real quick. I'm going to use Elon Musk as an example. So some people don't know Elon's background. He's actually one of the co-founders of PayPal. Imagine if he pitched like this. He gets in front of a group of potential customers that could be PayPal users, and he says, we have a tightly integrated financial infrastructure that can process all your banking needs under a single financial institution. People would have no idea what the hell he's talking about. They probably wouldn't even reply meh. They'd probably be like, WTF? What would you even just say? Okay. Instead, he came up with a simple headline. We can send money to an email address. Easy to understand, simple, not a lot of synonyms in each word. Easy to get, easy to interpret. I just like to call this the Elon rule with headlines. A lot of people do the techno babble where they just, there's no need to overthink or overwrite or over articulate a headline. You want your headline to be easily interpretable and simple. The best way to describe it. Remember the Elon rule. So I'll open it up to you guys. Do you guys have any questions on headlines before we roll into the next section? Where we're going to talk about body copy.
Any questions? Give it a few seconds.
I know we covered a lot.
Jeremy, a Facebook ad will be posted in Instagram automatically, right? No.
So if you set up a campaign and you don't make any changes to the placements, it actually will show on all of Facebook's properties. So it'll show on Facebook, it'll show in Instagram, it'll show in stories, which you got to keep in mind is on Messenger, Instagram, and Facebook now. And it'll also show on what's called the Audience Network, which is a collection of different websites. Like as an example, all the different news networks are on Facebook's audience network. So like you could have ads on CNN or any news.
So it's in the setting. It's in the setting.
Yeah. So when you're actually doing the targeting itself, it's called placements.
Yeah.
And you can manually select between all those as well. So you can say, I only want to be in news feeds, or I only want to be in stories, or I only want to be on Instagram. But they'll naturally put you in all of them if you don't make any changes. Now, I want you to remember, I mentioned in the formatting section that Instagram, it doesn't have clickable links in the body copy, and it's only body copy. So when you write copy, I can assure you, most businesses do not do this. They'll just they'll do that feature. Well, they'll just click automatic placements and they'll just, let Facebook do its thing. However, imagine if you would write copy which is only body copy for Instagram's case. Imagine if you wrote body copy that, didn't have clickable links, was formatted for Instagram. There's no headlines in Instagram. And then you gave that to an advertiser, or you did that yourself as an advertiser, versus just using your copy you wrote for Facebook, where you might have included some clickable links in your body copy because it's Facebook and it allows you to do that. Well, that's not gonna work on Instagram. It's gonna look weird for people. It's gonna be a URL that's just in the middle of the copy that's not clickable. So it's actually good to format, two different sets of copy, one for Instagram and one for Facebook, and it's simple to do. And then on the campaign level, you can easily separate out the placement options. So you can have ads that only target Instagram that have copy built for it, and then same thing with Facebook. You can have ads built for all the other placement options that you can target.
Okay, two good questions here, and then we'll keep going. We're gonna move on because we still got a lot to cover. So on the 5 headlines variation per one ad, will we know that which one worked best when we end the campaign?
Yeah. So when you have the data available to you inside of Facebook, it's going to be very clear what won and what lost. Sometimes you'll get some ads that'll tie and they'll be pretty close, neck and neck, but usually there's a very clear winner in terms of quantity. And that data is easily accessible to you as an advertiser, so I'll give you an account here that we can look at in terms of 2 recent campaigns that are being ran. If we look at the results between all these different ads, there's 30 different ad variations altogether. I mean, look at the gap between the best performing one that has 102 leads with a $5.66 cost versus look how rapidly the results drop between the others, to then all the way down here, we have bottom performers that haven't even gotten results yet and barely any reach. So there's a very clear indicator of like which ads specifically are going to be working best for you as you're running your campaigns.
That's why we said you have to know how to interpret the data. Otherwise, it looks like a blurb of stuff.
Yeah.
What does it mean, right? What settings? Who are you targeting, right? All that is all part of it.
Yeah, very true.
That's one question. Let's see. Do we want to show the main benefit or anything or that's just enough for the prospect to click or continue reading?
So we'll get in a little bit to that in the body copy section.
Yeah, I think we should do so. Let's defer the question because that goes into the body copy. We can answer more of that. That makes sense. Right.
True. Headlines, leave the 5 rules for the headlines. Follow those as best practices. Look through that swipe file that I give you guys access to for headlines. You'll very clearly see that if you just limited yourself to one benefit in a headline, it's what I'd call a minority desire. You need to appeal to the mass desire inside of a headline versus in body copy, you can get a little more granular on specific benefits and interests.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into body copy.
Body copy.
So remember, body copy, I referenced this at the beginning so you guys understand, what I'm now talking about in terms of formatting. Just to remind you, on Instagram, this is the copy that pairs with the image or the video. On Facebook, this is the copy that you can write long form. You can have up to 2,500 characters in your body copy. You can write short form, which just means to write maybe 1 or 2 sentences and a call to action. Body copy is what appears above the image or video. It's what people can read into in the ad itself. Just be clear on that. So, what's the point of body copy? Just for starters, the purpose is to get the reader more aware, more interested, at least interested enough to be able to go to the page you're driving traffic to. I like to think in terms of advertising. Sure, an ad can do the entire job selling somebody to where they're so educated and aware that when they go to the page, they just buy. That's absolutely possible. But as a copywriter, your goal shouldn't always be that. There's times where your goal just needs to be to get somebody to the next page or to get somebody to the next step in the marketing process, which if the next step is also built for its intention, will likely get them to take the action that the page is built to do, which might be buy or become a lead as an example. So when you're thinking in terms of body copy, I like to leave the goal at the fact that you're just trying to get people interested enough or curious enough or motivated enough essentially just to click to the next page that you have. So one cool pro tip when it comes to body copy, and I never hear anybody talk about this like ever. This is from some tests that I've ran just to kind of see like what body copy actually works best when we're targeting people. So like Dan talked about, and Dan, I can tattoo that on me, how truthful that resonated with me. Marketing is just applied psychology and math. So, I'm big on the psychology side. Dan and Desmond, they joked about, how often I like to read books. And most of the books I read are literally just on psychology and neuroscience because it's so applicable to marketing and what I do every day. And I've learned to look at human behavior and just kind of analyze it, see what people are doing and see what they prefer and then play into their preferences. So I call this texting body copy. Okay. What are people used to reading? Text messages, DMs, and how are texts and DMs formatted? Sure, if you piss somebody off, they might write you a 10 paragraph text message. That's pretty rare. Most texts are just, a couple words, like a sentence, maybe 2 sentences. Think like tweets. They're 140 characters, 280 characters now, but just short, brief statements are all texts really are. And given the quantity of texts and captions and DMs that people read in a day, it's safe to say they're conditioned to read text type conversations or text formatted copy. Okay. So then, man, when I found this out and I started testing it, the results I got were so significantly different. They were so much better when I figured this out. Okay. So remember, people are conditioned to read text messages. People get dozens of texts a day or DMs or captions. Like they're all short and sweet, They're written in terms of statements. Think in terms of how they're formatted, try to be a little self-aware right now and ask yourself like, damn, is this dude right? Like, am I conditioned to read statements more than I am sentences in books or paragraphs in books? It's probably why it's so hard for people to read nowadays. Books are written in paragraphs, groups of sentences. Think in terms of that resistance people have to reading books. Majority of the population doesn't read. They don't read books. They read texts. They read DMs, they read captions. Okay, therefore that's
especially when you combine how many people go online, not from their desktop, from their phone.
That's so true.
So from the context of it, it's already a texting kind of environment, right? It's the interface. So the ad, if it's in a thing that, just think about if you look at from a desktop, but it's like a text message narrow screen like format, it look weird. Same thing if you're writing a long sales thing and it's showing up on a phone, right there, it's a challenge, right? So that's why I'm worried. I think our society, like people don't read anymore. Their attention span is so short, right? And people are not getting smarter, right? They're just not. Like the machine does a lot of things, right? Where for us, we don't before. Last generation, you could still remember phone numbers. How many of you don't remember phone numbers? Right?
Good point.
Right? Yeah. It's like we don't do that anymore, right? And then at the same time, we can't even calculate anymore. I saw a kid. It was like at the most basic. What's 5 plus 10? Oh, it pulls out a new cell phone. 5 plus 10 is 15. It's crazy because there has the answer. Why would I remember these things, right? So it's good and bad, but knowing that we don't use our brain enough, right? So texting, very powerful.
Yeah, super true. Yeah, there's a good book. It's called The Shallows, and it was written in 2012, and it goes over some of the ways that brains have actually been reshaped. How new habits have been formed from internet related behaviors. But long story short, I kind of looked at that and then I just thought in terms of like how is that applied to like what I do, and this texting body copy is really strong. Once again, last point here, this will radically improve your engagement on ads and the likelihood of people actually clicking through from the ad to wherever you're driving traffic to, which helps achieve whatever the intention of the ad is. So I want to show you some examples of texting body copy. So look at this. Okay. On the left here, this is a screenshot of some body copy from one of my clients, a guy named Garrett White. I just screenshotted the middle of some copy that I wrote. Look how, number one, just statements. Okay. Simple sentences. Like there's never more than one sentence in one of these lines. Okay. It's just short, brief, and to the point. And then on the right, I have the comparison of a text conversation of just, so you can see the body copy that's been written from a top performing ad, just in the middle of the body copy, by no means the full body copy, just a snapshot for you. And then look on the right, look at how an actual text conversation occurs. They're so similar. Once again, this kind of copy, okay, when you're writing it, when you space it out, helps a ton, especially when you're writing long form copy, with the overall performance of the creative. Now, you understand that one big thing, and this relays into that question that you asked after the headline section there on benefits. We call these hooks. Okay, you need to understand hooks to be good at writing body copy. To be clear on what a hook means, so we're on the same page from a definition perspective, a hook is a message that grabs someone's attention and won't let them go until they have read the ad. Kind of like a fish hook with bait grabs a fish's attention. You know, specific bait will get you specific fish. Specific hooks, okay, literally when you're fishing, will get you different types of fish paired with different types of bait. So we want to, just like a fish, you know, once we get them on the line, we want to bring them in and we don't want to let them go. Or that lyric from the latest pop song that just, you know, pops in your head and just won't stop playing on repeat. You know, one thing I think of, if you've heard that Stupid Baby Shark song, you know, even just me saying those words probably immediately makes you think of the song if you've ever heard it or been exposed to it. And I apologize for doing that to you. But anyway, my point is, a hook, long story short, in advertising, we always want to be clear on what our hooks are, because then our copy becomes easier to write, especially when we're flowing into body copy, which might be a little longer in some cases. So I want to give you some good hook examples that continue to increase sales in ads. These work really well across multiple industries, by the way. So some of them, just to read them off here, they'll make more money. You see that hook all the time. I mean, that's applicable for so many different industries. Save money, retirement security. I heard somebody mention that in an example headline on the break there. You know, better health now. You know, we talked about that with Want a Healthier Heart. Healthcare security in old age, advance in a profession or trade, prestige, enjoyment, easier chores, gain more leisure, comfort, reduced fat, you know, freedom from worry. These are just some examples. I mean, there are hundreds of different hooks that are going to get people to come in. Some other examples of hooks would be benefits. You know, like if there's benefits of a specific product, you want to think in terms of how that market you're targeting, how those benefits are going to appeal to their interests. And that becomes simple hooks that you can use within your body copy to bring people in. You can write body copy with multiple hooks in it. You can write body copy with single hooks in it. There's multiple ways to go about it. So long story short, when you're writing body copy, you always want to start with a hook in mind. Okay. You don't just want to sit down and go to write copy staring at a blank screen after you've got your headlines typed up and just, you know, wing it. You want to have a clear idea, once again, of what specific hooks you're going to leverage within your body copy. So if we take a look at some examples of that, keeping in mind that, once again, the hook is at the very beginning of the body copy. I'll show you these 4 examples here from Mr. Seafood Dan himself, and from, once again, one of my other clients, a guy named Garrett White. So let's look at Garrett's in the top left first together. So he says, "My brother, a couple months ago, 2 large divine hands reached out from some unknown place, grabbed the entire world, and shook it." So just right there, okay, that's curiosity, okay? It's a curiosity hook. It's playing into the God complex. So people who have a deep belief in any specific religion could agree that there's been a lot of chaos throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, huge unemployment rates across the country, businesses shaking up, you know, families separated given they got locked into different countries, just crazy situations. So it plays into curiosity, plays into the God complex, and it just makes you ask too, what the hell is this guy about to say? So if you continue there, he goes into, inside of that shaking was an exposure of men like you and me, a vulnerability of humanity. We've been exposed. And it makes you want to continue on to understand what specifically we've been exposed about. And you probably have some agreement there if you're within the specific target demographic for that audience. So a good example of a hook being used right away. If we look in the top right, Dan Locke. I remember playing dominoes when I was a kid, ... Now this There's actually a really interesting ad that's worked well. It's historically been a hook where Dan then talks about how a small domino, I don't even remember the size of it, like probably the size of a thumbnail, maybe a little bit bigger than that, ends up knocking down a domino the size of like a half ton, and just every domino in between is like a size and a half bigger than the previous domino. And he describes in this specific body copy how the domino effect plays into the education, your overall growth in life, and how, one specific action can lead to dozens of other actions that have extremely high impact every action that follows. But this hook works really well. So it's really a curiosity hook once again, and it plays into an interest hook as well. Let's look at the bottom left. So Garrett White, my brother, we were just 2 months into the Great Exposure. Some talk about the Great Depression. I'm going to speak to you about the great exposure we are all facing today. The most significant exposure that's ever happened to men like you and me. So I love this one. This ad kills it. So this body copy, it goes in to the idea that, all this chaotic pandemic news and just all the things that can be happening in individuals' lives. And this specific hook, what we're attempting to relay to this person is, the idea that they might agree that there's a Great Depression happening right now. Just that thought inside of somebody's head that something could exist and then somebody else says it is a powerful lever in copy. We call that context. So I like to say that this is a contextual hook. You could say it's curiosity mixed in with it as well, but nonetheless, it's also a certainty hook. So when people usually start talking about a negative subject, most people just have a natural bias to expect that they're going to close it with positivity or some kind of upside. Kind of like a hero winning at the end of the movie and not dying. It's pretty random and really throws off our idea of what's going to happen in a story. If we're watching a Disney movie and the main character dies at the end, it just doesn't make much sense. So my point is, this is a really good hook as well, and it's very contextual given the times. Same thing with this one in the bottom right. Same exact situation. This is current copy that works. Things are going back to normal in quotations. BS. This hook works great too, because once again, it plays into the thought that's already inside of somebody's head. To even consider that things are going to go back to normal are so far off and so just out of it's just not in reality to consider that once again things will ever go back to normal. I've been seeing photos, like I saw one from Montreal earlier today where there was a group fitness class outside where people were literally in bubble domes and they were doing individual workouts as a group class outside, separated by 6 feet inside of bubble domes. Just a perfect example. I know we're in the middle of it right now, but nonetheless, when it ends, things are not going to go back to normal. You're going to see a whole shift in the entire world. And so to the regular person who has that thought in their head while they're reading this copy, I totally agree right away. So this is a confirmation bias hook, meaning we're confirming what's already in people's head, which naturally gets them curious to see what else is said about this specific, situation, given that they are thinking that right now as well. So anyway, 4 examples of different hooks. You can see how common curiosity is throughout these as well. But nonetheless, to be clear, you want to work towards increasing the believability of the hook being possible for your reader after you use it to introduce the body copy. So in these examples here, things are going back to normal, BS. How would we increase the believability of that hook to be possible? Okay, let's use that as an example. So the ways to achieve believability are the following: proof, statistics, testimonials, quotes from authority figures, tests, trends, seals of approval and authority, or awards won. This happens to me all the time in the personal branding space. People get a ClickFunnels award. That is an award won that most people within the community who are in the education game, I want to better myself, they recognize that award. They recognize that is a seal of approval from an authority figure acknowledging that person for making a certain amount of revenue. That then increases the credibility of the person with said photo of that documented proof from the award being won. Imagine, as an example, when a new medication comes out. Like, I remember this, I'm going to really butcher the name here, but it's like hydrochloroquine or something like that. It's that, it's the medication that Trump was advocating for through Twitter. And, medical people came out and they were like, that drug's not even FDA approved. And then that created a lot of skepticism around whether that drug was going to be potent enough or not, or beneficial enough or not to benefit people impacted by the coronavirus, COVID-19. So because it wasn't FDA approved, but it was tweeted by the president, it still created a lot of skepticism and doubt about whether that drug is legitimate or not. So as an example, if something is FDA approved, or if you go buy meat from a local market and it has the seal of approval from your local country's government of whatever your board is, for here as an example, it's the USDA. I know each country, I'm not aware of them, but long story short, you all have different things that balance and check systems. And so, food quality, usually a system in place in a government body that manages the food. You feel more confident about eating the food because it's got the seal of approval. What do you have inside your industry for your client that you're representing, or your own businesses? That's the seal of approval, or the awards one. You've heard me talk about trends and tests that Facebook's ran in terms of validating some of this data I've presented you with. You hear the data from me, and then it becomes validated by the statistics of their tests, or the test itself, or just the trend that they're seeing in behavior. And, people do this all the time with quotes from authority figures from their industry. If somebody's looked up to, like, this is common to pay off celebrities to endorse your product. Like there's a teeth whitening company that one of my buddies owns, and he's doing literally $100 million a year selling teeth whitening kits. And his entire business is built on just paying different celebrities and influencers to take photos of them using his product. And it creates a huge social proof and huge testimonial library with quotes from authority figures that he can pull from. And if somebody sees The Rock using a teeth whitening kit, the guy's one of the highest paid movie stars in the world. Are you going to argue against the fact that that teeth whitening kit might not be the best one to buy if The Rock's using it and you look up to The Rock? And this, it can be simple too with proof, statistics, and testimonials. If I use that example of, hey, things are going back to normal BS, the follow-up copy to that is immediately some statistics from different organizations around the world that talk about how, like, just things going on, things that validate the hook. Garrett's ad talked about talks of the Great Depression. He then actually shows an article headline written by a popular news network validating that people are talking about that. So once again, anytime that you deploy a hook, your goal, your follow-up goal, is to increase the believability of that hook being possible for your readers. And you do that with this specific set of tactics to validate the hook and increase its believability. So to take a look at some examples of that, I just went and screenshotted this copy for one of the e-commerce personality brands I help. So he's attempting to attract people who aren't involved in e-commerce yet. And we want to open them up to the opportunity. So let's look at the top of the body copy here where it says, I want to introduce you to the world of selling products online. Billions of people are using the internet to shop 24/7. That's a pretty agreeable statement. Billions of people are using the internet to shop. I want to introduce you to the world of selling products online. To somebody who's interested and potentially curious. We then have to validate that hook, and we have to go in to different ways of showing the person that it's true. So to increase the believability, I used 3 different specific tactics of the believability matrix to get this person to believe that it can be possible. So I started with statistics and authority. Over $63 billion have been generated through an e-commerce platform called Shopify, a tool that you can easily get started with to launch your own e-commerce store today. That was a statistic from Shopify directly, and it talks about how much revenue they generated through their platform up to that point. Now it's, to be clear, far greater than that. I roll into proof. So we've used e-commerce funnels to generate more than 27,000 customers with 30 different stores. Pretty solid statement that lets the person know, oh, wow, so this person's also done it themselves, and they've done it this many customers and that many stores. Wow. I roll into seals of approval / authority. So we talk about, I've been leveraging Shopify and ClickFunnels to launch all my e-commerce store for years. And I found a lot of secrets along the way that can create buyer frenzies, even on new stores that just launched. So this is a really good example of leveraging seals of approval and authority. Shopify and ClickFunnels are both very common knowledge platforms that people can leverage in order to start up businesses that are online, either through a funnel or through an e-commerce platform. So when you say that you're using 2 large platforms that are authorities within the industry, it naturally aligns you as an authority figure as well, since you're using things that are known and trusted. You know, Shopify is a publicly traded company. ClickFunnels, if I'm not mistaken, has more than 100,000 users at this point, if not far more than that, that are actively paying. So nonetheless, this is a great example, once again, of how to increase believability with these specific tactics within a set of body copy, just from a screenshot of somewhere at the beginning of the body copy. Of course, there's more than this, but nonetheless, it shows you how to roll from a hook into increasing the believability, which is how you want to flow in each set of body copy you write for Facebook ads. Now, to wrap up your body copy, you want to wrap it up with a call to action, otherwise known as a CTA. So if you see me use CTA, it stands for call to action. So when you wrap up your body copy, just to be clear, it's really simple. You know, remember in Facebook, you have a clickable link within the copy that you can use. You can wrap it up with an outro, like an email. You can just wrap it up by closing it out with, hey, click here to learn more, or saying any form of that. And an example would be this here. So this is a screenshot from the end of one of Garrett White's copies that I've written for a recent lead campaign. So there's a little bit of social proof there at the end, and it wraps it up with a call to action. And in this case, there's an outro as if it was almost written as an email. So you can also just wrap it up right at the end of that link there. There's no need to add the outro section, to be clear. It's just a particular style that in Garrett's case, he likes to follow. So I like to just end it with the link. The reason that we put the link in the body copy specifically for Facebook ads, remember, Instagram ads, it will not allow you to have the link clickable, at least for now, once again, inside of the Instagram body copy placement. So the pro tip behind why we like that link there is because it helps with getting an increased quantity of people to wherever we're trying to send traffic to. So remember the format of the ad. There's the image or the video, there's the headline, and there's a little button to the right of the headline. If we add an option that's clickable within the body copy, that means right as somebody's flowing through the body copy, especially if it's more long form and they choose to click on that, that's great for us because it increases the chances of them clicking through to the place that we want them to go. So it just overall, it helps get more traffic there. And this is something that you'd want to be mindful of when you're formatting your Instagram ads. It's especially when you're pitching businesses where, you know, the guys running their own Facebook ads themselves, or, you know, you just have businesses that are at least a little educated on how Facebook ad works. If you were doing a video pitch for somebody and you just mentioned like, hey, I formatted the copy so you have one that's specific for your Facebook placement and one specific for Instagram. I mean, that's a huge positioning tactic, as simple as that sounds, because it makes you sound highly educated about how things actually work. It shows that you're at a higher level of expertise than other people who might not even know that. So nonetheless, there's a great pro tip to remember. Now, just to keep it rolling here in the body copy section. So people often ask how I get so much reach for our clients at such cheap rates compared to others. And just to show you an example of what I mean, I just took a screenshot out of an account of some of the costs of like our video views for clients. I mean, look at this. There's probably 12 different, you know, targeting options that we're using here with hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands of people who have been exposed to these specific videos. I mean, some of these things are a tenth of a penny. I'm sure some of you guys didn't even know that Facebook could charge so cheap for, you know, cost per view. Did you know you could pay a fourth of a penny for a 3-second view, or 1 penny for somebody to watch something up to 10 seconds?
Jimmy, I got two questions here. One from Sarah. How would you do call to action on Instagram?
On what?
On Instagram.
Oh yeah, good question. So you'd want to say just click the button above. So remember on Instagram, as far as the formatting, I'll show you on this original slide so you have a video here of all right, so you have a visual of what I'm talking about. So if you look at this in your body copy, they're going to read through it, and then there's just that single button there right below the image or the video where it says learn more, install now, or install now on the right hand side there. So in your body copy on Instagram, you want to end it with click the button above, since there's no link and it's always going to be a button. Nice.
Is there a limit of characters for Facebook and Instagram ads?
So Facebook has a limit of 2,500 characters. And if I'm not mistaken, Instagram is about 2,000 characters last I checked.
Very nice.
So that's
Now,
for the
by the way, in each account, just to give HIC a perspective, we are not, this is when you run ads. Example, right now, let's say a typical client, how many different types of ads under the account they're typically running. Just, I want to give a perspective to my students.
So usually like lower spenders, like even the biggest spenders that we have, they all start at $100 a day. So when a client just gets started with ads, they might have anywhere from like 12 to 30 different creatives that are running at one time, just in like an initial test phase at a low budget. When clients are really scaling up and, you know, there's a higher level of spend and there's multiple products that are being advertised at once or multiple lead magnets. I mean, you could literally have hundreds and hundreds of different individual combinations of ad creatives.
Yeah, because at peak, didn't we were running ads on just building the audience combined with the conversion ads. We had like some crazy numbers. What was the numbers? Do you remember roughly?
That was in the thousands.
Yeah, we were in the thousands. I remember we were running
like 3,000 or
like
4,000.
Yeah, it was some crazy numbers. So we're doing 3,000-4,000 ads. Yeah, it's insane. It's pretty insane.
Needless to say, it was a lot of copy.
A lot of copy, that's for sure. A lot of HIC, for sure.
And so, long story short, back to this point, okay? When people actually review like our accounts, when I just teach people things and I show them like actual accounts and they look at costs, like that's the number one question I get. They're just like, dude, I've never even seen like a fourth of a penny for cost per engagement, like on getting somebody to actually interact with the ad itself. Like how do you do that? And same thing. I just never hear people talk about this. This is such a pro tip. And this is so important for you to understand. Like if you articulate this kind of stuff to a client, this puts you at a level of expertise in comparison to just sounding like a novice who doesn't know what they're talking about. Like this is some serious shit right here on this slide. Okay.
Yeah.
So I optimize my ad around engagement. Okay. Especially since we're talking about Facebook here. Remember, this is a social media platform. Okay. Even though you're producing ads on it, it's not just a magazine, you know, it's not like people just read it, or it's not like a Google display ad on a blog where people just like see it, you know. The point of an ad is to get engagement, meaning you want to have people like it and comment it and share it. Like good ads get hundreds and hundreds of shares and literally thousands of reactions and tons of people commenting, both good and bad. Okay. But when you optimize around ad engagement, okay, the benefits of that are that you get lower cost to reach more people. So literally if you play into the algorithmic bias, which is, remember, Facebook wants people on the platform, they want them engaging, and they want them there for long durations of time. So a key metric inside of an ad that lowers your cost of reach and increases the quantity of people you do reach is the engagement of your ad, not just the actual click through to the page itself. So it's like it's two things you got to do at once. You got to be able to write copy to get people to do what you want them to do, but you also got to be able to write copy that just makes people take a stand and makes them agree or disagree. And, you know, it makes them like it and want to share it with people and say, this is how I think, you know, like I believe what this person just wrote in copy, enough to share an ad. Okay. That's when you know you really wrote some good copy. And to be clear, there's like also little tactics I want to highlight here. So you'll notice that I have on this second bullet point here, if you write longer body copy, there'll be an option that says see more that shows up. And just by getting somebody to press that little see more button there, that is an example of ad engagement. So you want to understand like how simple ad engagement is interpreted. Okay. It's just enough to press see more. Okay. It doesn't always have to be shares and reactions and comments, but there's definitely a lot of algorithmic weight on shares and comments and the reactions. So I found that polarizing ads that make a reader take the stand for their belief really help increase the opportunity to get that kind of reaction from your audience you're targeting.
And there's a myth about the ad that maybe is controversial, that it has, let's say, quite a bit of negative comments. Oh, that hurts the ad, or that hurts the cost per lead. You know, all this stuff. What's the truth?
You want to provoke that kind of behavior because it actually helps lower your costs as an advertiser and it helps increase your reach.
Yes.
That'd be a perfect example. Of
So when we
polarizing
were
ad.
running some pretty edgy ads, we still do. Like we had trolls, we had haters. Oh, who the fuck do you think you are? You know, in the back of a family, all this negative shit.
It helped
Well,
us a lot.
Thank you very much, trolls.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you very
No,
much for
I love
lowering
that
the
kind of
cost.
stuff. You know,
Yeah.
so this is important to make your client aware of too, because a lot of clients have that fear of like, hey, I got a negative comment on my ad. Like, no, dude, that's really good, because if you have brand advocates that come in, they'll defend you too. Or people that just have the opposite belief as the person who commented, you best believe like they'll come in and they'll comment and they'll stand for their own belief. This, I can't express this to you enough. Okay, if you have just a simple homework from this, and we'll cover more elaborate ones here at the end, but just a really simple thing you can try to do in your own life. Try to become aware of how many times you do this yourself and how many times you see it in a day. Most human conflict comes from conflicting beliefs, okay? At a big scale and at an individual level. You will see this everywhere, where if somebody has one belief A, and somebody else has another belief that conflicts with belief A, well, belief A and belief B will conflict with one another, and they'll voice their opinions on why one is right and why one is wrong. And then they'll get other people to come in and participate in the group think to validate that their ideas are right. And then other people from the other side will come in and they'll validate how they think, because they want to make sure that they're not being proved wrong. And it grows and it grows and it grows. And all of this happening on your ads leads to more reach and lower costs. Okay? So polarizing ads that make the reader take a stand for their belief. Okay? It's going to shoot your engagement through the roof, which once again, the intention of that is to lower our costs and increase our reach. Okay? So yeah, we showed examples of the simple see more trick. And then just be clear on this too. This is just a little side note for everybody. There is a huge difference between direct response advertising and branding. And I want to make sure you understand those, because I'm going to use some different examples from both of these. You're going to hear me talk a lot about direct response advertising versus branding. So to understand the differences between the two, for starters, direct response advertising asks the customer to do something, okay, and it tracks that response. So it's like, hey, go sign up for this, fill out the application. It tracks a response. Hey, go buy this product. That's direct response. Things that literally ask the person to do something, and like we are running the ads with the intention of getting that person to do something, and we're measured on that result. Brand building, on the other hand, is advertising that gets the name of your business, products, or service out there, but you have no idea as to whether it's paying for itself or not. It's like when you see companies run billboard ads or, videos, or they spend money on like traditional advertising, or in some cases, you'll see this stuff inside of Facebook and Instagram as well. And I'll show you some examples of both of these. But just remember, brand building won't work for 99% of businesses. It'll send you broke. So you want to be a direct response copywriter, without a doubt. Like those are the kind of offers that you want to look for, because it allows you to make an offer, give a deadline. It allows you to track response. That you're going to have a higher probability to produce revenue for people when you're doing direct response, which enables you to make more revenue because you're making money for people. So if we look at some examples of the brand ads, so the differences, this is what they look like. Okay. Let's look at the Pepsi one on the left. What are your plans this 4th of July? Race into this grocery store and check all of your snacking and sipping needs off your list. Shop now to save on PepsiCo products. It's just available at grocery store, one stop all summer. Well, it might look like it. They're making a call to action. They're not tracking any of this. They have no idea how many people are going to walk into that specific grocery store, buy that product. They just don't. This is an example of branding. On the right, we all know what McDonald's sells. They got burgers, they got chicken nuggets. I think that's all I got. I mean, I know they have that salad that has more calories and fat than desserts. But nonetheless, we know what McDonald's sells. So this is an example of brand advertising from McDonald's. Meet Bridget and Marty, an R&B singer-songwriter and a drag queen activist, and with more in common than we think. And then the headline is literally McDonald's. So there's nothing about that ad that says, hey, go buy a burger. We got a large fries and drink free with every, XYZ meal. That'd be an example of direct response. This is just brand advertising. There's no trackable ROI from this. So if we track some examples of direct response ads, I just went in and I pulled two. I tried to find some major brands that you guys would likely know about. And by the way, all these screenshots are from the Facebook ad library. So I looked up NASCAR because I saw a few news headlines in NASCAR, so it was just in my head. So NASCAR actually has a Shopify store. And in this case, they're doing a specific direct response ad for this Bobby Labonte signed, I don't know what it is. It's like a framed picture of him looking like he won some kind of race, and it has got a signature from there, an autograph. If you click on that link there, it actually takes you right to a Shopify store. You can buy some for $50. And then it has obviously a ton of other products, but it's a NASCAR themed store, ran by the NASCAR company. On the right here, we have Masterclass, which I'm sure most of you guys have heard of. And, long story short, they just go pick different celebrities. They make a course on whatever that celebrity is famous for. And it's, just learning from people that you otherwise wouldn't be able to learn from is a simple way to describe it. So here we have Chris Hadfield, who's an astronaut. he's teaching space exploration. So if this is a specific hook from them appealing to the crowd that's interested in, being an astronaut or interested in space or just interested in all this crazy stuff going on Mars and, maybe even just interested in rockets. There's a course for that if you clicked on this link would take you right to the masterclass page with the Chris Hadfield lesson that you could buy individually. You could pay monthly for their entire subscription of their entire library. You could pay one time, for access for a year as an example. But these are examples of direct response ads. They tell you to do something, and then there's a measurable result that we track. So anyway, do we have any questions on body copy?
Any questions on body copy? Do some Facebook ads run without picture?
It always requires an image or a video. They do actually have a stock library of images. If you work with a client that literally has none, that you can search through to get images for your ads if you don't have any.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if any other questions. So we're talking about targeting, we're talking about headline, we're talking about body copy, right? So the body copy itself, it could be hook, curiosity, it could be storytelling, but an image, right? The right video makes a huge difference. I think, Jeremy, when we were testing things, I think back then, if I remember correctly, you were saying to me that for most of the clients, I think back then, like when we just started working together, most of them couldn't make videos work. I think we had a conversation about most of them, they're safer to go with like an image. And then we were talking, right? I think we had that conversation and somehow my video, like our video, when we do videos almost always outperform image, right? What's the theory the behind that?
Yeah, so a lot of people, and you actually talked to me about this, Dan, and I liked it a lot when you broke it down this way. You talked about star power and just the ability to be a natural spokesperson in front of a camera and, not have a bunch of reservations and, also having the know-how on top of that to how to be on camera. There's a lot of business owners that look at that as a very frightening situation, kind of like stage fright. They just don't identify that they have those skills. They look at it as a hard task. They might say they don't have the right equipment or they don't have video editors to do it. And it definitely adds some complexity to the ad creation process for a lot of different business owners. And on top of that, if they can execute, a majority of them by far just aren't good at it. So therefore, images do a better job in place of that to get things launched faster and to just have a wider variety that are likely to work better. Because, in a video, you want to come off authentic. You definitely want to come off confident, like you know what you're talking about, no questions asked, depending on the context of the video. And, a shaky business owner who's fearful and doesn't believe in themselves to shoot a proper video is definitely not going to come off the way you want in an ad that's going to work well. So images definitely cover that up in a sense. And, to get things launched faster too. A lot of the times there's just more images available faster than videos. Sometimes it comes down to speed of execution. When a client hires you, I'm telling you, they measure your results right away. So that's their expectation. Even if you're telling them it's going to take a couple of weeks to start producing results, they want things, the faster you can do it, the better to get a result. So images help you get things launched quicker, which lead to getting results faster.
Mm-hmm. 2 more questions and then we'll move on. When you engage with the comments on your own ad, meaning you're commenting back and forth, does that count as a good engagement or seen as like it's a made up like artificial boosting?
No, it counts as good engagement. And then smart question. I mean, smart thing to do relative to that question is to reply to people provoking additional engagement from them. Like leave an open-ended question in whatever you reply with, or just, ask their feedback or perspective on something. Get them to comment again, long story short.
Tina is asking, if you have a client who wants copy but doesn't know how to run Facebook ads, can we do it for them using our own account? No, you don't use your own account. Or does it need to be their account?
I would encourage you to use their account because it's less risky. If you run multiple businesses out of your own account and one of them goes down, that's going to
They
be the
all go
domino
down.
effect for all of them to go down, which is really going to hurt you. You want to isolate that just by going into, getting added into an individual client account every time you get a new client.
Yeah. Let's keep going. We still have a lot to cover. A lot to cover.
Yeah. So next section here, we're going to talk about advertising compliance. So there's three main areas of compliance that you want to be mindful of. The first is the actual copy itself. The second are, of course, the videos and the images that are paired with the creative. And the third is the landing pages. So where you're actually sending traffic to. All three of these things are areas that are going to be audited in terms of compliance. So Facebook is like walking into church. Okay, you got to be on your best behavior. There's a strict set of rules, both spoken and unspoken, that are going to dictate whether you're widely accepted in the church or not.
Yeah, that's a great metaphor. That's a great metaphor.
Yeah. So long story short, Google AdWords like walking into the club. Okay, it's a lot more loose. There's a lot less rules and regulations. Sure, there's still some unspoken elements of the game there, but nonetheless, a lot more loose in comparison to walking into a church.
Yes. So let's say you walk in a church. Before, back then you could, but now you can't. The ads, like you use profanity, you can run ads on Facebook, right?
I mean, you used to be able to do a lot. It gets more progressive by the year, especially as Facebook goes under more political scrutiny. And, they have congressional hearings in the United States now where there's talks of regulating them.
Mm-hmm.
So they get more and more strict and tighter around what they consider compliant and not by the year. So some of what we used to be able to run, like I remember when.
Oh, goddamn! I remember, man. I remember.
we had a book. It was called FU Money. We had an ad that had a little sunglasses emoji with like two middle fingers next to it, talking about like, oh, you think I look like Kim Jong-un or something like that.
Yeah. It's controversy. It's
yeah, and those kind of ads. I mean,
they work.
Yeah, they work. They work.
Now, Sifu can't even fucking promote FU Money on Facebook. It's got FU in it, right?
Yep, it's very true. We can still do all that stuff on AdWords. Like I said, there's some unspoken rules of the game, but Facebook definitely gets more strict by the year. I can't give you a better metaphor than just walking into church. It is that kind of behavior that you're expected of inside of Facebook in terms of how you're going to come across as an advertiser. Now, TikTok, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Pinterest, they're all in between Facebook and AdWords. Like they have rules and regulations, but they're nowhere near as tight as Facebook and they're nowhere near as loose as AdWords. And if you want no rules at all, then you go with a platform like Traffic Junkie or Taboola, which for those who don't know, it's very alternative advertising channels that you can access that still have pretty wide reach, but won't be as mainstream or won't work as well as something like Facebook.
And remember, Sarah, Instagram is owned by Facebook. Facebook bought it. So the same rule applies to Instagram.
For $1 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start with how to be as compliant as possible for Facebook and Instagram here. I'm just going to roll into a few key rules and they'll be applicable for multiple industries. Let's start with the first one. So they want you focusing on skill, not money. This is definitely huge for the education space, which is definitely a big opportunity for a lot of you copywriters out there. Mm-hmm. You're going to hear this if you go after like the wealth management crowd or, people attempting to like the financial advisors, accountants as an example, like anybody that just has a mention of money or being able to save money or make money or, invest money or earn money. They literally want no mention of the financial upside. They want no mention of the financial figures. They really want you focused on the skill and the process of whatever you're attempting to sell. So some examples of that, of using skill instead of money. A compliant example would be we're giving away 200 plus e-commerce funnels to make you a more confident online store owner with proven funnels that produce 27,823 customers. Versus the non-compliant headline would be, these 200 plus funnels we're giving away have made more than $27 million for us. So it's non-compliant because it states a financial figure, even though they're talking about themselves, it states a financial figure, which Facebook then interprets as an implied income claim for everybody that's reading that to be able to have a high probability to do the same. Facebook, at the end of the day, is attempting to be FTC compliant, which is a regulation committee that looks over Facebook's behavior and fines them for what their advertisers do or don't do. That's the whole reason behind why they have these compliance rules to begin with. I assure you, if Zuckerberg had it his way, he probably wouldn't have any of these compliance rules. He might have certain parameters to follow just for best practices. But, you know, long story short, they're just attempting to do what governments are looking at them to do for best practices and to be mindful of. So they're attempting to not get fined. The reason the compliant one works so well, and we'll dig into this here in a minute, is it still implies how much revenue has likely been produced without having to say anything about money. So it's like Dan mentioned, it's a way to finesse your way to still being able to communicate something without actually saying it. Now, just to elaborate on this for other industries, you know, they want you focusing on the process, not the final outcome or before and afters. So a big part of, once again, these regulation bodies that look over Facebook and find them for things, those are all the rules and regulations that those regulation bodies have. So they don't want you focused on before and afters if you're going to go through fat loss or, you know, make medical claims or have some kind of pharmaceutical product. That's why you've never seen a pharmaceutical company be able to say, hey, here's the before and after of what happens when you take our pill. They simply imply the outcome and usually the process that you go through, like visiting a doctor and just getting prescribed to it. They use visuals to give you an indicator of what they're implying is the after result, but by no means can they verbally say, this is what happens before and after. They want you focusing on the process, not the final outcome or before and after comparisons. So an example of process instead of result focus that would be compliant is one of those headlines we analyzed earlier. How businessmen can stop struggling with alcohol without going to rehab. A non-compliant version of that focus on the result is we'll cure you of alcoholism in under 90 days. Now that would be non-compliant because it implies a timeline. It implies 100% success, which it's not. So if it's not something that can be held true to every person that's going to buy the product or go through the system, you can't make a claim that way. So we'll cure you of alcoholism is also a result. It's technically considered a medical condition. So you'd be falling into that level of compliance as well. The first one that works extremely well, you know, we're running it right now. How businessmen can stop struggling with alcohol without going to rehab. Such a great headline because it's compliant. It implies the process. It does not imply a before and after directly in the copy, but you can still understand what happens by learning how to stop struggling with alcohol without going to rehab. So it's still understood what happens if they go through that process without me having to actually use those words. Now, shout out to Purell. 99.99% of businesses think that claims and promising results related to whatever is being sold is what works. When in reality, it's the fastest way to get business managers disabled, ad accounts shut down, and personal advertising access revoked. It's a bad day when that stuff happens. Skills, not income. Process, not results. The most common objection to this is, you know, well, compliant assets don't work as well as non-compliant ones. And listen, I agree that non-compliant assets are great. You know, they're awesome. Like you can do that stuff on AdWords all the time to a degree. You know, there's other ad channels like we talked about. But I'm telling you, on Facebook and Instagram, the argument does not matter at all. And contrary to popular belief, they do work just as well. And in some cases, even better. You know, it's definitely a completely different way to advertise than what most direct response marketers that you're going to study in old books are going to talk about. But I'll tell you what, when you master this, you'll find that, once again, the results are equally as great, if not better. So being non-compliant is just not an option. I mean, flat out, it's just not even a consideration. It'd be like saying, you know, breaking the law to make money works better than following the law to make money. So, you know, I'm just going to break the law to make money. It's like, sure, you could do it. And sure, you know, you might even get away with it for a little bit. But at the end of the day, You're going to be living a life of stress and pressure, knowing that one day you could wake up and just have your door kicked in and get arrested. It'd be like the same thing on Facebook. You'd have a lot of pressure, you'd have a lot of stress, and one day your business manager could get shut down. And everything you had going in the business you built on Facebook could just be gone. So it's literally just not an option. You know, technically it is, but once again, if you're on the side of I'd rather keep my business manager, my advertising access, my business going, it's not an option. So the point is, you know, the argument to remain non-compliant can be argued for sure. Okay, no doubt. Even my personal beliefs, I totally agree. You know, there's a lot of opportunities for non-compliant assets to work well, but I like to follow the law. You know, we got to be compliant. If I want to advertise on Facebook and Instagram, it's not a choice. You know, we've got to set our personal beliefs aside and get compliant. So this rule also goes for testimonials and talking about yourself. So I'll give you an idea of what they mean by that. Okay. They want zero mention of how much you make, you know, how much result you've gotten doing XYZ, how much others have made, or anything related to wealth, money, or income potential. An example of what to say versus what not to say. So you could say things like, he's started several businesses and is invested in dozens of others. He's been in business for the last several decades and has helped thousands. See, that kind of compliant headline, it still implies that this is a successful business person we're talking about. But not once did I use the word successful. Not once did I imply how much money's been made throughout these businesses. And it actually increases trust using the compliant headline above. Whereas a non-compliant headline would be, he's a 9-figure earner with investments in several successful businesses, all producing cash flow. He's been in business making millions for the last several decades. So that's something as an example that we used to be able to get away with. But as Facebook gets more and more progressive, the compliant version of this still, it establishes a higher level of trust, lowers the level of skepticism, and it still gets away with being compliant. So to further elaborate on this, just for other niches, they want zero mention of before and afters, zero mentions of medical claims, anything related to health, drugs, or alcohol. And Facebook hates MLMs. They hate them a lot. So an example of how to have customers give a testimonial. So a compliant testimonial would be, I've been able to get more confident than ever before on how to get healthy. I've put a lot of muscle on and have never felt better than I do today. Non-compliant would be, in under 90 days, I've lost 20 pounds of fat and have gained 9 pounds of muscle. Anyone wanting to get jacked should buy this supplement. So compliant versus non-compliant here, our compliant version of this headline does not imply that others have the potential to do it. It doesn't imply a timeline, which is very important to understand. You want to avoid timelines like, 90 days, X amount of months, X amount of years. Avoid timelines altogether. And then avoid specifics like numbers in this case, like I've lost 20 pounds of fat and 9 pounds of muscle, because that specifically implies that that's going to be possible for other people that are going to participate in taking this supplement. Same thing with the implied claim of getting jacked. Anyone should buy this supplement. That's a very broad definition. Nobody knows what that means. It's self-defined, so that could be interpreted anyway, which is another implied claim. So this kind of thinking is really what you want to roll out to any kind of company that you're going to be working with. Once again, these are like the framework for how you need to think. I'm giving you specific examples so you can see it applied, but you need to be remembering these kind of principles. Like you want to talk about skills. You want to talk about the process. You want to talk about characteristics. Like in this last example, I use words like, I've been able to get more confident than ever before on how to do X, Y, Z. You want to talk about the process of understanding how to get healthy, as that example shows. Characteristics or attributes should be words like confidence or certain. Things that, once again, people want to identify with. Okay, you can talk about skills, process, characteristics, and attributes. As that.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I'm sorry.
HIC, focus. Goddamn focus, man. We're not a bunch of kids. Let's see the conversation in Discord. You do this, I'm gonna kick you out. Literally, I would kick you out of the class. Right? We're talking about something very important here, right? How it relates to your career. So what are we talking about? We're talking about when you're writing copy. If we cannot promise specific results, one of the keys, talk about feelings and emotions. Feeling confident, okay. Not lose X amount, produce X amount, right? When you're writing scalable, compliant copy. So that means using those emotional words, right? Using story, not specific results. Now, but here's the thing. I want to clarify something here. Very key. A lot of beginner copywriters, they come to Sifu, they say, I want to learn how to write scalable, compliant copy. Here's the problem, okay? So Facebook is like a church, Google is like a club, right? Yes? So the problem is this. I'll give you a perfect metaphor. So all the things that we know that works for traditional, like proven direct response, copywriting principle, using outrageous results, right? Big promise. All the things, you look at Alan's copy, you look at the spike file, all those things that we've learned, that you are learning as well, we cannot do that on Facebook. Here's the problem. If you only learn how to write compliant copy and you don't know how to write the other copy as a foundation, your copywriting skill will always be like a watered down version of it. Because you never had that fundamental training. This is very critical. I'm paying attention. Okay, listen very closely. So when Sifu trains you, I have to train you on a very strong foundation on the principle of human psychology, focusing on them, the pain point, a lot of the stuff that I need to teach you first before I teach you the compliance. Because think about it. This is like fighting. The day you learned, you are wearing the gloves, you have protective gear, you have a headgear, and you are learning only boxing. Imagine you have full protective gear, whole body, and then you wear a very, very big glove. That's Facebook. That's compliance copy, right? You're hitting, that's pretty good, right? But now I put you in a street fight, you will get slaughtered. Because you don't know what it's like for someone to gouge your eyes, to hit your throat, to kick your groin. You never expected it. But if you train on the street, you know how to fight, right? Down and dirty world of sleeves, I put 2 gloves on you, you still know how to fight. So I need to train you on the fundamental first. You have to know, and then you can adapt and tweak your copywriting ability to Facebook. So you could go to the church, right, and communicate in a certain way, and you could go to the nightclub and be the coolest guy, coolest girl there. Because in email, yeah, you could say you, right? You can make certain claims. You can get away with more. Does that make sense? You with me? Say yes. So you cannot skip. You cannot just say, oh, just learn how to write compliant copy. Then you'll never be a great copywriter. Because you don't have the other fundamental skill. So I need to train you on this, but don't get too stuck on, oh, everything has to be 100% compliant. Yes, when we're running cold traffic, when we want to leverage Facebook, Instagram, yes. But you got to focus on, at the end of the day, what works and what produces revenue. You follow?
Yeah, very true.
Very true. Like this is the best example I could give you. Because otherwise you will not get the other stuff. Right? And then when you write an email, you might wonder, how come my email doesn't convert so well? Because you make it so watered down and so compliant that people's like, I don't want to buy this. Right? Good. Keep going.
All right, great. Yeah, so just to recap some of what we talked about so far, long story short, guys, just remember skills, process, characteristics, and attributes. Avoid the results, the claims, the before and afters, the income and money words especially, and Facebook hates MLMs, so try to avoid that category at all costs when you're talking about clients.
Quick question, Bart.
Yep.
Jeremy, do you recommend we write it as non-compliant and then tone it down to being compliant?
No, that sounds like a bad set of behavior to
Yes.
condition yourself for.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You know,
it's almost wear a different hat. I think that's a better way of looking at it, right? I'm
Yeah,
writing
it's better
compliant
to
copy.
do the opposite, like write compliant copy and then find ways where you don't want to take it to where it's borderline compliant, non-compliant, but like As long as you're writing it very compliant, then you can find ways we can actually loosen up a little bit. But you want to keep your standards high in compliance. It's really not something to mess around with. If you get a client ad account banned, they're not going to like you very much.
No.
It's going to be a bad time to have to pivot.
No. And I think there's something that I struggle with this, right? Because Jeremy and I will have conversation. We had actually multiple meetings, right? Because I said, no, I came from this school of copy, right? Like, I know how this works. I want to use this headline. And Jeremy just kept kind of convincing me, no, you can't do this. You'll get a account. And we did. We disapproved, account shut down. We the stuff that we went through.
It's a bad time.
It's bad time. It was some bad fucking time. So, and then I finally like, okay, I got it. Where I cannot just do it halfway. We have to learn how to write compliant copy. And that's also, I see a blue ocean. I wonder how many other business owners struggle with this, right? How many traditional, let's say call them traditional old school copywriters, why they were so hot, right? They're writing long sales page, charging a lot of money, suddenly no one hires them because none of the damn ads could be run.
Yes, so true.
So think about as a copywriter. This one I won't name name, but there's one copywriter who back in the day used to listen to this. Used to charge $15,000 to write a long sales page, $15K. Okay. Now, listen to me. He's doing consulting for $50 per hour. 50
That
bucks.
sucks.
You know, he's not old and stuff like that. No one would. Why? Because he didn't adapt. He didn't understand social media. So as a client, like, I'm not going to pay your stuff. I can't even run it. That doesn't produce money. What he should have learned, he should have adapted his writing style to say, hey, think about it. Back hotshot 15K, long lineup. People want to hire him now. People won't even pay him $50. Right? Brooke. High income skill, you also need to adapt. You can't just, oh, I know it. Right? I have social media. I don't like to be on Facebook. I don't run ads on Facebook. So you can see a lot of these old school copywriters. And I think that's part of what makes HIC such a big difference compared to every damn program out there, right? I'm teaching you. Isn't Steve teaching you fundamental, classic, proven principle, but I'm adding new twist, right? A new distinction. It's like, hey, I'm teaching you martial art and self-defense, but you are learning it as everybody only use their natural weapons, their fist and their legs and stuff. You heard a thing called a knife? You've heard a thing called a gun, right? Oh, no, we train with, no one would ever attack us with a knife, right? No, never. You know, it's not up to date. It's exactly like a lot of these copywriters. And that's why a lot of them, I won't again name it, a lot of the big names, some of the biggest names, right? Their stuff doesn't work on social. But the problem is we're now all on social. And these guys are old, right? They're like 50, 60, like their stuff they can't scale, they can't do anything. Versus, I think what Sifu brings to you as a mentor is I am very immersed into the old world, but I'm also very hip to what's working now. So I live in both worlds. So I can bring you both perspective. I can bring you stuff from Alan, 1997, right? Back in the days, what worked, right? The fundamental, the foundation pieces. And I can talk social media like nobody else. It's the same idea. So that's what makes what I'm teaching you very unique. You got it? Okay.
Makes sense. And so we just talked about this example here. It's just a good point of using attributes. It's one of the most common questions I get when I teach compliance is how to apply the characteristics and attributes side. So it's once again, it's characteristics and attributes that people want to identify with. That's an easy way for them to be able to interpret that you're implying that there's an end result that's possible for them without actually having to say it. So just to remind you, Facebook just wants to be FTC compliant. They want to be compliant with all the different regulation boards across the world that all audit them and hold them accountable and fine the hell out of them. And they just want to lower the fines. In addition to that, they want users to trust their platform. So they've shown through studies with millions of people that income claims, revenue potential comments lower trust. Same thing with medical claims, before and afters, solely focusing on a result. Like Dan highlighted earlier, if you just simply say you're better, you just constantly talk about the results, that's selling. When other people talk about it, and when you're able to finesse into your copy an implied understanding without actually having to say it, you're playing into exactly how people are. People are smart. They know what leads to results without having to constantly drill on your results in your copy. So this raises the level of skill that you have when you're working with a client. If you learn how to do this, okay, I can't stress that enough. Being a compliant advertiser is huge. It's an incredible asset, as Dan just mentioned. It literally increases your worth significantly in the marketplace, from both being able to adapt and just being able to get ads approved. It makes it so you don't have to write as much copy. So remember, people are smart. They know what leads to results without you having to constantly drill on results in your copy. So an example of that, we covered it earlier today, but look at this, okay? This compliant version of copy, what does it imply? We're giving away 200 plus e-commerce product funnels to make you more confident online store owner with proven funnels that produced 27,823 customers. For starters, the specificity that 27,823 customers have been generated, even if it was sold for a $2 product, it still implies that there was revenue made without having to talk about how much revenue was made. In this case, this company actually produced over $27 million with those 27,000 customers. So nonetheless, it doesn't matter what the number is interpreted as to the person who's reading the ad. There's going to be people who are smart and look at that and say, damn, 27,823 customers? It's got to be a lot of money. They're giving away 200 funnels? Jeez. I mean, that means these guys must know something. I mean, they built 200 of them, So here's my point. That sentence right there, just that alone, is the perfect example of saying an implied claim that the person can easily interpret without me having to say anything about it. So consider how you can do that for all the different clients you're going to come across that you're going to need to be compliant for. So remember some other examples of that. You can talk about getting more deals, producing more sales, getting more qualified leads, being able to do X, Y, Z with their new skills. You can talk about working out like X, Y, Z. You can talk about living condition differences, process the focus of how it actually works, being able to do X, Y, Z with their new product. These are the kind of things that you can actually talk about. And remember, people will be able to connect the dots. They can understand what they're going to learn or buy, helps them produce results without you having to say it. This is the most important set of rules in terms of Facebook and Instagram. And you need to remember this, okay? You need to remember this. They do not play around, okay? They will quickly ban you, have little to no support options for you available to remedy the situation. It is not a fun time.
Now,
okay?
when we say ban you, we're not talking, oh, you ban me, then I just go set up another account and I do my thing. No, that's what are we talking about here, Jimmy?
Not how it works. They remember 52,000 data points on you. Okay?
They know who the fuck you are.
They blacklist you, okay? And they put you on a list that says if this IP address or this device or this Facebook account ever attempts to access, the Facebook ads, show them a declined message that they don't have the opportunity.
And by the way, your credit card is also blacklisted.
Yep. Everything.
You can't use that credit card anymore.
Yep. And keep in mind, if you're representing clients, okay, this is of the utmost importance for your ability to confidently write copy for clients. I can't express this enough. If you write non-compliant copy and it gets a client's business manager banned, it's more problematic than just the business manager going down. Okay. It flags.
Rich is asking, how many chances do you get?
So that's actually a good way to roll into this next slide here. Okay.
Yes.
So there is a solution though, if you have been banned. Okay.
There's a solution here.
It's called the friends and family insurance policy. Okay. So each person on Facebook, just to be clear, can have 2 different business managers. So if one business manager goes down, you can still pivot to another business manager. But the way you get that new business manager is by you identify a friend or family member who just won't ever run ads. Okay. There's just no chance that person's ever going to run ads. It could be a staff member. I've seen it with, it could be a sibling. It doesn't matter.
Here's the deal.
What you're going to do.
Yeah. Here's the deal.
Yeah, you're going to walk them through.
We are going to give you a template.
Yep.
We're going to give you a template on how you actually go back and talk with Facebook. Okay. This page alone here, can you see? what we're talking about, everything we're talking about? Just this, how many would agree this class alone worth the investment of the entire HIC program? Just one module right here tonight. Plus everything else. We're talking some pretty advanced concepts. You now know more than 99% of our copywriters out there. They have no clue. You think someone from Upwork knows what you know? You think someone from Freelancer knows what you know? Can they even fucking spell compliance? I don't think so. Do they know that Facebook is this powerful? No. They just won't know. So talk about that. This is crazy. This is gold. This is diamond. Fuck gold. This is diamond.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So this is the friends and family insurance policy. Okay. That's what we call it. You're essentially having a friend or family member who's just never going to advertise. You're going to walk them through these instructions right here that you guys all get downloadable access to. This you need to keep this on file. Okay. Keep it somewhere safe. You're going to have this person, the friend or family member, create a business manager. You're going to walk them through it. It's super simple, few steps. And then they're going to add you as an admin to that business manager, at which point you can remove them from it. And now you got a brand new business manager. So like I said, there's specific steps on how to do this, literally step by step. And you guys get access to that.
Who wants a PDF of this? I can't hear you. Who wants a PDF of this? Okay, then focus. See if it's giving you one. Jim is giving you one. Don't get distracted and talk about shit that doesn't matter. Focus in class. Learning time, you have to cherish learning time. I remember whenever I have the time with like Alan, Big Dan, you talk about they don't fuck around. Okay, I cherish that time tremendously. You should too, right? We can have fun. We can joke around, but doesn't mean you go off the tangent and just like get all distracted. Agree? Put in the chat, say, I will focus. I will focus. Okay.
All right, cool. Let's roll. Yeah, so you guys all got access to that document. And just to highlight once again on AdWords, AdWords is just a lot more loose. So there's really three best practices that, or I should say a best practice that you'll want to follow. You'll want to have three versions of your funnels. And that for you is great because that means that you have three different versions of copy that you can write for different funnels. And what that really means is you'll have a Facebook version and, / Instagram that's going to be very compliant. You'll have an AdWords version that's going to be, in Facebook's eyes, non-compliant is a simple way you can describe it. You just be more loose. And then you'll have the organic version. So this also helps a few different things, and I'll make it clear for you. So for starters, as I just described, you get to write more copy for the landing pages. Okay. In addition to that, you get to write two different versions of ad copy, one for AdWords and one for Facebook. And then in addition to that, you'll have organic copy that you can write, such as emails, ways to be able to promote in the Facebook groups or any other lists that your clients might have access to promote to the organic.
I want to make sure, Chelsea, are you paying attention to this? What does this mean? It means when you sell your Facebook ads, you're selling them different versions, right? With slight variations. You are selling them 3, 4, 5 pages. I want a landing page. Okay, you want the Facebook one, AdWord one, organic, which one? All three. And they are minor, they're not like complete rewrite. They're minor alteration. This page here, just like, I'm going to be totally non-compliant, just fucking triple your income. That's totally non-compliant right there. That one page, here, you charge it 3 times. 3 times. And you explain to them, if you pay attention to Jeremy's languaging, this is how you pitch it. Well, why do I need 3 pages? Because of this.
Yeah, and this isn't bullshit, to be clear. Like, this isn't going to make your client think that you're lying or just trying to upsell them. Like, this is a good process. This is actually a really good strategy that you guys can sell. And like I'm kind of describing, like, the way you tactically sell it is you just have the person create an organic funnel first, and then you just duplicate it out twice. That way you get the Facebook funnel, which needs to be super compliant, and then the AdWords funnel. You can either just keep it the exact same as the organic, so it might not require any more copy, or you can get even more loose since you're going to run traffic to it, and give or take what type of traffic you're running to it. Cold audiences, warm audiences, retargeting. That might dictate a specific set of verbiage you're going to want to use on that page. So, long story short, having 3 different versions of the funnel is really important, which, as I kind of just described, creates 3 opportunities to also drive traffic to these funnels as well. So there's the funnel bundle package, and then you got the ad bundle package. And you want to make sure you specify when you're taking on clients, like, what are you actually writing copy for? Because there's a wildly different set of ways to communicate based on compliance alone for these different opportunities. So long story short, just further ways. I like to give you guys ways that you can sell this to clients so it makes it easier for you so you don't have to figure it out yourself. So this is going to enable you to be more nimble with changes on the funnels for AdWords and Facebook when you need to make changes. So when you take on a client, you guys have all heard it's smart to run A/B tests, meaning you have one version of a funnel and you're testing another version of the funnel, or you have one version of ads and you're testing another version of the ads against it to see which one's going to perform better. So you need to constantly be running A/B tests on the funnels.
So I want to make sure. What does that mean as a copywriter? What are they going to split testing with?
Yeah, copy.
Copy. Okay. Now, a quick question from Dan: Won't the Facebook compliant copy work well on the other? Like, why do we need 3?
Yeah, good question. So as we mentioned, like Dan and I have a lot of experience of non-compliant assets working really well. Like it made a lot of money. And for just to be clear, like Dan aside, with all the different businesses I've seen, like non-compliant assets work extremely well. So it's actually in your favor to be able to, work with non-compliant assets on other ad channels and make your Facebook version compliant for what's necessary on Facebook. Because they're completely different worlds of what you're able to communicate. And, if you get to the point where your compliant assets work really well, by all means, if your business owner that you're working with, your client is giving you a little resistance on creating 3 funnels, then you need to default to creating the compliant one for Facebook and then rolling it out to the others. But in an ideal scenario, best practice.
I'll give you a simple metaphor.
Yeah.
I'm restricted. I need to put on my boxing gloves, right? I need to wear a headgear, right? I am sparring. I'm fighting in a match. Okay, I can kick. Okay, all right. I'll do my thing. I'll throw my punches and stuff, right? No rules. I can do the jab. I can do the finger jab, right? I can pull the hair, right? I can scratch. I want to use it. It's that simple. It's really that simple.
That's a great metaphor.
It's that simple. Like if I could use those weapons, we're gonna fucking use those weapons. It's only in the ring. I like the Facebook ring church. I can't use it. Then I can't use it. I still need to win. But outside of that, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking use it. I'm gonna step. I'm gonna grab a glass of like boiling water, throw in your face, and whatever it is, right?
That's so true. Yeah, that answers that question perfectly. It's definitely in your favor to have all of them.
Yep, it makes a difference.
Built out for each.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
And then, just kind of, summarizing compliance a bit. I'd really encourage you. There's actually a course from Facebook. It's called the Facebook Blueprint. And, they break down tons of different areas in regards to Facebook advertising. Most of it's pretty generalized, given that they have tons of different industries on their platform. But nonetheless, there's a specific course on compliance.
But Jeremy, this must be very expensive, this course.
No, it's free. Yeah, it's completely free. No, they want you compliant. They don't want to keep you in the dark. They won't give you as direct of statements as I gave you today on what we've learned from our reps, from experience. It's going to be more generalized, but it still gives you an idea of a bunch of other little nuances relative to compliance. Like, there's literally just dozens of examples to list. But
now,
my point being,
when you search Facebook Blueprint course, they will ask you for a password. Okay, enter just HIC and you'll get in.
There you go. Yeah, and the point is, I just want to remind you, like, compliance changes. Okay, it updates frequently. It gets stricter, and this is the internet age. I mean, things could literally change by the day. So I like to, as a habit, on an every 3-month basis, just once a quarter, I like to just stay up to date and go look at the latest policy changes by retaking the Facebook Blueprint course. It also helps make you look better. Like when you have access to ad accounts, keep in mind 52,000 data points on you. And some of those are related to how they can trust you as an advertiser. So when you go through and you take their Blueprint courses, it does increase the standard of trust that they look at you with when you're consistently taking
listen
these.
to this. See who's going to give you a big tip. Think about when you take that course, which course of fortune? You got to know the secret code, right? So, but once you take the course, remember how you're asking me about, what if I don't have experience? What if I'm getting started? Think about everybody else trying to approach them to write ads, right? And you say, I have completed the Facebook Blueprint course by Facebook. I'm up to date with the latest changes and policy. Now, here's the question. How many copywriters have done that? And how many copywriters have that on their LinkedIn? Just think about it. Would that elevate your value? Would that elevate your expertise? It doesn't cost
It's crazy.
anything.
I never hear people talk about this either. Like the Facebook Blueprint course, apparently a very underknown or underutilized resource, but you get you get certifications from it as well that you can screenshot. Like, you
from
can
Facebook.
turn them into cool little badges like Dan just mentioned for your LinkedIn or, for your cover photo on your profiles to show that you've been certified by all these different certification programs that are out there. And it all helps with credibility and authority and just showing that you know what's up to date.
And here's the thing, how you position that close, you demonstrate Facebook Blueprint course, you're certified. And then when you talk about, hey, you need organic, you need Google, and you need Facebook, you need 3 different funnel pages. Oh, that makes sense. You're certified, you must know, right? Yep, so that would be 3 pages. And if you want split testing, 6 pages, right? And with Facebook ads, 5 variations, okay, the whole bundle, how about $5,000? Just keep it simple. You've closed that sale. Simple.
Smart.
Yeah, it's a great way to
copywriting's
do
a hell of a skill. Definitely worth a lot.
it. Yeah. Oh yes, don't forget the email follow-up. Thank you. Yes.
All right, so just remember, okay, in regards to selling this idea to your clients, and remember, I'm just trying to help you sell it. So it is in the client's best interest. Sure, it's in your best interest as well in regards to getting paid more, but you need ammo in order to sell the client on this too, because it is in their best interest as well. So it helps with separating your traffic channels so you have clear reporting. One thing you'll notice, if you're sending organic traffic and traffic from AdWords and Facebook, having literally just the 3 versions of the funnels is also going to keep clear statistics on each one's performance rather than just sending all of it to the same exact funnel, because then in that case, you're going to have convoluted data. I assure you the ad channels will over-report or under-report, and you'll need a secondary source of accuracy to be able to trust. And that's going to come from just having a separated funnel. So it helps a lot. And then, like we've been talking about, 3 versions of the funnel, multiple sets of ads. Like we mentioned with split testing, more copy equals more money. So long story short, that's compliance. Do we have any questions on that? I know that one was a little longer and,
there is any questions? Would Facebook go as far as requiring email compliance?
That's a really good question. So I remember when just Dan alone was spending more than $1 million each month. They definitely gave a shit about the emails. They would talk to us about the back end, and they really cared about that. I've never had that issue with any other advertiser I've ever worked with. I've never heard it from other advertisers as well. So I don't necessarily know the spend threshold. I just know that when you spend at least more than 7 figures a month in ad spend, that they definitely care about it. It's going to be a rare opportunity when that comes,
because we spend more money means we're reaching so many people, right? It's a big account. So that they're more strict with our big whale or like our account. I wish we're a little smaller, but we can because it's what it is. Then we can do more, a little bit more like less restriction, a little more leeway. But
so true.
Yeah.
The less you spend, the more you can get away with. So I mean, if you're spending less than $1,000 in a day,
no
I mean,
problem.
you can get away with a lot of non-compliant copy. And to be honest with you, they just really won't pick it up because it's like 0.0000001% of like what they make in a day. They just don't care about it. They don't have the systems built for that kind of intensity and auditing. But I'm telling you, the more you spend, the more they're going to care about how how users are trusting what you do. They'll run all kinds of tests on how
They
people
look
are
at our
interpreting what you
page,
do.
look at
And,
all kinds of
and
stuff.
they'll go through and they'll audit it themselves. Like they have reps literally just dedicated to going through your funnel and auditing it for
we
compliance.
have like the rep that we have really actually work with just advertisers in my space, right?
Great.
So he's working on just a few of those, and he understands our business model. He understands what we do, understands right. He knows follows what we do. So it's good. And I don't think like Jeremy said, in the beginning I was frustrated with it. Like, why I want to spend money, giving us such a hard time. But then I realized, no, you know what? That's what they want to do. That's they own the platform. Is how do we understand them, and how do we still be able to utilize this platform? A question: how to practice compliance copy? Well, to practice compliant copy.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you definitely don't want to test it, on a client's account.
Yeah, you don't want to be. Oh, let me test if this is compliant on a client's. No. They get shut down.
There's also no like clear place to just, go and post copy and say like, hey, is this compliant or not? The best resource I'd encourage you to do, especially since you're in a community of other, educated copywriters, you can take some of your sample copies, especially when you're first getting started, and just post it into the Facebook group, and you can ask, how people interpretation on the compliance, since, Facebook doesn't make themselves available for those kind of audits. And in addition to that, I would just remember the first principle rule of thinking with try to make the copy as compliant as you can. Don't feel fearful in terms of not being able to test it at all. And just go take the Facebook Blueprint course on compliance, so you're also thoroughly educated on all the other areas besides just copy. So you understand, like, from a well-rounded perspective of what works and what doesn't. It's not really too scary of a thing. Like, remember, okay, unless you're spending thousands and thousands of dollars a day, the account's not likely going to get shut down like right away. It can happen if it's a brand new account, but you go into an existing business owner's account, you might just get an ad disapproved, and then you'll get a clear feedback from Facebook on why it was disapproved, and then just correct your course from there. It's in brand new accounts and accounts where you spend a ton of money that they seem to care a lot more about, and they're a lot more trigger happy to cut you out and ban you.
Yeah. Jess is asking, how do you know when compliance guidelines change? Is the Facebook
taking the Facebook Blueprint course? No questions asked. And then also, I like being connected to heavy advertisers. So, like, I myself, I actively run ads literally every single day. So I'm in there multiple hours a day, just running ads. I'm spending a lot of money. Just being connected to big advertisers is important, because we see when those changes happen as well, like in real time. And then we'll attempt to verify with one another, and just, then we'll go out and we'll share it with our communities. Most big advertisers, they'll at least be a part of other advertising communities where you can go and just ask questions. And, it's important for you to understand that connection to those guys, like myself as an example, is really an asset, because as an example, like Dan spends a ton of money. Dan knows what is compliant and what's not. And just to be able to have access to that as it happens in real time from the spenders is definitely a competitive advantage. Other than that, I mean, you just take the Facebook Blueprint course. They're pretty good with adding what's compliant and what's not. They just won't be as specific to your industry. It'll be much more generalized.
And Facebook doesn't fuck around. They just.
Yeah. I like to compare Facebook to an active war zone. Where like it's
pretty much.
If you say the wrong thing, they just they pull you out and you're done.
You're done.
It's not.
And they don't even need to explain to you why you're done. They don't need to explain to you.
Yeah, and they won't make it. They won't make it an opportunity for you to appeal it.
Yeah, that's it, right? Compliance rules. Do compliance rules apply strictly the same for all languages?
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's more about the platform's compliance rules rather than the
they've got gazillion people on it. Yes.
and that, kind of like a sub question you didn't really ask, but I can still answer that I didn't cover, was you will have different compliance regulations for different geographic areas. Like right now in the US, as an example, targeting California, they just rolled out some new regulations about data. And so you have to have clear compliance guidelines, kind of like the GDPR in the European Union. So if you target the EU, you have to be GDPR compliant. You know, if you target California now,
Yes.
you have to be CCPA compliant.
Mhm.
So there's different regulations for different geographic areas in terms of compliance, and same thing. Those are all covered inside the Facebook Blueprint course, and you can easily just search those questions.
Can you
as well.
see how deep the rabbit hole goes? Like there's a lot as a copywriter. It's not just, oh, I learned a right hand line, and you gotta know what's up to date. All right. It is a superpower, right? But it's a superpower you gotta maintain. Say it with me. It's a superpower that I gotta maintain. So don't be like, oh, I learned it and then I got it. I don't look at the copywriters, 15K per campaign, $50. Like if I'm like his age, that's sad. That's fucking sad, right? You don't want to be that guy, right? A high income skill is only valuable when you can generate high income with it continuously. So over the years, the approach and everything. So I'm part of it where I always want to teach you is the habit of learning. You never feel like you learn enough. That beginner mentality, Jeff Bezos has day one. In Amazon, they talk about the day one mentality. Every day it's day one. They want to have that beginner's mind. They want to know they're always, even as big as they are, they say day one, they want to be entrepreneurial, right? And people asking, what's day two? There's no day two. It's always Amazon. It's always day one, right? So let's take a quick break. We've still got quite a bit to cover. How are you doing so far? You doing good? Doing good? Awake? Focus? Good. Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break. Okay, just 5 minutes, and then we will be right back.
Okay, go in, do your bio break. Grab your drink, grab your coffee, grab your snack, grab your tea. Get hydrated. Move around. Stand up. Everyone do this. Take 5 deep breaths. Right, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Do it together with me. Let's get some oxygen flowing. You do it at your own pace. I recommend usually 2 seconds in, 4 seconds out. It's known to be a good practice. In through your nose, out through your mouth. This rush of oxygen helps you to stay awake. It also gives you clarity, allows you to focus. Okay, Dana, do we have any announcements from support? Any key things that you've noticed, and also any feedback?
Yes, definitely. I do want to make sure that if you are not getting the emails, or if they're in your spam folder or in your promotional folder, then make sure you do whitelist our emails, that once there is a class, maybe for next class, that you get the emails in your inbox. That way you don't have to wait for the link and you can register in advance for the class, all right? So just make sure you whitelist our emails. And if you can't find them anywhere, like I said, you can send an email to support and they can help you out with that. But just make sure before class begins that you register. That way you are set up for success and you are ready to go.
All right. Now, Sunny, I do see that you posted a question about why don't we get feedback about our homework assignments? That's a great question. When you have thousands of copywriters that have gone through, I'll just give you the very direct. Sifu is watching the assignments. The assignments, are you doing it for Sifu to critique it, or are you doing it for yourself to get into the habit of doing it? Right? So I'm not saying we used to at one point, but it's just not humanly possible. Even if, look at how many are you and how many of us. So I know that we're conditioned because of going to school and we want teachers to do that. Now, there is other levels of copywriting in which Sifu does support members by having, top copywriters and himself sometimes or others come in and critique. And that's where the main thing is. For now in HIC, the whole learning process is the habit. It's writing, it's doing the assignments. You should critique yourself. And I remember Sifu being really tough on me a long time ago. And he's like, you can't even do this, Desmond. How do you expect to be, at this level? You can't even do a basic simple thing. How do you expect to be? So yes, I also would love to have I would love to get that feedback sometimes, but many times it's about, and I bet you, I can bet you that Sonny, you're very diligent. You're probably a very Emerald background. You actually get your homework done. I do know that Sifu does thumb through, just like he goes through the Facebook. I know that many times he'll ask the team to also look through it. And he's looking for superstars. He's also sometimes looking for, he can read people very well just from looking at the way you submit. Is it late? Is it the way you write? Is it the words you use? So he couldn't possibly give feedback to every single individual, right? That would not be a good use of his time. But I can tell you that he's learning a lot about you guys. Does that make sense? Think of the story. I don't know if you remember the Alan Jack story, where he gave Sifu an assignment. Sifu, wrote out the copy. He crushes up. And I think he did it something like probably close to like 10 times. Like really pissed off Sifu. And I know that feeling because I've done massive projects and Sifu has just crushed it up. And I'm like, don't just crush it up. Give me some feedback. And Sifu was like, do it again. And then I do it again. And he crushes up. And I'm talking like, 50 slide presentations and stuff like that. Do it again. Okay, shit. Give me some feedback at least. Nope. Do it again. When you do that, when you go through, this is the jacket on, jacket off, jacket on, jacket off, jacket on, jacket off, you actually start to exercise that brain muscle, that copy muscle, and some magic starts to happen. So, I don't know if you guys think that deeply, but I'm just revealing to you some of the things that I've noticed myself just being around Sifu and the way he teaches.
Because
Right.
I don't, yeah, that's well said. Because Sifu is not here to babysit you, right? When the work is so bad, I don't even want to provide feedback. It's just so bad, right? It's not even, it's pretty good. No, it's just the whole thing is shit. Where do you want me to start? It's shit. It's a pile of shit. What do you want to turn it into, right? Give me something that's presentable. Give me something that I could work with here, right? It's just bad. And I could tell you my patience, my standard, it's already way better. Alan was tough. Alan look at my stuff, he was tough. It's like he look at stuff like his look on his face is like, why the fuck you bother bring me this garbage? I could tell you didn't put enough, I could tell you didn't put enough effort into it. And actually, I put a lot of effort into it already. But he was like, and you look at Alan's work, right? It's just incredible. It's like a bit, it's perfectionist. It's like, what's this? And it just crumple it up and throw in the trash can. That's what it is. So you got to get to a certain level, right? But at the same time, I don't expect you to get there overnight. I don't expect you to get there in 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, right? You're learning this. Yes, that would not be my expectation. That's okay. But what I will expect is you hand copy and you keep practicing. That would be my expectation to you. Fair? Right? That you practice. And I would see, don't be I would know if you're practicing or not. Because when you do posts and stuff, I know immediately if you've improved a lot. That's my gift. I've been cooperating. I've been training cooperators. I work with cooperators. I recognize someone. Okay, you're getting it. You're improving. Right? I can see the flow. I could see the story. I could see just the formatting. I could see it. Right? Actually, very, very obvious. Very obvious. Okay. So let's keep. So probably I would say we have another hour and 15 minutes. I think we'll be able to wrap that up. You good?
Yeah, we should be able to do that for sure.
Yeah, you good? Keep going. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. All right, let's rock.
All right, sweet. Let's do it. Yeah. So another pro tip, because I'm all about the pro tips. A quick way to get into flow faster when you're writing copy is another document that I'm giving you guys access to. So I find this incredible for helping me get into flow. And like, what do I mean by that? You know, I hate to just sit down and like literally look at a blank. I write all my copy in Google Docs. So I was like, I hate looking at a blank white Google Doc, you know, or a blank white Word document. It's just, oh, it's just the worst. So what I do is I create this this like categorical list of like what I need to do. And I'll tell you how I start through it. So like I keep in mind, I'm giving this to you guys. So you don't have to create it from scratch, but it helps to get you doing the copy faster if you kind of flow through this. So I just start with the title at the top. So I'd write, you know, like Dan Lok, HIC advertising copy as an example, you know, then I'd put presented by Jeremy Haynes, just right there. I'm already typing things. I then literally type the word sign up page, : I type audience, intention, headlines. I create this little section to start typing up my body copy. And I have that newsfeed description copy at the end there. And with each one of these, then I just go through and I have exactly what I need to write. You know, I can just literally add the link to wherever I'm driving traffic to. I can type up who I'm attempting to target, which is a good reminder for yourself as well. Is it cold audiences? Is it lookalike audiences? Is it warm audiences? Retargeting? You know, is it both? You know, all that's a big difference. The intention of the copy. I find this really helps. Just remind myself what I'm actually, you know, writing the copy for. Then I go and I create my headlines. I create a little bullet list. I like to type up to 5. I showed you guys why. I like to have anywhere from 3 to 4 different variations of body copy. And I'll type those up in those little bracketed sections down there in the body copy area. Then I just type a simple newsfeed description below that. This helps a ton with being able to write Facebook ad copy faster than somebody who's just staring at a blank white screen.
That's right.
This kind of format also helps. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And part of one thing, this is what's amazing, part of another feature that Steve was adding to instant scripts, Jeremy, you like this, is actually section. It prompts them, this is where you put in the headline, this is where you put in the body copy, this is put in call to action. So we'll chunk it up right within the editor.
Yeah, that'd be huge. I'd love that.
Think of like a template base, right? Plus the drop down to edit and drop down any change suggestion on different types of headline, different types of. So imagine this template in different chunks. As you're writing let's say you're writing a headline of the simple way to. As you're typing the simple way to, you're suggesting different types of the simple way to within the system. So think about how much time that would save you, right? So yeah, I'm super excited. I can tell you that. Patty, it's all there for only $30 a month. Well, not after the upgrade. You're lucky if you're already in it. We'll keep it at 30, but the new members, hell no. not for what he was putting into development. After that, well, definitely we're bumping up the price because now there's no competition. Think about funnel scripts alone; it's $797. Funnel scripts is $997, right? I think it's lifetime access, but lifetime because they don't update anything, right? For $30, I mean it's a steal. So for sure we would update that. Yeah. So for those who already got it, good. It's still lock in $30. We won't increase the price, but once we update it, then we will, for sure.
Yeah, very fair. Yeah. So for now, I mean, I'm stuck in the Google Doc, and this is what I do, and this once again, it just really helps me flow into the copy faster. So I'd love to open it up for some Q&A. And just answer any of you guys' questions on what we covered so far. I mean, I know we covered a lot.
How about Jeremy? Let's do some Q&A afterwards then, like at the end before the assignment, because we've done quite a bit of Q&A because you still quite a bit to cover. Why don't we do that? Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah,
I'll keep an eye on the questions for you as well.
And so, in that case, before I go, I just really want to make sure you guys understand. Like empathetically, I know a lot of you guys are just getting started, and I mean that's a hell of a position to be in. You know, you have so much to know. There's just new things you're constantly uncovering, and you see just how deep some of these rabbit hole goes. I mean, this entire lesson was just on Facebook ads. You know, in the other 4 classes you guys have already gone through, and the few you have to come, you're going to dive into even more. It almost feels overwhelming to a degree for some people, but nonetheless, look, we've all been there. Okay, most successful people you know and study have all been beginners at 1.2. I always like to cover my background because it really gives you a perspective on, where you might be at and where I was at. And I'm sure that in most instances, I was probably worse off than you. Maybe not, who knows? But, you'll be the judge of that. When I first came here to Miami, and this is when I was 19 years old, on the left-hand side here, this is where I lived with a roommate. It was in this place called Overtown, which I never encourage you to visit. But if you've ever seen that show First 48, where they try to solve murders in 48 hours, this was a very popular area to shoot that show. It was not a good time. And I accidentally moved there. I was living in Denver, Colorado before that. And, my friend and I, we moved down here. We didn't have enough money to fly down and actually scout the areas where we wanted to move. And on a map, this place just kind of looked like it was in downtown. It didn't look nearly as bad in the Craigslist ads for it in comparison to how it looked in real life when we walked in. It was about 650 square feet. It was so small. It didn't have central air. It had those AC units in the wall, and it was dripping down the wall. It was just nasty. I had a 96 Toyota Camry, and I had a job at Costco, and I sold cell phones there. It's in the little kiosk. And, this Camry, I had to fill this thing up with power steering fluid literally every day. I didn't have enough money to fix just this little plastic container you see here, that little yellow thing. I didn't have enough money to fix it. So literally every day I had to go. I had to get power steering fluid, waste my precious paycheck, just so I could drive easier. It was a pain in the ass to drive that thing without power steering fluid. And, I had to ask my mom. This is a picture of this tire patch place around the corner from where I lived there in the hood. And I'd have to ask my mom for $10. She'd send it to me through this app called Google Wallet, which was like a instant to instant transfer. And it gave me a little card I could use. My tire would pop just from driving on the rocks that were jagged in that little place I showed you. And my tire would pop all the time. Couldn't afford a new tire. Had to get my mom to send me $10 to fix my tires. It's my daily outfit I had when I would go to and from Costco. I had my black polo, my khaki pants, my black Payless shoes. I was doing this in Denver. I was 18 years old, and this is the job that I had in Miami that gave me an income when I first moved here. And one day I came across this guy. I sold him a phone. His name was Peter, and thank God for Peter. I'll tell you that. He saw something in me that I didn't even know I had. And I don't mean to say that in a cliche way. Man knew how to scout undeveloped talent, no questions asked. I sell him a phone, and I did it just, with confidence. He asked me a few other questions as well, just kind of like on other technology. Like he was talking to me about computers and cameras and stuff. And looking back on it, he was probably testing me, But this guy ends up hiring me as his head of marketing, which was, I was 19, and this dude just hires me as his head of marketing. And that's where I first got exposed to internet marketing. I had zero internet marketing experience when I got hired as the head of marketing of this company. I literally none. I didn't have any idea what I was doing. He just figured that I'd be able to figure it out. And, little did I know that he was right. And, the cool part, and this is why I really like this opportunity to be able to teach you guys today in class 5 of this season. I mean, that was my first real skill, was copywriting, and marketing automation. This guy had me working with a program called Infusionsoft, which, I'm sure most of you haven't heard of. So, some people call it Confusionsoft because it's very overwhelming. But this guy just threw me into this thing and was like, hey, I need you to type up emails, and, I need you to figure out how to get leads, and I need you to just do all this crazy stuff. He had me managing his sales team, teaching them how to use this thing. And keep in mind, I had no idea what I was doing. I just was confident that I'd be able to figure it out. I had no idea that mentors even existed at this point. And on the side, on top of just all these new things I was learning, I was trying to start businesses. One of the sales guys that worked in this place, his name was also Jeremy, coincidentally. And he just saw these skills that I was developing. And he came to me one day and he was like, yo, I think that we can make some money with these skills that you have. And one of the things that Peter had me figuring out was SEO for one of the 10 responsibilities I had. So I tried to start this company. It was called Endless Opportunities. and it was just an SEO company. And here's an example of like some of the packages we were trying to sell. We ended up having about 2 clients, and this was one of 4 different businesses that I'd tried. You know, while I was selling phones, I tried to start one called Miami Tech Specialist. I saw that old people, you know, didn't really understand how to use phones. They'd constantly ask questions about it. So I tried to sell them services, you know, that could help them out. And, you know, that failed. So long story short, you know, I was trying to run businesses, but man, I didn't know shit. it was bad. So anyway, this was a low ticket SEO service I tried, you know, while I was working that job. And what was interesting, you know, just kind of looking back and reflecting, what really held me back and just kept me failing was just a lot of limiting beliefs. And on top of that, I had no idea what to do. You know, I wasn't reading books. I didn't have mentors. I didn't have courses. Like I honestly had no idea that kind of stuff existed and could even help me. Like that's how limiting my beliefs and perspective was. On top of that, I didn't have the right beliefs about money. You know, like you just hear growing up all these, especially if you're growing up in middle class or you grow up in poverty, like rich people are evil. You know, you have to commit crimes in order to make a ton of money. You know, you see that stuff in movies. You know, kids play Grand Theft Auto. That's the kind of way it is. It's like, and then on top of that, your parents and friends and just people around you are all talking about how it's just so hard to make money and like money doesn't grow on trees. All these shitty money beliefs, you know, and all that stuff was just in my head. I had nobody that led me down the right path, you know. So I just did not understand the concept at all of how taking action produced results. Even something as simple as that, just the simple cause and effect relationship behind, you know, taking action increases my chances of actually getting what I want. I didn't even understand that. And on top of that, as I described a few times now, I literally had zero awareness about how mentors were helpful. I wouldn't even, if you asked me what a mentor was when I was 19, I would have had no idea what you were talking about. Giving value to others, just like, it just didn't make sense to me. It sounded like another cheesy quote. You know, I was one of those people that was like skeptical or dismissive around like the success advice, you know, as I first got revealed into like the motivational stuff. I was really just focused on like, look, I just wanted to figure out how to make more money. You know, I didn't really understand that like the process of developing myself and making myself more aware of what kind of possibilities were out there would help me. On the inside, I just flat out, I didn't feel confident. I didn't feel certain that I could do it. And I see that in a lot of people that are just getting started. And then one day, okay, in walks Peter, and he tells me that he ran out of money. So, you know, knock, knock, you're fired. This came as a shock, you know, on a Monday afternoon, he walked in and he was like, Jeremy, I ran out of money. I'm going to shut the business down. You know, rather than getting a loan, rather than trying to do a bunch of crazy stuff, you know, I got a bunch of money on the side. I'm going to go start another business. You know, I'm shutting this one down. So, you know, I did what I thought was best and went on this website called Fiverr, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, but you know, at the time, this was years ago, you know, it was advertised as a place you could spend $5 on things. And I was getting paid $2,000 a month at the time when I was working with Peter, doing all these crazy things and learning about internet marketing. So $5 was cool. You know, I could afford that. And it didn't hurt the Camry power steering fluid budget. So I went online. I hired this woman to type my resume up, and I figured this would be a good idea. You know, I was like, hey, I just got this crazy job. I was just selling phones, and like now it's just a head of marketing. Like that would look pretty good on a resume. And I articulated all the different things that I was doing, and I had no idea that like everything that I just learned was valuable. You know, like I said, I didn't even understand how value worked. So I got my resume typed up for about $10. I paid $5 extra for a cover letter too, because I heard those were important. And then I went on this website called Indeed.com, which is, you know, a place for people seeking jobs. You know, you can just upload your resume, you can search jobs, and like you can just apply for a bunch of stuff and submit your resume. So all I did though, I just listed my resume. So I got my resume typed up on Fiverr, went on Indeed, listed it. Then I got a call from this company. So Monday, you know, Peter comes to me and he tells me, hey, we ran out of money. By Wednesday, I had this new resume and I put it on Indeed.com. And by Friday, okay, and this is no shit, okay, this is the craziest week ever when it comes to transitions. Hey, this company, Robert Half, which is a temp agency. Now, some of you probably know what that means, but a lot of people don't. a temp agency essentially finds temporary work. It could be seasonal employees, seasonal retail, but there's other temp agencies that find temporary employees for different jobs that might be short term, or that could act as probationary periods. So I'd gotten a 90-day job that could turn into full-time work, like, just being a full-on employee with this guy. And this, for people who don't know, this guy named Grant Cardone. This is his wife, Elena. And I had no clue who this dude was. I had no idea. It was actually pretty funny. When I walked in for the interview, Dan Pena was there, and he was wearing a suit just like this. And this is hilarious, because same thing, I had no clue who Dan Pena was. And I'm sure most of you guys know who he is, but this is Dan. This is Sifu Dan's mentor, and I had no clue who he was. And I'm sitting in the lobby waiting to do my job interview, and I asked Dan Pena, I'm like, "Are you here for a job interview too?" And oh man, he laughed his ass off. I'm thankful now that I've seen a lot of his videos and footage that he didn't roast the hell out of me, but nonetheless, he just laughed his ass off. He probably saw how naive and unaware I was. But anyway, I end up getting a job and being able to work with Grant Cardone. Here's me at 20 years old.
Holy shit, you look young back then. Damn.
Holy shit, Jeremy.
Holy shit. You look like a rapper. Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
so this is 20-year-old Jeremy.
God.
I got hired for the 3-month job. I was called the email marketing manager, or the email marketing specialist. And then I got hired full-time as the digital marketing specialist. But this is me a little bit after I got hired, and thankfully I got hired. That was what I was grateful for. I had that job by the next week. I did my interviews on Friday through Monday at the temp agency, and then the drug tests and stuff like that. And then, long story short, I did Grant's interview, and then I got hired that same week, and I was able to start working. So keep in mind, like, I had no clue who this guy was. I just, I know I got hired as an email marketing specialist, and they were going to pay me $60,000 a year, which I was pumped about, because keep in mind, I was only making $2,000 a month. And then now I'm making like $4,000 to $5,000 a month, which is a huge bump for me, double my income. So 3 months, later, after the temp job technically expired, they officially hired me in, and I became the first digital marketing specialist that, Mr. Grant Cardone ever had. And he, you got to keep in mind, like, he had no idea the potential of this creative team he had. I was the digital marketer. He had 2 web developers. He had a copywriter in there. He had 2 graphic designers, and somebody managing the social media as well. And long story short, this is just, I like to call it a room full of nerds. Although I'm extremely grateful and like have great relationships with all those people in the creative room, none of them had any kind of fire to make more money. And that's all I really cared about at the time. I just wanted to figure out a way to make more money and just help this new guy who had hired me. What was really crazy about working there is, honestly, like, life just started to make a lot more sense once I was exposed to my first, like, real mentor. Like, this guy, he was a mentor to fucking thousands and thousands of people at this point. Like, just doing my job as the email marketing specialist, I saw dozens of testimonials a day come in, written in email, and just, I was kind of shocked. And this was, you gotta keep in mind, like, I didn't know what a mentor was. Like, now I'm aware of it. I'm just thrown into this environment full of people that are living all these principles that Grant specifically taught. And, on top of that, I'm transcribing videos, typing them into emails, training the sales team, running ads, and, proposing strategies. I just had to do a ton of different shit. And, all the while I'm really redeveloping myself as a young 20-year-old. And that helped me a ton. Like, I can't stress that enough. I started getting the right beliefs. And more importantly, I really started to understand what's possible. I had no concept of these things before I got with a good mentor. And it was all accidental. And you got to keep in mind, meanwhile, I'm getting tons of experience as a marketer doing multiple skills at once again. So this is now my second job, technically, where I'm involved in internet marketing, this time at a much more scaled level. And I'm still doing just so much different stuff. I was writing copy for ads. I was doing the ads on multiple channels, Facebook, AdWords. We were doing LinkedIn, handling offers for stores, webinars, products, lead generation for the sales team. I'm training the sales team on how to use this complicated CRM Infusionsoft. I'm managing DocuSign templates, coordinating on strategies that we could execute on as a team with Grant and the creative room. I had to create the promo calendar when we're going to market what. This is just a lot of shit. I had to work with the rest of the creative team. Long story short, it's safe to say I was wearing multiple hats. And what was cool about it is while I was there, I had a little bit more self-awareness that like, okay, you know, I now know all this stuff. I'm making a lot of money for this guy with these different skills. Like I'm really being worked hard. Like I still wanted to start businesses and I wanted to figure it out. I had no idea like how to start a business with these skills. Nobody guided me on that. I just knew people, you know, like this was clearly making money. You know, somebody else probably willing to pay for this. So towards the end of my time at Grants, this is actually really cool. I landed my first client project. So I want you to meet Lee Haight. He describes himself as this. So I assure you, I'm not disrespecting him. He calls himself a bald-headed roofer. Okay, so Lee, he ran a national roofing company here in the U.S. He has over 4,000 employees. He runs a $50 million a year business. And, you know, this guy, he reaches out to me through Grant and he says, hey, you know, I want to hire your email marketing manager. Like, you know, connect me to this guy. And one of the salespeople does. And what was crazy, you got to keep in mind, like I had no concept of high ticket skills or anything. This guy wanted me to create a ton of emails for him. He wanted me to create essentially what I had done for Grant. He wanted me to create marketing automation that was well built for his roofing company. And he came up with the price. He wrote me a check for $12,000. And this, I mean, dude, this was a lot of money for me, you know. This was my first like big lump sum check at one time. You know, it's funny even calling it a lump sum, you know, but it was, I went and I cashed it too. I didn't take it to the bank and deposit it. I went to the bank and I cashed it. And I remember holding $12,000 and it was, oh man, it was so much to me at the time. I'd do what Dan talks about, you know, I'd count it and I'd smell it. And like, I'd walk around with it in the office the following days and I had it as a wad in my pocket, you know. It was a great experience. And, you know, I went out, I got rid of the Camry, you know, This is me on my old personal account on Instagram, Alpha Haynes. 263 weeks ago, I posted a new whip. I'd gone out and I bought this Infiniti G35, and you know that was a great investment for me. It was probably about $8,000, and you know I really enjoyed just being able to take just a wad of cash and just buy something. It was a whole different world of luxury. And, you know, all the while I was still living in this 650 square foot box apartment while all this crazy shit was happening, you know? So we, you know, when you actually consider like how I did all this, you know, I'd built out work for Lee on a laptop from Craigslist I got for $150. You know, you probably thought I'd be smart enough to spend some of that $12,000 on like a better laptop or something. I already had one that was working pretty well, you know, and I didn't really have a lot of materialistic values. You know, I wanted a nicer car that I didn't have to have tires popped every couple of weeks and power steering fluid filled up every day. So I spent most of it on a car. The money I was making from work, you know, most of it I would help my mom who had MS. She had multiple sclerosis. And, you know, I was trying to, even though I didn't have a lot of money, I was trying to make payments for her and just help her out as much as I could. She was going through a divorce with my father at the time. So anyway, long story short, you know, I'm doing all this work for Lee on a laptop I got for $150 on Craigslist. And I went out of my way to look it up on Craigslist to see if like it's still out there. And you can get the same kind of laptop. That one on the right was the one that I had for $150. And, you know, they work slow, but they work well enough to build out some marketing automation. And I just can't stress it enough. Don't ever go here. This neighborhood was just super ghetto, like unbelievably ghetto. So it's, you know, it's very safe to say I had a limiting environment. Okay. My friends around me, you know, I grew up in a state called Ohio here in the United States. It's a very middle class. Like my father was a factory worker. Mother was a babysitter. The friends that I grew up with, they were all very limiting. And keep in mind, like I was starting to learn a lot, you know, like my time with Grant was really exposing me just a whole new mindset on life. I was now opened up to mentors and I was reading books and I started to just learn. But you know, everybody around me was, outside of my job anyway, was very small-minded and unsupportive. The thought of, you know, can I do this from the hood? You know, that crossed my mind all the time. I was determined to figure it out. All I really needed was an internet connection and a laptop anyway. And I had a pretty shitty laptop. You not too bad of internet, but nonetheless, I was still determined to figure out how to succeed and how to keep growing, even though despite all these challenges. And more importantly, I stumbled onto something that made a lot of sense. People pay for skills that make them money. This was like one of those light bulb moments in a cartoon, it was the mind blowing emoji. It really hit me towards the tail end of my time at Grants. I was like, holy shit, like this guy paid me $12,000 at once to just write emails and to build it out in Infusionsoft, because he's going to make a lot of money with it. And, Grant, wow, like he's paying me a lot of money because I'm just making him money, and this really clicked for me. I know this sounds, pretty simple, especially given that you guys, like I said, I believe you're all smart, and I know some of you are just getting started, like this might have already set in for you. But when this really hit me, not just like conceptually understanding it, but like it really sunk in, holy shit. I really progressed to another level of awareness of like, oh wow, now I have a bunch of these skills that businesses would pay money for. But the biggest problem I experienced, I just had no idea how to pitch people to actually like pay for those skills. It just didn't make sense to me. I didn't, even though I'm working for a sales trainer, it makes sense that I should probably figure out something that would work. But I didn't. I don't believe in the idea of cold calling and none of that stuff was something that I wanted to do. And I didn't have much time for it anyway, because like I was working my job and Grant was working me. I was being worked all day long. So I know I'm using an excuse here that's typical for most people, but like honestly, I really didn't have much time outside of the office. But the cool part about my job at Grants was I had a 1% to 2% commission of all the revenue that we were able to drive digitally. And that would kind of fluctuate, give or take how many people we had in the creative team. We shared 10% split between all of us there. So give or take how big the team was, made my commission. So, working with the creative team, we were all making more money every month because, we were growing the revenue fast. Like on a month-to-month basis, it started at $40,000 when I walked in the door for the digital revenue, and it ended at multiple millions of dollars per month. Anywhere from $2 to $4 million was what we were making at the end. It averaged out to $1.8 million over the 3 months I was there, per month. So towards the end of my 13 months working with Grant, though, I got capped in commission. This was not cool. There were never any rules, about that cap that got put on us. It just felt very wrong, felt highly unethical and just, very unintegrous. And more importantly, it was just very limiting. You got to keep in mind, like I wanted to make more money. That was a big driver for me. It was a big incentive to keep my behavior the way it was. And, I just kind of got fed up when I got a cap put on my revenue. I couldn't make more than $10,000 a month. So I decided to quit. And this is when, I made a very pivotal decision that, you could say led me to where we are today and the opportunity to be here with you guys teaching you and all the experience and things. It all just started with the decision to quit, and to go into business now with all these new skills that I developed. So, I called Lee, my first client ever, and I told him my plan. I was like, dude, I'm about to quit. They capped me on my commission. And here's what I asked him. I said, will you put me on a retainer? Okay. So like pay me $3,000 a month, pay me $4,000 a month and I'll help out. He mentioned a few times that he wanted to create a course at that point. He wanted to target roofers and help them better their business. And I was like, dude, I'll help you with that. Like I just, I'm working with Grant right now. Like if I all these lessons, there's a ton of stuff I now know. Let me help you with that. Just pay me a recurring retainer. And he agreed. So that gave me a lot of confidence. I walked back in. I quit my job working for Grant to pursue my dream of entrepreneurship. And you got to keep in mind this agency that I didn't even know I was starting. I'll get into that here in a second. I just wanted to be an entrepreneur. I just wanted to be a business person. I wanted to make more. I wanted to help more people. It all felt right, but I felt ready at this point. I was still unaware of how it all come together. And now that I have my time back, I spent most of my day helping Lee get results to start. And then on the side, I was pitching people on my skills. I'd figured out a pretty unique way to be able to pitch people. And I didn't, like working with Grant, I was working like 8-10 hours a day, sometimes 12. Working with Lee, it's like I might work with him like 3-4 hours a day. So I had a ton of time back. And this is when I started pitching people. And what I did, it was a long email going over all the different action businesses could take just to make more money and get more leads. And I called it the perfect cold email pitch. This is what I originally did to get clients. I would just send, screenshots of their websites for actions that I was now aware of could generate revenue. And I would tell them about things. And this was during a time where like retargeting wasn't even something most businesses were educated on. You know, like common businesses, they weren't even doing any kind of paid advertising. You know, it wasn't nearly as popular as it is today. So long story short, like I was just making people aware of all the different things they could do to drive revenue into their business, you know? And a few days into starting all this, I'd realized I'd for sure need help, because I became aware, like I have a specific set of digital skills, but I'm going to get stuck really quick if I just keep selling my time and like having me do it all. So what I did, there was a graphic designer who got fired from Grants about a month before I quit. And I asked him, I was like, hey dude, like you want to come in and you want to help me? I'm not a graphic designer. And like, I think I could sell graphic design skills and like, I can make us both money. And then I brought in a salesperson too, so I could pitch more than I could, you know, just trying to pitch alone. And this all helped me a ton. This is a really pivotal moment in these first couple of days, because I now, without even really being aware of it, was building an agency. You know, I had a graphic designer, I had my own skills I could sell, and I had a salesperson helping to pitch them too. And we were pitching people on just really basic things like managing their social media profiles, you know, like posting content, replying to comments and stuff, advertising, email marketing, you know, building funnels and copywriting. And I can't stress this enough. I had no idea I was starting a marketing agency. Like all I was trying to do was just capitalize on that idea I had of like, holy shit, you know, people are willing to pay for these digital skills because it makes them money. Like, let's just figure out a way to pay rent and eat. And like, you know, we'll worry about all the other stuff we need to figure out later. But like, let's just handle the survival stuff first and just get businesses paying for these skills. So it was actually when Lee, you know, my first client ever, he found out I was selling other businesses too, that he asked me, he's like, so you're starting a marketing agency, huh? And, you know, I had to Google it. Like I had no idea what he's talking about. And this is what I saw on Google. You know, a marketing agency is a service provider. You know, we handle literally just running ads and graphic design and, you know, writing copy and, you know, building funnels and building the email sequences and like giving them strategies that make money and, you know, helping them with social media, video production. Like there's so many different types of marketing agencies, you know, and that's, you know, when I Googled it, that's when it hit me. I was like, oh shit, I'm starting a marketing agency. And that's what I came up with my agency name. You know, we made an LLC for it a couple weeks into the business, and, you know, we were already selling a bunch of different digital skills that made money. So it really started to make sense. And once we actually identified as like, okay, we're an agency, that's when things really started to take off, because I started to realize like the kind of business model that I could run. And so I started selling more businesses. I started hiring a lot more people, and, you know, overall, just, you know, you started to make more money in the first year. This is put in the chat real quick. How much you think we made in the first year as a marketing agency, knowing everything I just said?
Put in the chat. Let's see. 250K, 200K, 300K, 600K.
Well, guys,
1 mil. I see 1 mil.
It was 563K. So this was sweet. Well, if you do the math, you know, you can see the total quantity of customers that I was able to generate was about 359. So it's 359 total clients. It comes out to about $1,500 a client. So, I mean, we were charging really low. Like we had some people that would pay us like a couple $100 a month, a couple $1,000 a month. We'd have other people that would pay us like several thousands of dollars a month. And we were selling all different kinds of skills. Like that was the craziest part is, I mean, literally just, it was nuts. Funnels, marketing automation, ads, you know, just every possible area of like what we could sell somebody, we were doing it. And you know, anything I couldn't sell because I didn't have the skills in house, I would hire people to come in so we could sell it. And you know, I really learned this the hard way. Okay. There's a good quote. You're going to want to write this down for sure. You don't know what you don't know. and I'll tell you what, I did not know much at all back then. So this is actually a really bad idea, you know, for me to sell as many different skills as I was and to as many different niches as I was. But, you know, we didn't have any clear intention of like a specific niche or, you know, like really any set of lessons, because there weren't any mentors. Like there wasn't anybody talking about how to do it. You know, there's not like people that would say like, here's what to do and here's what not to do. And I didn't have any agency mentors. So I did not know what I did not know. And I was constantly running into walls, figuring things out as I went. But to be honest with you, you know, I just kept scaling. It It felt great. I was loving it. You know, $500,000 in a year, even after all my expenses, was still a lot of money for me at the time. And it just felt really cool. I mean, I'll tell you what, I was working my ass off, and it really just, you know, it really led me into a lot of turmoil and obstacles that flat out I just wasn't prepared for, because I was doing things, I was just running into so many walls, and there'd be a new list of problems to solve every day. So at one point, you know, I'd scaled up to just a measly $220K a month. I had 27 staff. I had 3 offices. I had one in Miami, 2 in Beverly Hills, and dozens of clients. Like, I was flying back and forth between Miami and LA, literally weekly. And I had places in both. I retained residency in Miami for the tax benefits. But I'll tell you what, this was chaotic. I mean, 27 staff, dude, 3 offices, the expenses you have just with that alone, the training time, dealing with dozens of clients. You know, $220K a month's not a lot of money for the amount of work that I was doing. I essentially just put myself in a glorified job. Every moment of my day was at work. You know, from the moment I woke up, it was just dreadful, stressful. I was very unhappy. It just was not a good time, you know? So I learned an extremely hard way of having to scale up. And then, you know, I decided it was time, based on all the hard lessons that I learned. And I just really wasn't prepared for everything, that I needed to figure out by reflecting on all these hard lessons, what I needed to do to scale up properly. So what I did, you know, I made the hard decision that I had to scale down. It just didn't make sense the way that I'd scaled it up. So I ended up firing almost everyone. Like, I ended up with maybe 4 staff after I fired 23 of them. I had $109,000 worth of clients that I refunded. And this was all in my second year as an agency owner. You know, like, it was December of 2017. I just went into Stripe and I just, refund. I just fired all these clients and I refunded them their money. So nobody was damaged out of it in a negative way, but it was a necessary decision. You know, sometimes you got to contract to expand. And like I said, like, I just had no concept of what I was really doing. I just scaled up a monster, you know, like a Frankenstein. And I now knew from paying the dummy tax of learning the hard way what I needed to do in order to scale up properly. So, you know, I got rid of the offices too. I didn't need those anymore. So I was able to retreat back to beautiful paradise here in Miami Beach. I got rid of the 2 Beverly Hills offices. I just didn't need them. And with all the lessons I learned the hard way, you know, I just decided to scale up more responsibly. By no means that I want to give up. I knew I could do it. I just did it the wrong way. And I knew that I needed to get back into the game with a different approach. So the cool part is I ended up making a lot more money. I only had 3 staff and about a handful of clients. So we work with anywhere from 8 to 10 clients. I keep my staff very small. Everybody's very revenue driven. And when I say I make more money, we do anywhere from about 300 to 500K a month. I want to get up to $1 million a month. I'm very determined to do that, but you know, I'm not really in a rush to do it. You know, Dan's taught me a very good lesson of nature is perfect and it's very slow in its growth. And I'd rather be steady and consistent instead of like a rocket that takes off and then has to maintain that level of growth and dealing with that kind of problem. So, I mean, truly, I can't express this enough. I mean, this is one of the greatest lessons I learned, okay? It's clients do not give a shit about the time and effort that you will invest in to whatever you're doing for them. I assure you on this. They only care about results and the revenue you are able to track that you produced. If you are able to tell a client, look, we do not want you to judge us based on the hours we work. We do not want you to judge us by the effort we put in. We just solely want to be judged based on the ROI that we are able to produce on these actions. Man, I'm telling you, you got a hell of a business. You can work with a lot of people. You don't have to be worried about the employee mindset of, you know, an employer's paying you for the time that you put in on the clock or the effort that they can measure that you put in on a day-to-day basis. You solely want to be held accountable based on the results you're able to produce. So we cut out selling almost all the different services we were selling. Like, I stuck with solely revenue-driven services. So I stuck with things like ads. I stuck with things like consulting services. I stuck with the most revenue-driven actions that we could sell that business based on, you know, what we would find in our discovery calls with them and what we could get out of them in our initial conversations. And then we would sell them something that we felt would drive the most revenue. So it could have been a funnel, could have been email marketing, could have been ads. It was just literally whatever the most revenue-driven, low-hanging fruit action was. And the cool part was I define these traits. I have 20 of them. They're called my perfect client traits. So all those lessons on good clients and bad clients throughout the years, I put it all into a list, and we only work with those people. Like we literally never take on somebody that doesn't meet all 20 of those characteristics. I charged high ticket plus rev share. And I stayed away from selling services that took a lot of time or effort. So like our average client nowadays is worth about 62 grand, working with 8 to 10 people and being able to make 300 to 500 a month. And sure, it fluctuates given that what we produce them is what we get a percentage paid on in addition to that service fee we charge. But it's just incredible the difference in the quality of life that I'm able to have now versus, I'm telling you, just the absolute miserable nightmare Frankenstein agency that I built prior from not knowing anything about how to actually build it up properly. So these characteristics alone of defining perfect client traits of who you do work with and who you don't work with, I'm telling you, just charging high ticket, working with businesses that are willing to pay you on a rev share, and truly just remembering, like, stay away from services that take a ton of time and effort. Those are not the ideal people that you want to create working relationships with.
By the way, Chelsea, can you see Jeremy master copywriting, right? Learn copywriting first. And then really pitching it to me is closing through email, through phone, right? And then later on, start his own agency, right? But getting rid of the low ticket clients, focus on high ticket. Do you see he's following the wealth triangle, high income skills?
I wish I would have known all that. That would have changed my entire life if I would have known that sooner. I wouldn't have spent 4 years banging my head on a wall, learning lessons the hard way. If I would have known that, honestly.
So I see you have no idea how lucky you are.
Straight up.
Really. Like, I'm giving you the blueprint day one. This is what you do. This is what you follow. And here's how you do it. It's interesting because a little quick side story. We'll get back to Jeremy's story is that when he approached me, he told me, like, he worked with Grant Cardone. He worked with Tai Lopez. And when we first met, my following, my social media following, everything, I was smaller than both of them, right? They are the two big gorilla, right, in the marketplace. And Jeremy, I told Jeremy, like, I think the first or second conversation, I said, I'm gonna bypass them.
Yeah, it was the first call.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna bypass both of them, right? And now I had much small. I think Facebook back then, I think not even 100,000. It's tens of thousands, perhaps, something like that. And then he was like, okay, who is this guy? Like, it's so confident, right? He's so confident. But that actually is what sold me, because I like the fact that he's worked with both of them very closely. So I say, come on, let's do it. Let's join my team, and let's do this together. And that's how we develop a really, I consider, very, very special, like, relationship, right? What was going through your mind when I told you that? I'm just curious. I
was pumped. I mean, that's our perfect client trait right there. Like, we want to work with people that we can take to 7 figures a month. And Dan clocked all 20 client traits, so we were extremely excited. And to be clear, like, we were just as confident. I mean, we look for those characteristics in people based on the assets they have online that we can see, and then based on how they are in our calls. And, like, dude, Dan was about it. He got us on literally after the first call from how about the action he is. And you know, we started right away at scaling as fast as possible from how about it he was, you know. So yeah, I appreciate that, Dan. Thank you.
Yes. And then what happens?
Well, I mean, look at you guys are looking at the end result right now.
Yes. And then from your afterwards, you work with other businesses too, right? Other big businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, along the way, we did get the opportunity to just work with some huge businesses. I mean, all different kinds, you know, different niches besides just personal branding. It's just been a really cool experience. I mean, you know, real quick, I'll tell you, from having the amount of perspective that I've gotten just from being exposed to all the different kind of business models, you know, the way I truly feel at the end of the day about running a marketing agency is that I've been paid to learn about all these different business models and to be able to advertise on their behalf and to be able to see what generates revenue and what doesn't. And I truly can't explain enough how beneficial that kind of perspective is to your confidence and certainty levels about being able to run your own businesses and about what you can apply into really anything that you ever want to roll forward with. And it's truly life-changing when you understand that about a marketing agency, once again, which is you're essentially getting paid to learn while you're making other people money and getting, a hell of a life if you do it the right way. My Instagram is just my name @Jeremy. So if you guys, you need to reach out to me, same thing, like Patty as an example, if you're having problems, just shoot me a screenshot of what you see. Happy to help. Of course, if you guys have any questions on all of what we just covered, I know we covered a ton. Obviously reach out to me with that stuff as well. Happy to help. And let's roll into the weekly assignments. So these assignments, there's 7 of them all together. Dan, you want to go through these together, or you want me to read them all?
I can go through it. Okay, so
perfect.
step one, continue to shape your world. You already have the routine, right? HIC, creed, affirmation, start the morning, attitude, gratitude. Mid of the day, millionaire mindset before you go to bed. Program your subconscious mind for success and wealth. I'll put in chat how many of you are already doing this continuously, not missing a day. Not missing a day. Very good. Very good. The mindset. That's why there's also mindset training in Jeremy's training, simply because that is the difference. Okay, that is the difference. Next. Next slide, please.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so continue to watch 10 videos a day. You're already doing that. Already doing that. Very, very critical. Very critical. Immersion is the key. Repetition is the key, right? That what Jeremy talks about sometimes, that one quote could change everything. That one lesson could change everything, right? So continue to do that. Number 3, I've got a special bonus for you. Next. Not the influence book. If you read the influence book, there's a wrong image. See if it's going to give you a checklist. Yeah, this is not this list, the checklist before. Don't move yet. I'm giving you a why people buy checklist. It's a summary of the key psychology. Remember, we talk about when we write compliant copy, you cannot make specific promises. Emotions and feelings, you will get that checklist as a bonus. Okay, it's Sifu's private checklist. I'm going to give you that to you as a surprise bonus. Step 4. I'm also going to give you our copy compliance master checklist. So when you're writing compliance copy, what are some of the things that you should do? What are some of the things that you should not do? This gives you a list of questions, basically teaching you how Facebook thinks. When you go through this checklist, you're safe and protected. This is another bonus Sifu's giving. I told you there's a lot of bonuses, right? Also, what Jeremy talks about today for the family and friend insurance policy, that PDF, a number of things that he talks about, all those tools will be in the members area. So you'll get that as well. Let's see. Continue to hand copy proven letters. Remember your fundamental skill, although we use instant scripts to help you write better, but that rhythm, the flow, the thinking like a copywriter, those hooks, the psychology of a copywriter, you could only get that when you are hand copying sales letter, right? You're doing it every single day. So how many minutes are you doing every day right now? Put in the chat. 60, good. 2 hours, love that. 90 minutes, yeah. Minimum 30 minutes, like almost like exercise. I think 60 minutes is a good ideal time. You don't use it, you lose it. So that exercising, that copywriting muscle, it's very key. Next. A letter a day brings prosperity your way.
That's very true.
A letter a day brings prosperity your way. So hand copy 1 letter. That's all we're asking. 1 letter. Could be a long one, could be a shorter one, right? Use the checklist. Here's what I want you to do. You would use the checklist, the compliance copy checklist, everything we've talked about, right, today, what Jeremy's covered. Craft 5 compliant Facebook emails to sell for 5 business owners, right? How do you find those ones? You look at using ad library, right? Facebook ad library. look at who's running ads on Facebook or the ads that you see. The more views, the more money they're spending. The more they've been around means that the ad works, okay? Could be for any niche, doesn't matter. So you're gonna write one Facebook ad compliant, right, for each business owner. So kind of like what we did last week, right? So 5 in total, you got that? Okay, next. You are going to use the email that we provided. You're gonna send it out. You're gonna send out to 5 different business owners. And if they reply, you send them your Calendly link and you close them. So every single week since last week, every single assignment we do, we're gonna turn that into business. It's no gonna be no theory. I'm just going into just go for it. You write, you send it out. You write, you send it out. You've got nothing to lose except when you're doing take action. A letter a day brings prosperity your way. And yes, you can also add your portfolio. Add that to your LinkedIn. As a you can upload that to your LinkedIn. You can upload that to your LinkedIn. Absolutely, you do. Everything you do, add to your portfolio. Now, put the good ones up there, right? Pick the best ones and then put it up there. So we are, to me, if you have written the email, because I know you, if you have written the email, lower self kicks in, you don't send it out, that to me is not consider completion of the homework. You got it? Only when you send it out to potential prospect, that's considered completed. Okay? That's considered completed. Next. Jeremy, next, please. Assignments at highincomecooperators.com. You know what to do. Share your progress. Share your booms. And if you're not getting reply, look at your email, look at your approach. What have you learned from that? Maybe consider doing the video co-video pitch.
Smart play.
Don't just send something, oh, no reply. What have you learned from it? Change, right? Modified. Yes, Sarah, I would send them the ad. I like personally, the way I did it before, I like to include the thing just right away. I send them the, like, I know what Russ crafted. You can use that, hook them in, and then send it to them. I like to send it to them. Just send it to them. Plus the video. And the video is showing their website. I think it's working now. Yeah, that's good. The link is working now. The link is working now. This is a 6-hour class almost. My goodness. My goodness. You're doing great. A round of applause for yourself. Intense. Head is spinning. Just a tiny bit of overwhelm. Little bit overload. Awesome. Awesome. Any questions? Any questions? Last minute question? Yes. Sarah, a question about our portfolio. If the business doesn't use it, Sarah, just because they have not used it, it's still your writing. It is still your writing. It doesn't matter if they've used it or not. That's a limiting belief. Because what is my writing? What's wrong with that? I'm not saying that you've used these ads. Does that make sense? Don't let that hold you back. Yeah, I could write an ad right now for Bentley. I post it on my website. I said, people say, what's your portfolio? Here's the ad that I wrote for Bentley. I'm not saying this is the ad that Bentley hired me to write. I'm not saying they're my client. I'm not using the logo. It's an ad that I wrote, and it's sample that I wrote. Right? So don't let like a lot of these ideas that we like people hold. It's like we like to do things really the path of resistance, not the path of least resistance, right? It's like send an email, you send it out, you get clients. Says who that you got to go through 4 years of fucking school before you do anything? Why can we not learn doing the assignments? I am sending it out and you're getting clients. While if they say no, you build your portfolio. Says who we cannot do this? You see the limitations and restrictions we put on ourselves? Don't, okay? Jeremy, they are thanking you so much appreciation, so much love, and I appreciate you for being here, teaching, giving everything you've got. Super, super valuable. I think it adds tremendous value to just the community in HIC.
I appreciate the time that you guys spent with us tonight as well. I know that this was long. I mean, here on the East Coast, for me, it's almost 3 a.m.
Incredible.
I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to present, like I said, all these great lessons for you guys to be able to apply into your lives and businesses. So, yeah, just do me a favor. One lesson I learned is the way you respect your mentors is by getting results with what they taught you. So
Yes.
go out now and don't just be conceptual with this stuff. Apply it into what you do. There's some serious stuff you guys got exposed to tonight, and you just got to apply it now. That's where the magic comes in.
Absolutely. Awesome. Go make it happen. Keep taking action, hand copying the letter. I'll see you next week. And remember, you write your own destiny.